Good morning, JDS.
Hey, Ramsey gets the belt. How do I?
Hooray, Ramsey.
Good work.
Good work.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting because there's a bunch of teams that just do the same colors as their, not a bunch, but there's some teams that just do the same colors as the NBA team in their city. But like the Chicago Sky and the Dallas Wings are already blue and yellow. I don't know.
Shouldn't the
More
Dallas
of a lavender than a purple.
Yeah. Shouldn't the
But-
Dallas Wings be like the color of Frank's Red Hot?
Oh yeah, I love that idea. Like the Buffalo Wings. That's great. Yeah. Just some kind of burnt orange-ish.
Yes. Good morning, friends.
Ramsey might as well be speaking Spanish in the chat when he starts talking about hockey. I got nothing for you.
Yeah.
What up, David?
It's also possible he's speaking
What
Russian.
up, Michigan?
It's more of a Russian sport.
It's a good point. Canadian. What up, Zabo?
Czechoslovakian.
Steven. Oh, nice, dude. Just the entire USSR.
The Eastern Bloc.
The Eastern Bloc.
I'm Czech.
I think I am too. I think I did a report about that in like 5th grade. All right. Hey, let's have a good show, everybody. Oh yeah. Energy's good on a Tuesday. Oh, it's Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Hell yeah. Tuesday, worst day of the week. FYI.
Oh.
But yeah. In my personal rankings, I've got Tuesday at the bottom of the list.
I thought we just.
But the energy's good today.
We should just skip days.
We're taking Tuesdays off.
Just go full Buddy Hill.
We're
No,
Monday.
I mean just act like it didn't exist.
Oh.
Yeah, just go full Buddy Hill.
All right. Happy Wednesday, everybody.
Skip that year.
Okay, great. Oh, no. I thought maybe I was missing a bit where Buddy didn't like a day or something, but yeah, no, it's Wednesday. Welcome to Wednesday, everyone. That's James and Kyle. We're hanging out with you for the next couple of hours. We'll be here till noon, and then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey. Appreciate everybody listening on ESPN 1320. Appreciate everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you want to watch there and, of course, hang out in the Chatty House, you will hear us reference the Chatty House throughout the show. That is where we get all of our content. They produce this show because it's just me and James. If you would like to call the program, please do. 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. We don't have a call screener here, again, because it's just me and James. So if you call, it'll ring until I can hit the button, and then you'll hang out there until we bring you in. So if you want to call the show, again, the Farmer's Dog Talk line, a healthy life starts with healthy food, 916-909-1320. James, before we get into playoff games from last night and some NFL schedule stuff that has come out today, I saw some response to our conversation about Brandon Ingram yesterday.
Okay.
And you had laid out a trade where it was a 3-team deal where the Kings are giving up Harrison Barnes, Davion Mitchell, and
Chris Duarte.
Their 2024 first-round pick would go to Atlanta.
Which they already owe Atlanta a pick anyways.
Right, so they would be picking up their 2025 pick, basically.
Yeah.
It would be they would be ridding themselves of the Kevin Huerter trade.
Yes.
It would be done this year. Then they'd give up their 2027,
2026, and 2028.
26 and 28, right? Not 27 and 29, 26 and 28. So they're giving up those picks to acquire Brandon Ingram.
Yeah.
In a 3-team deal.
Where Trae Young would go to the Pelicans. The Pelicans would give up a first.
Yeah. So one of the responses I saw, and again, this is a small sample size on the internet, but I know that there are some people who probably have the same thought process. So I kind of want to walk through it here at the top of the show and just continue our discussion from yesterday. So I one of the responses I saw was, well, there's no way the Hawks would do that. Like, well, they might. If they decide they're going to blow it up this offseason, that's a really good deal for them.
Yeah,
they're getting a bunch of picks.
Because in this deal, we're talking about the equivalent of like 3.5 picks, first round picks.
Yeah, right. And so, and again, there's another, was it 2025 first from New Orleans?
Yeah, that's what we had.
Yeah,
2025. I, to be honest, I haven't even made sure New Orleans has their 2025.
Sure,
it's something
but
like that.
A first from New Orleans.
A first from New Orleans.
Sure. Anyways, there's definitely a realm where that's a possibility. But I saw some people, and you were responding to I think one person on online last night, who basically said, "Well, I'm not doing 3 first-round picks for Brandon Ingram." And my question is, because that was kind of my knee-jerk reaction as well. When you first sent that to me, you said, "Who says no?" And I was like, "Well, for me, it's the Kings," because that was just kind of I'm not a big believer in Brandon Ingram.
Okay,
but it's partly because there's an inherent risk there, A, with his injury stuff, B, with what he's going to give you on a night in, night out basis. Like, can he be that go-to guy on a team that wants to contend for a championship? I have questions about that. But on the other hand, if you're hoarding these picks, okay, if a draft picks mean that much, which again, if you're good, they don't. And if you're projecting out like the Kings are by 2028, you're still going to be in the mix. Still should be pretty good.
Yeah, that pick should be in the 20s.
Ideally, right.
Yes.
So maybe even 30. But that's kind of ideally where things fall. If you're not trading for Brandon Ingram, if you're saying those picks are off limits when it comes to Brandon Ingram, then who are they there for, realistically? And that's kind of the question that I have, because if it's go or get off the pot for the Kings at this point, for me. Like, you can't, if you're sitting there going, we're going to hang on to our picks, and Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter and Davion Mitchell and Chris, these are all assets that we're going to hang on to until like the exact right, perfect move. If you're working in a window that is this big, if you're not watching, my hands are very close together. If you're working in a window that big, then it's never going to come for you.
No, I totally agree. I mean, you're at a point where it's all in time.
You have to do something.
Well, you don't have to do something to do something. You have to do something because you're not good enough.
Yes,
exactly. I mean, that's like, it's a harsh reality, but that's the key.
Mm-hmm.
It's that you're not good enough. That finishing at 46 and whatever they finish at, 46 and 36, whatever it was, that's not good enough. It wasn't good enough to get you into the playoffs. 2 more wins, 5 more wins, you're safe. You're dancing,
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't good enough. So how do you reload? How do you get back to where you were last season? But you just lost a year. So now you got to not only take that, but you need to do more. You need to take the next step, which is to go from a solid playoff team to a playoff contender, and like to a contender. And like, there's not a lot of ways to do that. And there also aren't a lot of players that are just going to be available, Kyle. And that's why when a player like this, that is good like this, that's averaged well over 20 a game for many years of his career, who was a one-time All-Star and could get back to an All-Star status, who's only 26 years old, who you likely could lock up to a long-term deal if the money works. These players don't just like come around every day. He also plays for the team that punked you 6 times this year. So for those of you out there like, Brandon Ingram isn't very good. Well, he played on a team that ran you over 6 times. And does he have some warts? Yeah, every NBA player does so.
That's it. That is exactly it. And the players who don't aren't going to be available.
Yeah.
Because their teams are going to keep them. Like, the Pelicans want to move on from Brandon Ingram because of those warts. They believe that they are maxed out with their roster the way it is, and they want to move on from him to try and acquire a different superstar.
Well, that and on top of that, they also have a young player who's developed behind him and is ready to take that job that they won't have to pay as much money.
Yes.
So you're to a point where you have to make a move with Brandon Ingram, and it's not because you want to just get rid of him. It's because your team isn't good enough if you're the Pelicans as well, and you need to make some move that helps you. And just because he looks one way on the Pelicans, he could look totally different on the Kings. And that's what everyone needs to like realize, that there's a possibility that he is a perfect fit. There's also a possibility he doesn't fit at all. And you're like, this was not great, but at least we have a 26, 27-year-old under contract now that we can go trade to somebody else if we need to.
And that's where that is the crux of all of this. If they, let's just, again, we're going to go to the hypothetical world where this is the deal that they make for Brandon Ingram. If they make that move and it doesn't work, that is so much easier for me anyway, I to deal with and to accept than, oh, well, the perfect move wasn't there. Mikal Bridges is the player that we had as the perfect guy, and we just couldn't swing a deal for him, so we're gonna run it back.
Yeah.
Dude, that would be not, that I would so much rather take a swing on Brandon Ingram. Even though, again, I'm not even like a Brandon Ingram guy. I had problems with him going into the play-in game against the Kings. We talked about it. I was like, I'm not scared of Brandon Ingram going and giving you 30. He's just, he doesn't do that consistently enough. But I would so much rather take a swing on a player like that. This isn't some 31-year-old. This isn't a guy in his mid-30s who's looking to get one last max contract who might give you 50 games, and then he's a question mark if he's going to be available in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, there's been availability problems for sure, but I'm taking that risk over. I would so much rather go get Brandon Ingram than Jimmy Butler or Paul George at this point. I know, in fact, you know what? D'Lo and Casey asked you this yesterday, and I was listening in my car, and I was pulling into my garage, and they asked you this, and I waited for you to answer, but then you brought up that the Chatty House during their show is sponsored by Matthews Mattress, and then they started launching into a mattress thing, and I had to go to the bathroom, so I had to go inside. I left my phone. That's why I didn't turn it on the Odyssey app, so I didn't get your answer. Paul George or Brandon Ingram?
Well, I think it would have to be Brandon Ingram at this point.
I agree with you.
I mean, you're looking
like
at a
Paul
player.
George, but
I love Paul George, and like Paul George is an excellent scorer. He's still a really good defender. Like, he checks all the boxes, but the problem is he's 33 going on 34, and he wants $50 million a year.
Yep.
And you're going to have a really tough time getting value out of that contract. I would much rather take a risk with a younger player who was a former All-Star who hasn't reached the heights, but that might find something very similar to what De'Aaron Fox found. Is that when you play with Domantas Sabonis, you all of a sudden are a lot more open. You have a lot more freedom to move around, and you can be a lot more impactful.
Yeah.
Because he's a guy who you run the entire offense through like they do with Zion, except for he is a willing passer and looking for the pass more than he is for the shot, where Zion is the opposite. And man, I think he could be really, really good in Sacramento. And he's on a short list. Like, there's a short list of players. People talk about, Mikal Bridges all the time. Like, look, when they traded for Mikal Bridges, somebody offered them 5 first-round picks for Mikal that day, and they said no. And they're still saying no to 3-4 first-round picks from teams. So, when you're talking about this deal that we brought up, it's really only 2 first-round picks because you already owe them the other pick.
Yeah.
That's it.
You're giving them a pick either this year or next year.
Either this year, next year, or the year after. And if it's not next year, it's because you didn't make the playoffs again, and then all hell breaks loose here in Sacramento.
Yeah. So we'll talk about who that perfect player is coming up. And that's kind of where the next step of this discussion is. But for me, you're projecting this team to be good. The picks don't matter at that point. You have to make a move. You have to go get a player who's going to improve your roster. And regardless of what you think about Brandon Ingram, he would certainly improve their roster. But we'll keep talking about that and trying to define what the perfect player is for the Kings. And okay, if you don't want to go get Brandon Ingram, who would you be happy go getting realistically? It can't be Jayson Tatum. That's not really. It'd be great, but it's not realistic. Piece of news from this morning, in case you missed it, the 49ers Week 1 game has been announced. They will be at Levi's Stadium to take on the Jets on Monday Night Football. It is their first Week 1 game at home since 2020. It was also a year after they lost the Super Bowl. They lost to the Arizona Cardinals. And then the 2020 season was a disaster. So buckle up. Buckle up, everybody. The NFL schedule gets fully released tomorrow, but there will be leaks and stuff coming out throughout today and into tomorrow. So we'll keep you updated on that as they come out right here on ESPN 1320. But let's keep talking Kings. When we come back, we'll also talk some NBA playoffs today as well. All right. That's what we got coming up on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I thought I had one more thing there, and I did not.
Matt Morse here in the chat. There are rumors Kings going after Jeremy Grant at the deadline. Grant is locked up for 4 more years. Ingram expiring. First of all, Jeremy Grant is grossly overpaid. We're not pocket watching here, but the dude has it's something like 4 years at one. Oh no, it's more than that. I can look it up, but it's a lot. That's and I don't think Jeremy Grant is as good as Brandon Ingram. He's also 30. And that's the other problem.
This feels like something we should talk about on the radio.
Yeah. Oh, no, we can. So we'll talk about that on the radio. How about that?
You can talk about it now, too. We're just going to bring it up on air again. Buckle up. Ooh, do they?
No, they don't.
I think on a player-for-player basis, Kuminga is probably the most valuable asset. I don't know what they have picks-wise in the future. Those might be a little more valuable.
Yeah.
But
they do have the giant contract to Chris Paul that you can buy him out. But you still have to pay the $12.5 million or whatever. Wait a second. Yes, Katrina, this is a radio show. Yeah, I don't think Kuminga. Okay, so Kuminga, sure, but Moody's an unknown. We all like Moody because everyone wanted him in the draft and still holding on to that. Drew down Chris Paul's contract is $30 million. It's not guaranteed, but it's not guaranteed. He's still guaranteed $12.5 million, I think. Or no, it's 15.
Who's this?
Chris Paul. It's half of his salary.
Guaranteed. Yeah. We also got to do that. Yeah, we got it, Drew.
Yeah, Drew down. That's what we're saying. He's guaranteed.
Yeah, it's half guaranteed.
No. It's not the 23-24. It's the 24-25 is $15.8 million.
All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to join the show, caller, I see you on the line. Hang in there for just 1 second for us. Hey, before we get back to the Kings and finding the perfect player and who they should trade for this offseason, etc., Bronny James' measurements were tough.
Yeah.
He was listed at 6'3", I think, at USC, and he measured in at 6'1.5".
Yeah, that's tough.
210.
He's a
Just
brick.
unit.
Yeah, he's a like thick fella.
Yeah, he is. But man, people were talking. He's undersized at 6'3", 6'1". Oof.
Yeah, 6'1". I think it was 6'1.5", something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still like
He got
basically
6'7" wingspan though.
Yeah, he's gonna play at like 6'3", basically.
Sure.
You know, like it's just kind of the way that they do these things. Yeah, 6'7" wingspan.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
good.
had a good laugh about Kyle Filipowski.
This is the T-Rex class, dude.
It is a T-Rex class. I don't know that I've ever seen this before. Kyle Filipowski at Duke, right? I'm almost positive Duke center.
Yeah.
He measures in at 6'10" 3/4 without shoes.
Okay.
His wingspan 6'10.5".
I've literally never seen that.
I don't think I've ever seen a player who's taller than his wingspan.
You've covered a million NBA drafts. I've done a bunch of NFL drafts.
I don't know.
It's that's so hard to do, is to have a wingspan shorter than your height.
I don't. Yeah.
Very odd.
Yeah.
Very odd. I've also always wondered in the NFL, they do arm length and wingspan, particularly for like offensive linemen. If you're an offensive tackle and your arms are like 31 and a half inches, like no chance you're playing guard. But it's weird because they measure that from the shoulder to the tip of the middle finger.
Okay.
Is how they measure arm length. But as an offensive lineman, you're not blocking like this. You're blocking like this. So what if you just have massive hands and your arm length is the same, or you have small hands, so now your arm length is like 32 inches when somebody else is like 34 and a half, but really it's just because their hands are bigger.
So you think they should measure from the extended palm?
Yeah, exactly. Like you put your you bend your wrist and you go to the
I think for NBA players you also should be like measured to your shoulder. We should also have the up to your shoulder height.
Yeah,
because then it like wipes out, you know, the
big
anomaly.
Heads, big necks.
Yeah, the
pause all of this. Just go ahead.
The Roy Hibbert, like
sure,
who from his shoulders up is like 18 inches tall.
Yeah.
Which is crazy, but that would eliminate some of that. Like I need to know how high someone's shoulders are.
Yeah, the height of his noggin is not gonna help him block shots.
I think Noah Vonleh was like 5'7" at his shoulders. Like he's like a normal size human, and then with like a really tall head and neck.
Can I tell you an embarrassing story about Noah Vonleh? For the longest time, I thought his name was Von Lay. because you know, watching a Warriors game and they go kicks it out to Von Lay. Like, oh, okay. It's just a first name, last name type of deal. 916-909-1320 if you want to join the show. Don, what's going on, man?
This is Brandon. I think wrong name.
Oh, sorry about that, Brandon. Our call screener got it wrong. What's up, Brandon?
No worries, man. Hey, I really love the idea of Brandon Ingram. For plain and simple fact, too, if Fox were to be down for some time, I think it gives you another all-star player to help you win some extra games. My only question is, I know we're really big on wanting to re-sign Monk. With the trade that you guys laid out, do those contracts kind of cover to where we could re-sign Monk and still sign Brandon Ingram?
Good call. Thanks, Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get complicated no matter what, right? The Kings are going to have to end up going into luxury tax if they want to have a great team. And you also have the problem that you know, we're only 2 years away from Keegan Murray getting a big pay increase as well. The question is, do you have a championship caliber team that you're putting on the court?
Yep.
And is that team worth what it is that you're trying to go out and do? And yeah, there's a possibility that you know, a group that included De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk and Brandon Ingram and, you know, Keegan Murray and, you know, again, Domantas Sabonis and either well, you still would have Trey Lyles. You would still have one of Herter or Barnes. Like there's still, this is a really quality team.
Yeah.
And then you still have Keon Ellis so eventually, sure, you're going to run into the problem that somebody's going to be paying a bunch of money in luxury tax.
Yep.
But for right now, that's the squad you're running with. And you got, maybe a 5-year window here where, like, could you make noise?
Yeah.
And I think the answer is you probably can.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. Drew Down, what's going on?
Hey, what up, Kyle? What up, Ham? I just want to correct you guys. Ham, you keep saying that Chris Paul has $15.8 million guaranteed this year. That's not correct. That was for last year per the Spotrac website. 2023, 2024, 15.8 fully guaranteed on 6/28/2023. That was for last year. 2024, 2025 is non-guaranteed, but they have to make that decision by 6/28/24. If they decide to not, they can release him for nothing, but they do not owe him $15.8 million no matter what. That was for last year's contract. This 2024 is fully non-guaranteed. So I just wanted to clear up that.
Yeah, that's what Spotrac says. You're right. You're down. You're down.
My man. Thanks, Drew.
Yeah.
My bad, dog. There's plenty of applause.
My bad, Don.
All right. So, yeah, Chris Paul, non-guaranteed.
Yeah. It's my bad. It was last year that he was guaranteed partially at 15.8.
Yeah, I misread that too. All right. Well, there it is.
All right.
Chris Paul.
Chris Paul, everybody.
Etc. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. My bad for hanging up on you there, Drew. I thought we were done. Jeremy Grant came up at the break. We were talking about players the Kings could go get because, Brandon Ingram has come up the last couple of days. The Pelicans have said they're going to make him available, or at least it's been reported that the Pelicans are going to make him available. And that is the type of player that the Kings could go get. Now, there's some people who are all in. Yeah, Brandon Ingram, that's the guy. I think Brandon, not Ingram, Brandon the caller, made a good point that, hey, when De'Aaron Fox is out, Brandon Ingram is a legit guy who can go get you buckets, who can go score for you. You're still going to run the course of your offense. And that's the thing that really jumps out to me when you talk about how the Kings can improve and what this player could bring them. It's that, dude, there's 3 minutes left and it's a tie game. You got to put your offense away and you just need a guy to go score. Get the ball into somebody's hands and they got to go get you a bucket. Right now they have Fox. And that's the only player they can consistently rely on to do that. Brandon Ingram would give them another option and just make it more difficult to defend in those spots.
Well, yeah. Plus, you have to look. Monk can do that as well, but Monk, as of right now, is not on the roster.
Correct.
Right? Well, he's not going to be on the roster come July, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, unless the Kings are able to retain him, right? Yeah. The thing with Ingram, I think people are missing, too, is the guy averages over 5 assists per game. Mm-hmm. So he's not just a guy who, again, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, he wouldn't just create for himself. He creates for others. Mm-hmm. And it's something that eventually you hope that Keegan Murray gets to, but he's like 2 years away from that.
Yeah.
And that's a tough thing. Like, you want him to develop at like a normal rate. And, I think you would have 2 like very switchable wings. Not like, look, we're this is all pie in the sky. We have no idea. Like, there might not be any way for the Sacramento Kings to get in on the Brandon Ingram sweepstakes.
Sure. Right. That's the other aspect of this.
Yeah.
They may try and get involved with the Cavs and the Magic and the Sixers. I think we're in there too.
Yeah.
From Mark Stein's report. And they may just not be able to keep up.
No, totally. I think that could totally be the case. But if you're looking at certain teams that are out there, I mean, do you just want to give a player to the Philadelphia 76ers for nothing? Like, that's not what they're trying to do here. They're trying to get better. At the same time, they're trying to rebalance their roster. And it makes sense for the Pelicans. It does.
Yeah.
And it makes sense because you have a young player who's coming up and you're going to have to pay that player and you're going to have to pay a couple other players on your roster that are improving and eventually are going to get big paydays. But for, so it does make sense for them to move on from him. It just really depends on what they want. If they just want draft picks, okay, the Kings could probably just throw a bunch of draft picks at him and say, this is what our offer is, and does that offer measure up to someone else's offer? But if it comes down to, hey, look, we want a star-level player, the Kings don't have that, that's where you have to involve a third team who's also in a pattern where they might look to move off of a star player and are looking to reset their roster because they may or may not have just landed the number 1 pick in the draft. Just saying.
Shout out to the Hawks.
Shout out to the Hawks.
We will keep talking about this throughout the day, but we're going to talk about some NBA playoff action last night. The Mavs Thunder game last night might have been the best game of the postseason. We'll talk about that. And I have a Kings playoff question I was going to ask you yesterday. I will ask you that today, right here on the Insiders. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we are on ESPN 1320. That's Sacramento Sports. Later. Clear.
Yeah.
Good call, Drew.
Yep. Jeremy Grant we were talking about before, and I don't know if we'll get to this or not. He's 30. He's owed 4 years at 132. 132 million bucks. That's a lot for Jeremy Grant. Maybe he lives up to that. I don't know. Tay, you're not really ready to give up on Herter yet.
My thing with Jeremy Grant is a good player, but I think you still have a ceiling with him. I don't think he gets you to the level that a like Brandon Ingram would.
I think you're probably right. And again, 2.8 assists, 3.5 rebounds per game. He's a really poor rebounder. He has been throughout his career. He shoots 40% from 3 the last 2 years, which is nice. And I don't want to disparage him as a player. I think he's a good player. And I also, there are moments where he would fit perfect. The problem is he shortens your window. Matt, I know you're asking, what do I think Ingram would get? I think the number we keep hearing is a 4.205, which I'm not sure that he gets or not. And that's one of those questions that, again, you can figure out with an agent beforehand. And you can also kind of like read the tea leaves. Like, what do we think he's going to get? It just depends. But I don't think of him as Tobias Harris. I think he's a better player than Tobias Harris. So if you were paying like $40 to $50 million a year, that might be the right thing to do. I have no idea what that means. That's not weird. I'm intrigued by this.
With all due respect, what?
What in the Sam hell are you talking about?
What in the hell?
Oh, Bobby. That boy in right in the head.
I can never tell because so much I consume so much of the Chatty House without context. And so I just see Michigan, the nicest guy ever, say, "Don't let the door hit you, GTFO."
Oh.
Just no context.
Oh.
Then I got to try and figure out what the hell is going on.
I think he's probably talking to the dude saying weird stuff.
No, I think he's talking to Manny.
Oh, he's kicking Manny out?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Because Manny said he's out of here. He's leaving on a high note.
Which is what, like Fruit Loops?
Yeah. No, Fruity Pebbles, I think.
Sugar Corn Pops?
I think Fruity Pebbles is this move. God, I miss cereal. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Naturally, cereal came up in the Chatty House during the break. Look, I don't usually eat like a breakfast. I'll eat something. I have peanut butter and rice cakes that I eat during the week.
Yep.
Sometimes I'll do yogurt. And every now and then we'll do, the bacon and eggs kind of thing. I just miss cereal. Like Corn Pops, Fruit Loops, Fruity Pebbles, Apple Jacks. What Rice Krispies, Tricks, Lucky
Cocoa
Charms,
Krispies, so you
Cocoa
get the
Crisp,
chocolate milk.
right? Whatever you were into as a kid, and maybe into now. I'm not. This isn't a judgment thing. This is a. I just stopped eating cereal at some point in my life.
I think it's called adulthood.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
My wife the other day, poured up a bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Ooh.
Little late night bowl of CTC.
Late night bowl.
Yeah, so you know. Buddy.
You had to go get your own spoon?
No, I didn't. I wanted to though. And it just I wish I could eat it without knowing that it would just wreck me. Just with the amount of sugar and stuff in it. I know what my body is capable of and not in terms of food consumption. And I just know that if I ate a bowl of that, it would be a problem for me. But God, I miss it. It tasted so good.
See, I love Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries.
The best. I really enjoy Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries.
Yeah.
Just destroy the roof of your mouth, but it hurts so good.
Yes, I totally agree. Yeah, so but again, I'm not.
Peanut butter Captain Crunch, very slept on, in my opinion.
See, I don't like the variants. When they start doing all these crazy variants on the cereal, I'm like,
variants. It just tastes like peanut butter.
Okay. No, but what I'm saying is like Captain Crunch is Captain Crunch. We don't need to mess with it.
Okay.
Like you don't need to have like peanut butter Captain Crunch. You can make another cereal that has peanut butter that's not Captain Crunch. Like Jiffy Crunch. I don't know.
Jiffy Crunch?
I'm just saying.
Jiffy Crunch?
I'm just saying something
if
different.
you say Jiffy Crunch to me, to my face again, we're going to have a problem. No, it's just Captain Crunch. It's just they use that branding and then they look like Crunch Berries, but they're peanut butter.
Okay.
They're delightful. And honestly, I believe the Chatty House is anti Magic Spoon. I'm very pro Magic Spoon. The peanut butter Magic Spoon is delightful.
See,
my favorite flavor of Magic Spoon.
I don't know Magic Spoon.
I'm a big fan. I
think
they want to sponsor the show.
I'm too old for Magic Spoon. I don't know.
They're not. It's for old people who want to taste now. There's some that don't hit. There's definitely some flavors that don't hit for sure. But the peanut butter one, it goes. It's a little pricey. For your boy.
All right.
$10 a box is wild.
Oh wow.
It's good though, and it doesn't have all the sugar and stuff in it. That's why it's. But that's also why some of the flavors are a little funky.
Oh yeah. It's got that fake sugar taste.
Yeah.
Oh no, I can't do that.
It doesn't go great. Anyways, love Magic Spoon. I will tell you how awesome all the flavors are if they want to sponsor the show. Playoffs last night. Usually the way we do this when we talk playoffs is we talk about the first game first and the second game second. We're going to talk about the second game first today, though, because the Thunder beat the Mavericks 100-96. And there's so much to take away from this game, but I was so certain the Thunder were losing that game. It had the feel of the Cavs-Celtics game from earlier. It had the feel of that Timberwolves-Nuggets game from Sunday, where the trailing team was just never going to quite get over the hump. And I know Cleveland at one point took a lead against the Celtics, but once the Celtics retook the lead, it was done. They pulled away. And you know, the Cavs get it to 7, but I think at one point they got it to 5 or 6 in the fourth, and then just couldn't get that stop in the bucket to make it a one possession game. And I thought that's what was going to happen to the Thunder, especially because you go, okay, this is where the playoff experience thing kicks in. It's crunch time. The Mavs have 2 of the all-time crunch time guys, 2 players that if you're making a short list of players you want taking a big shot, they've got 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Thunder just outplayed them down the stretch. Just outworked them. They hit the big shots and the Mavs didn't. I was super impressed by OKC last night.
Yeah, I was too. And I would point out that, you know, there are things that players do in the league that teams do in games that are like sustainable and some of them that aren't. Right. So we always talk about like when a team gets on a heater and starts a game like 12 of 17 from 3, like, okay, like, look, they're probably not going to shoot 24 for 34 from 3.
Mm-hmm.
And if they do, they're going to beat you by like 25 to 37.
That's how the game's going to go. Yep.
Yeah. The way that game was going, Dallas was getting this incredible energy boost by their centers, and they were blocking every shot. And it just felt unsustainable. Like they finished with 13 blocks, but I think a huge percentage of those came in the first half, but also the first 3 quarters. That's not something that's super sustainable. So when you're relying on that as your defensive sort of like your system, it's really difficult to think that you're going to be able to carry that all the way through a game.
Yeah.
And so while normally it's like something offensive that you think is so incredibly like, that is not sustainable or is sustainable,
Mhm.
on the defensive side, you can have the same thing. You can't bank on having like 17 steals in a game.
Yeah, that's an anomaly.
No, and one game you'll have 14 steals, and the next game you can have 3.
Mhm.
It's just kind of the way it goes. That's why I think blocks are, well, first of all, they're not a true turnover. I think that the way that they were getting some of those blocks was great, but I also felt like if they didn't continue to sustain that, they wouldn't be able to hold on to the lead. And you're just watching OKC hang around, miss a bunch of wide open shots, and then boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
Shots fell.
Yep.
Game over.
That was it. It played out exactly. The law of averages in all ways just kind of fell into place.
That's what it felt like.
Do you know how many combined blocks there were last night?
No.
22.
That's crazy.
22 combined blocks. The Thunder had 9. They had 9 blocks in a game. You're like, wow, that's a lot of blocks. And the Mavs had 13.
Yes.
It's nuts.
Yeah, but you also felt like first of all, like 14, well, like 7 of those blocks came against Jalen Williams.
Yeah.
Like he's too good of a player to keep running into the same exact thing. And what happened was he eventually changed his game. And that's kind of where I was at. I was watching it unfold.
It's been so fun watching him. Bless you. It's been so fun watching him figure it out as the playoffs have gone on. Just kind of slowly working his way into, because he's going to be their second guy on the perimeter.
Yep.
In the idealized version of the Thunder, it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander 1, Jalen Williams 2, and then Chet Holmgren 3 in terms of like scoring options. And Chet's really good. This is not to disparage Chet Williams. He's not going to have the ball in his hands as much. And Jalen Williams just kind of very slowly, as this series has gone on, figured things out. And as the Mavs have made adjustments to him, he's starting to make adjustments to them. But just an overall last night, Shai 34, 8, and 5. You can just pencil him in for 30. You know what you're getting. But then Jalen Williams, 14, 9, and 6. Lou Dort had some big shots down the stretch. He went 17 and 8. And then Chet Holmgren, 18 and 9 with 4 blocks.
It's fun to watch them grow, like, right?
Yeah.
Like, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost like watching a child, like, trying to figure out how to walk.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out how to stand up on their own, and they're all shaky.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they start to grow and get stronger, and you're like, oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
That's what, I mean, I totally feel like we're watching a team grow in front of our eyes. It's also why it's so important for teams to take these natural steps that we keep talking about the Kings. If the Kings would have jumped a step and got to the second round of the playoffs last year, they probably would have won 50-something games this year. Like the motivation, the change in mindset, everything, the level of like play would have lifted. Now they didn't. And I think that like this entire season they're caught in expectations. Now
that's kind of, so hang on. So I want to hang on to that for a second. So you think that expectations got to them this year?
Yes.
But they wouldn't have had they gotten to the second round or the conference finals last year.
No, I think that they would have had a much better understanding of what expectations, the rising expectations that are the playoffs.
Interesting.
And how things change as you get into the playoffs. I really do think that they would have got through one of those. They would have had another breakthrough in their growth.
Interesting.
And that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing like a breakthrough in the growth of the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's fun to watch because like you have no idea what they're going to look like until they get into a series. And sure enough, they look bad. And you know, everyone thought, uh-oh, they're on the ropes.
Yep.
And then you start watching them like systematically rely on who they are and what they do, keep calm, excellent coaching job.
Yes.
Absolutely spectacular coaching. They have a system to rely on. They have a personality to rely on. And what we're seeing them do is sometimes they lose their way and they fall behind. Sometimes shots don't fall.
Mm-hmm.
and they start to get a little clunky. But when they are at their best, they're very, very difficult, and they're super talented.
Yeah.
And that's what I think people like. This is one of the most talented teams in the league, and they're young, and they're going to be around for a decade. And that's why it's so imperative for the Kings to take this next step.
Yeah.
Because that's who you're trying to keep up with.
Mm-hmm.
You have to find a way. You're behind now. You fell behind the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get back in that discussion? It's
Sure.
not by adding, two, back into the rotation guys.
Yeah,
It's not.
an improved 7th and 8th man are not going to put the Kings in that spot.
No, it's not. I mean, it's just you're not going to have it you're not going to be able to take the giant leap in productivity without making a substantial move.
The other impressive thing for me with the Thunder last night is their depth is part of what makes them so good. It's not just, hey, here's one superstar. Like that's a little bit what it feels like with the Timberwolves. They're a good team, but really their ascension this offseason, their ascension this postseason has been about Anthony Edwards. This is Anthony Edwards ascending into a superstar stratosphere that not that many players reach.
Yep.
With the Thunder last night, fourth quarter, where they outscored the Mavericks 25-7. Excuse me, 35-27. My goodness. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 7 shots. He goes 4 for 7. Jalen Williams, 7 shots. He goes 3 for 7. Lou Dort, 5 shots. He went 2 for 5. Chet Holmgren, 3 shots. He went 2 for 3. 10 points, 7 points, 8.7 points between them. And that's just, it's such an even distribution. And Shai is obviously the guy. When they need a bucket, you saw at the end of the game, they were up 2, had a chance to really put it away late, and he had his little midi rim out. But outside of that, man, they are really, really good. And I was so ready to come in while watching that game last night. I was ready to come in today and be like, well, love what OKC is doing, but it's just they're not there yet. The series probably, and then they battle back and win. And you're like, wow, that was a gutsy. That's what you expect from a team like the Nuggets that's been there and been around.
Yeah,
man,
really it's kind of what
from OKC.
It's even what you expect from Dallas because Dallas they've got the stars, and to see them go 12 of 23 from the free throw line, Dallas.
Yeah,
was like, oh, okay. So in a game that ended up 4-point game, you missed 13 free throws or 11 free throws, including Luka misses one in the final seconds. It could have tied the game.
Yes.
It was like earth shattering. Like, what in the world is happening? And then to see Kyrie Irving, who's been really good, but all of a sudden he looks like he plays for the New York Knicks and he's run out of gas. And I mean, he was bad, just flat out. In this game, he had 9 points on 4 of 11 shooting.
And 1 of 5 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he only had 1 turnover, but he just wasn't impactful at all. And again, I think they're still fighting an identity crisis between this who Luka needs to become and who he is. And so you have these games where it's like Luka feels like he has to do everything. And that's just a huge mistake. We saw it last game where he gave in and allowed his teammates to succeed and be, spectacular. But in this one, it kind of felt forced a little bit again.
Yeah.
And again, that's his maturation as a player. And people have to remember he's only 25 and it's part of his growth. He got to the conference finals a couple of years ago, right? But it's not like they're a perennial. They didn't even make the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
It's not like he's a seasoned playoff veteran. He's not. It doesn't matter how good he is.
And the other deal with this, and I know I always bring up like crunch time and final 3 minutes, but that's what a lot of these games kind of come down to.
Yeah.
Is what do you do in the last? And that is something that you can't replicate in the regular season. Where in crunch time, who is it? Who's it going to be here? Is it Kyrie? Is it Luka? Are we kicking it out to PJ Washington? Are we throwing a lob to Daniel? Like these are things that you just kind of have to work out through the process. And I think you kind of saw it last night where, hey, nobody's really taking this game by the horns for Dallas. And it's like Luka is kind of waiting for Kyrie to do it. Okay, now he's going to do it, but he can't. Now Kyrie, it's just an odd final few minutes for Dallas in that one. I want to talk about PJ Washington specifically.
Okay.
And to a lesser extent, Daniel Gafford. PJ Washington's been incredible in this series, by the way. He had 21 more points last night, 5 of 11 from 3. He's been excellent beyond the arc. He's been, for the most part, pretty efficient. He had 12 rebounds last night. He had a block. Knowing what we know now, let me get his entire series stats here. Yeah, 29 in game to 27 in game 3, 21 last night, 7 of 11, 5 of 12, and 5 of 11 from 3. Knowing what you know now about how PJ Washington is performing in this spot, knowing what you know about Daniel Gafford and what he has meant for Dallas really on both ends of the floor, he's been very good defensively altering shots, but then hanging out in the dunker spot, hustling, rebounding. A lot of the same qualities as like young JaVale McGee, but without the lack of coordination.
Okay.
Not as athletic either, but I really like Daniel Gafford a lot. Knowing what you know now, would you, if you were the Kings, have done what deals you needed to make to acquire those two players at the deadline? Like, do you think the Kings would still be playing basketball right now if they had them?
Well, I certainly think they would have given themselves a better shot, but I don't know. It's tough because just because they look good where they're at right now doesn't mean they would look great.
No doubt.
Playing for the Kings. And, again, I think that if Malik Monk was healthy, the Kings would have made it to the playoffs. Whether they would have won a first-round playoff series and made it to where they are now, I don't know. But I certainly think, like, Daniel Gafford very specifically, he would play really, really well alongside Malik Monk.
I agree.
But the problem is he's going to be there for like 13 to 15 minutes a game because he cannot play the 4, and that would really force you to play Sabonis at the 4, and I'm not sure that that's a great idea.
Sure.
So I think situationally, the fact that they don't just have one of them, they have Derek Lively and they have Daniel Gafford.
Similar style of players.
Yeah, they're basically the same player.
Yeah.
Same energy. They're coming in there, they're playing hard. They block shots, they rebound, they do the things that the Kings do need someone to do that. But they also need a guy who runs a system, which is something that, as of right now, they've got one, and that's Sabonis. But when it comes to PJ Washington, like I've always liked PJ. I thought that there was a time when the Kings were interested in PJ Washington, trying to get him out of Charlotte. But you kept hearing all of a sudden they want like 2 first-round picks for him and stuff. And you're like, wait, what in the world? So I always thought he would be a really good fit, but like he's like a young, or at least he did in Charlotte, he looked like a young Harrison Barnes. And he's very inconsistent like a Harrison Barnes, where it's like 20, 20, 24, 7, 8. You're like, where did you go for 3 games? So, I mean, he's the guy who put up 40 on the Kings, his career high at that point. It's probably still his career high. But then the next time they played him, he was totally gone. Even this season, scored 17 in one game or 14 in one game and 7 a couple of days later. Like, so, yes, I like him. Yes, I probably would have tried to get him, but I probably would have tried to get him when he was very affordable. He was at like $2.5 million a year for a long time.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, somebody go get him.
Yeah.
And then by the time you did, it was too late. And the Kings didn't have the assets to give up.
So that's kind of what, so that's what I wanted to circle back to. I was asking you that just in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Because I tried to recreate the deals for Washington and Gafford, for PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford. I don't want it to be confusing because Gafford came from Washington. But PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford, it was 2 separate deals that the Mavericks made at the deadline. And this is why I didn't want to convey it like, wow, the Kings made a huge mistake. Because I tried to recreate the deals, and you really can't.
No.
Because Washington sent Grant Williams, Seth Curry, and a 2027 first-round pick to Charlotte for PJ Washington, and then second-round pick this year, and then in 2028. And you can't, you can't include the 2027 first at the deadline.
Yep.
And then you would have had to make the money work. So even if you call it like Harrison Barnes and Davion Mitchell, and then you got to make the picks work. And then Daniel Gafford was Rashawn Holmes, and a 2024 first round pick for Daniel Gafford. So again, the Kings, remember, this is the deadline, so the Kings couldn't trade their 2024 pick.
They don't have those assets to get.
Right. They just, you can't do it without trading players that that weren't going to be involved.
Well,
so
that, and even like the Gafford deal, you have to look at it. And for the Kings, it doesn't make nearly as much sense as makes sense for Dallas, because Dallas trades for him and inserts him right into the starting lineup.
Yeah, they needed to not start Derek Lively anymore.
Yeah, that's not happening in Sacramento. He's not stepping onto the court and becoming a starter.
Yep.
No matter what. So you're willing to give up a first round pick for a guy who would be a starter for you. And the Kings aren't.
Yeah.
They were never going to be that. If he was a power forward who did all of that stuff and who fit, then sure, you would consider a deal like that. But I think it's really difficult. Like, again, we can have hindsight and all that stuff, and it's worked out for Dallas. It worked out for Dallas because Dallas was void of talent before that trade. They were so top heavy.
Yes.
And then they added 2 really good role players, and those role players are playing well, but like it's hard to see how one of them would even step on the court for more than 5 or 6 minutes in a playoff series for the Kings and Gafford.
Oh, Gafford, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and would he give you more in that 5 or 6 minutes than Alex Len would? And the answer is probably not. So you're not going to give up a first round pick for it. Well, no, but I mean, that's what you have to look at, the amount of time he's going to play. Would there be enough of a difference between 8 minutes of Alex Len and 8 minutes of Daniel Gafford, 4 in each half?
Yeah.
No, not to give up a first round pick. So, and again, I like Gafford. And the thing I'll say about Gafford too, he came in the league as a stream bean, and he really, really worked hard on his body and is filled out.
Yeah.
And so he's a guy who all of a sudden looks like a grown ass man, where when he was coming into the league, he was a stick figure.
He looked like Derek Lively.
Yeah. No, skinnier than Derek Lively.
He looked like Chet?
No, not like
that skinny?
that, but young Willie Cauley-Stein. Like that's
okay.
what he looked like coming into the league. And, he's done a lot to work on his body.
Yeah. So the Mavs are a ton of fun to watch. That series now tied 2-2 heading back to Oklahoma City. The Celtics beat the Cavs last night, 109-102. No Donovan Mitchell for Cleveland. Honestly, shout out to Cleveland. They put up a way better fight in that game than I thought they were going to. Like, you knew they'd come out and maybe start hot, but they played really well through that entire game. Darius Garland was really good. And this is, again, I can't tell with the Celtics. Do I knock them for not beating the Cavs by 30 without Donovan Mitchell? Or do I give them credit for digging down, and after Cleveland took a lead in the third quarter, for digging in and going, okay, hang on, we're not losing this game, and making the plays they needed to make down the stretch to hold off Cleveland on the road to take a 3-1 series lead? I can't decide.
It's a very, very difficult thing to look at and watch and go, okay, how do you judge them? But I'd also say that's a glimmer into what the Cavs would look like without Donovan Mitchell. And it kind of feels like Darius Garland needs that opportunity.
He was cooking. He was really good.
And he was really good before Donovan got there. And then he's kind of taken a back seat. And it's tough. It's kind of like Tyrese and De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
It's like, could you find a better player to put alongside either one of those guys? Or would Garland make a lot more sense somewhere else?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. But shout out to the Cavs. I'm with you on Isaac Okoro. That was a player I really liked going into the draft a few years ago. It's just, man, that is a big body, good defender. I think he's only 6'4", but plays bigger than that.
Oh yeah.
Like, man, if he can develop a little bit of an offensive game, he'd be a really good 3-and-D player. And he's just, that offensive game isn't
He's
there,
looking
man.
more and more like Michael Gilchrist than he is Andre Iguodala.
He's going to be one of those players that Ryan Russillo talks about this, like the players that you love irrationally. No matter how much they show you in the league who they are, you're just going to keep being like, but what about a news? That I think that's going to be an Isaac Okoro for me.
Probably.
Wherever he goes this offseason, or if he stays with the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell goes, I'm like, love this spot for him. He goes to Toronto and be like, oh, hey, Toronto, they developed Pascal Siakam. They developed OG. Here comes Isaac Okoro. When Isaac Okoro is the 12th man on the Pelicans in 10 years, and be like, hey, I kind of like this for him.
Yeah.
It's going to be me.
He's feeling much more like Stanley Johnson at this point.
Oh, God, no.
Just saying.
Don't do that to me.
Just saying.
Don't do that. I'm telling you how much I like this guy. They're going to throw Stanley Johnson, Stockton Kings legend, Stanley Johnson at me.
Very, very likable dude from everything I've heard.
Yeah.
Like, very, very nice guy.
Yeah, Arizona Wildcat. Bear down. Sorry, Ramsey. All right. We got to hit a break. We will, oh my God. That was the first hour. Jeez. Okay. We'll continue talking NBA playoffs. We'll have good idea, bad idea coming up in the second hour. And of course, we will have the handoff. It'll be Kenny Caraway today at 11:45-ish All right, that's all coming up on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. What? Yeah. Oh, I saw it when I was walking back in earlier.
Not all the other pieces.
James always leaves when I have like actual stuff to do.
Oatmeal when I was a kid, which I wasn't a huge fan of. I'm a cinnamon apple guy.
Frosted Cheerios, Frosted Flakes, baby. Breakfast of champions.
The apple cinnamon Cheerios, I think, are my favorite Cheerio.
So they're just like Apple Jacks, just smaller.
Not quite. No, not quite.
They're not quite as sweet.
Why
Apple
is it
Jacks are pretty
Violet Rainbow?
sweet. They always kind of gave me
Yeah, that's
the
it.
gritted teeth kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, all right, sounded good, guys.
Hello.
Thanks.
Just saw Doug Gottlieb got hired as
Green Bay.
Green Bay, but he intends to keep up his daily,
Insane.
you know,
Insane.
So the question is, which job does he get fired from first? Or does he get fired from both simultaneously?
I'm going to take the Sac State job, just so you know, and do the same thing.
What's that?
I said I'm going to take the Sac State job and do the same thing. I'll just work both.
Your chances of survival are better.
There we go. I'm gonna Stephen Brown. I'm gonna Willie Cauley-Stein didn't say he doesn't rebound anymore. He said he wasn't gonna block shots anymore. Because I was there when he said it and was like, wait, what did you just say? He goes, yeah, I'm not gonna do that anymore. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like block shots? Yeah, I'm not gonna do that anymore. Like
That was a wild day on Sacramento radio.
Yeah.
The day after he said that.
I'm like, oh, okay. He goes, yeah. So unless it's like a small guy coming in, like I'm not gonna do that. And I'm like,
What is 3 wishes?
okay.
Yeah, I was out after that.
So I sneezed with my molded earpieces in, and now I feel like I can't pop my ears right.
Oh no. What is 3? I'm looking up 3 wishes too right now. Oh, it's like Magic Spoon. Okay. Oh, but it's way cheaper. Hell yeah.
Magic Spoon alternative.
Oh, we're in here on Amazon. 6 boxes. All right, I'll peep. Big fan.
Orcas sink a sailing yacht in Strait of Gibraltar?
Dude,
Ooh.
you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, you don't like that?
Buckle up. Have that story ready. Hour number 2. That's James. I'm Kyle. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We are the insiders. We are with you every day from 10 a.m. until noon right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. We will have the handoff with one of those guys at 11:45-ish. All right. If you know anything about me and this show, you know I love an animal fact. And you know I just kind of love animals in general.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay. According to a report, orcas have sunk a sailing yacht in the Strait of Gibraltar.
Stop playing with orcas, bro.
An unknown number of orcas have sunk a sailing yacht after ramming it in Morocco waters in the Strait of Gibraltar. They said it was a 49-foot sailing vessel.
And they sunk it.
They rammed it until, again, an unknown number. And I think there were only 2 people on board, which I believe survived because, like, basically they knocked the rudder out, and then I believe maybe somebody went and helped. I don't think I would go help. Like, I'm not running over there like in shark infested waters.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I don't know if in that instance, I don't know, like orcas are brilliant creatures. I don't know that they know that it's humans operating this thing.
No.
Where if you jump overboard, are they going to be like, oh, now we need to kill that?
Oh, no, probably. Because then you look like something splashing in the water. They said an oil vessel pulled up alongside a nearby oil tanker, took them on board and transported them, and then the boat sunk.
Oh, man. Does insurance cover that?
Yes, I believe. I believe
Hey,
you do
whale
have a policy
attacks?
for
Bro, if
killer whale
I was doing boat, hey, welcome to Madsen Boat Insurance. You're good. You're covered, full coverage, except for animal attacks. Because, bro, you're invading their home. You're invading their space. And if an orca decides that your boat is going down, sorry about it.
Oh,
I'm not. Nah, man. You're not insured against killer whales doing killer whale things.
we did get, when we were on our way to Alaska, we did get to see an orca like breach fly out of the water.
God, that's so cool.
Yeah.
That's so freaking cool.
Yeah.
At least
And
it
we
didn't
saw
sink
a
your
bunch
boat.
of other whales doing whale things, but that was the one that was like, oh, holy cow, who saw that?
Have you heard the theory of why whales are attacking boats?
No.
It's the theory behind it is there was an old whale who got struck by a rudder and then started going and telling whales, hey, that thing hit me, go kill them. And then they started doing whale talk to each other.
Okay.
And now whales are just like F boats.
Okay.
And they're attacking boats. That's a theory.
This sounds really intense.
Right, dude, stop playing with killer whales, man.
That's right.
I want no smoke with what. That's why when I go to, like, if I go to an ocean, whether it's, Southern California, Hawaii, Florida, whatever, or wherever your favorite ocean is,
Okay.
your favorite beach, I go up where I can like comfortably kind of tread water, and then I'm done. I want to go no further than that. I don't want any smoke with an animal in the ocean.
Okay.
Jellyfish, like you think like, oh, it's just jelly. It's great. Nope.
No.
That'll hurt.
That'll hurt. Man of war.
You step on coral, that'll hurt. Get a sea urchin, nope, doesn't feel good. You get whale, dolphin.
See, I stick
That's
to
the thing
lakes.
is if a thing in the ocean decides that you're done, you're toast, bro.
Yeah.
You have no shot. You have no shot. At least on land, you can find like weapons. You can move. You're comfortable. Like
Get in your car, drive away.
There's certain advantages you have on land that you don't have. No, that's not to say like if you're hanging out where tigers live and a tiger decides you're done, like you're just there's not a
Or
ton.
if you cross a hippo.
You pull up on a hippo decides you're done. You're done. Like there's just not a lot you're gonna do about it.
That's
But
right.
in the ocean, you have nothing, dude. Even if you're on a 49-foot sailing yacht, apparently.
That's crazy.
Whale decides you're going down, it's going down.
Yeah, it kind of changes what you want to, like, if you want to go out and watch the whales out on a boat. Like, probably not.
Yeah. If humpback whales start doing this,
Oh,
I will never go whale watching again.
then we're in trouble.
Because I've been whale watching in Hawaii. And
Okay.
you go out and it's where it's humpback whales and it's amazing. It is so cool.
Yeah.
watching watching life happen. It's amazing. And it makes you appreciate nature because it's like, wow, this happens on the same planet that I live. Like we share it's insane. My entire view on like recycling and using plastic and stuff had changed dramatically since I went to the Marathon Turtle Hospital. Shout out to them. Donate if you can. They do great work. And then when I went whale watching. But if a humpback whale were to ever be like, yeah, we're going to take down boats now, I wouldn't go whale watching anymore. I'm done. I'm out of there.
I get it, Kyle.
Like, I know they got the baleen. They don't have like teeth, but if that thing wanted you to sink or wanted you to hurt, like they can sink a boat. What are they going to do to a human?
Oh, yeah.
They could. Oh, man.
Tough.
Anyways. We talk about sports on this show typically.
Unless we get sidetracked by animal stuff.
Hey, right now, you can win a 4-pack of tickets to Legoland for a chance to win. Enter at ESPN1320.com. That sounds cool.
I want to go to Legoland.
I kind of do too.
My sons want to go to Legoland.
Family trip to Legoland. And then tomorrow we will have, we were just talking about the Dallas and OKC series. We will have game 5 of that series right here on ESPN 1320. 6 p.m. coverage begins tomorrow from Oklahoma City. Game 5 of that series. Now I'll knot it up at 2 apiece. Is that the series that you're most surprised is 2-2?
Yeah.
You got 4 really good series going on. Well, 3 in Boston.
Yeah, I think, the Knicks Pacers, like, I think it's pretty stunning that we just saw a team that just, like, hit a wall.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised that series is knotted at 2. Because the Knicks weren't like crushing the Pacers. I think the one I'm most surprised by, they just, like you said, they definitely hit a wall, and the dramatic fall off for them in Indiana was definitely a surprise. I'm not shocked they lost those 2 games though.
Mm-hmm.
The one that sticks out for me is Denver. Denver going in and winning both of those in Minnesota after looking how they did in Denver. That was a huge surprise for me.
Yeah, I'd say the dynamic of watching teams that look so badly in certain games and then look perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, but I always felt like Michael Malone and his staff,
Sure.
they were missing something, and they figured it out.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, they got to figure it out now. And I don't know if they're going to win that series because, look, you put yourself in a situation where you gave a team 2 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's now a race who can win 2 out of 3. And, those aren't as good at odds as who can win 4 out of 7 in the beginning.
Sure.
But at this point, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised what happens. And I'm here for it. This is like, I don't care about small market, big market. Like, let's go out there and let's just have a good time and watch basketball.
I want 7 of all these games. I want 7 of them.
Yeah.
Every series. I think we'll probably get it in Knicks Pacers. I think we'll get 7. And I think we get 7 in Thunder and Dallas too.
Okay.
But I kind of feel like whoever wins tonight between Denver and Minnesota, I think wins in 6.
Oh.
I think whoever wins the next 2.
Okay, so I would say if Denver wins tonight, I would agree with you. I would say if Minnesota wins, I think it's going to be a really fun.
Ooh.
Yeah, because I think if Denver wins, the momentum swing of winning 3 in a row and just kind of like, putting your thumb on top of somebody's head and pushing them into the ground.
Yeah.
Like, you start to feel it. Like, oh no.
Yeah.
Like the switch has been hit and we're done.
And also, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but you also know that if Denver loses, this is to your point, if Denver loses tonight, hey, Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Michael Porter Jr. are battle-tested and ready to win 2 in a row. If the Nuggets win tonight, you're like, hey, you trusting Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert to dig deep to win a game 6?
Figure it out and win 2 in a row? Well, but it's not just them. It's Anthony Edwards. Yeah.
I have no questions about Ant, though.
Yeah.
I think Ant is going to go be a factor regardless.
Mm-hmm.
But what are you getting from Rudy Gobert and Cat?
The Rudy Gobert dynamic is always going to be crazy.
Yeah. It appears the adjustment for the Nuggets was, hey, go have Nikola Jokic just punk Rudy Gobert over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
That's a tough go.
Right. It is.
Yeah, good idea or bad idea coming up Next, we will talk about the Lions giving Jared Goff a big contract, LeBron James' location last night, and then some NFL schedule stuff. We've got all that coming up on Good or Bad Idea next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. Clear.
What's going on, everybody?
I got to tell you, I've been on it with breaks the last couple of days.
Yeah. I always have my phone sitting here so I'm watching the time. What? What? Ghost Shark and Manta Ray. Australia and U.S. unveil undersea drones. Undersea drones. Like underwater drones.
Oh, yeah. Aren't those just called submarines?
No, they're unmanned. Like the picture is spectacular.
Oh, sick.
It looks like an SR-71 underwater.
Yo.
I'm here for it. Maybe they can find that plane that went missing forever.
That'd be sick.
Horrible.
Yeah, not sick that they'd find it, just using that technology.
No, totally.
Somebody
just brought up Jared McCain from Duke. He's from the 916.
Oh yeah.
His draft combine measurements weren't great, just so you know.
Which is apparently the case for everybody. Hey, did you hear what Brandon Godin, he's the Braves play-by-play guy.
Okay.
Did you see what he said last night?
No.
So the guy pitching for the Braves last night was Mile Mastroboni.
Oh no.
Here's what he said. Brad Hand is no longer here. Pierce Johnson is on the IL, so it's a solo mission for Mastroboni tonight, which is kind of fitting, I suppose. He said that on TV. Oh, that's incredible.
That's spectacular. No. I think I've said this in here. Like the carry kid for the A's is so incredibly good.
Yes, I fully agree, and that's as much as I'm saying about the A's broadcast.
Okay. Yeah.
He's excellent.
Yes.
Good for him. All right, anyway.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, with the Cubs, not the Braves.
It's a really small locker.
Yeah, Braves broadcaster calling. Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That guy over there, that's James. I'm Kyle. We do a segment every day about this time at 11:15, 11:17 actually, give or take, called Good Idea or Bad Idea. And we take 3 headlines and we ask if that headline is if the thing that happened in that headline is a good idea or bad idea. Not if the headline was a good idea or bad idea, although headline critiquing would be a fun bit.
Okay.
Just looking at headlines and deciding if it's a good headline or not.
And then we'd have to like count how many like characters. Is it SEO certified?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that good for SEO or no?
Yeah. All right. The first one, the Lions have given an extension to quarterback Jared Goff. It is a 4-year deal worth up to $212 million. Good idea or bad idea to give Jared Goff an extension worth up to what is that, $53 million a year?
It feels like a bad idea, but at the same time, you're building something there. He's the guy. He's the leader. I don't know, man. That's so much money. Like I don't want to like disparage. Jared Goff had a very, very good season last year.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know that that's someone I'm putting that much money into.
So here's the deal. At least for me, structure of the deal is not out yet that I can see. Right? Yeah. Here's the deal with this, and this goes toward the conversation we have about players like Zach LaVine, where if you're the Lions, you have to pay Jared Goff $53 million a year. Again, that's average annual value. We don't know the exact structure of the deal yet.
But it was like I think I read it was like 175 guaranteed.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of money. But let's just stick with the AAV for now, because if you try and get into the dynamics of the cap, we could have a really long, convoluted conversation.
Yeah.
But a $53 million average annual value is about the going rate for a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Yes.
Now, we'll ask the same questions about Jared Goff that I think we're probably going to ask about Brock Purdy next year when he's due for his extension. And that's, is he making your team better? Is he a product of the players around him? Are you going to have to get rid of players to keep him that now lower his ceiling? Like that's kind of the conversation that we're going to have. And the Lions don't really have that. They paid Penei Sewell. They have Sam Laporta on a rookie deal. They paid Amon-Ra St. Brown. That offensive core is intact. And they did so while paying Jared Goff. Aiden Hutchinson, also not due for an extension for another couple of years. My guess is Jared Goff's contract probably gets a lot cheaper or easier to get out of after year 2 or 3.
Okay.
But again, we don't know exactly. This is what you have to do, though. You can't let Jared Goff walk if you're the Lions. Because is he Patrick Mahomes? No. Is he Josh Allen or Joe Burrow? No, definitely not. But the fact of the matter is, you know what your offense is with him in it. And you are trying to keep this Super Bowl window open for 3 or 4 years. If Jared Goff can win a Super Bowl, I don't know. But you got to feel good about it if you're the Lions. This is a good idea. This is the right thing to do. And when the 49ers inevitably pay Brock Purdy 55 or 56 a year, or whatever he's going to wind up getting by the time he's on the market, or his extension is up, I think that's going to be a good idea as well. This is just kind of the going rate. It's what you have to do.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to argue that. I agree that this is kind of like what you have to do. And because he's a certain age, he's 29 years old. I think he's worth that. But it just seems like a lot of money. And it does seem a little more like Dak Prescott than it does, one of the 2 or 3 guys in the league that can make a huge difference for you. So tough. It's tough because you have to pay him. Yeah. But I also think that just seems like a lot of money for Jared Goff.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. But the cap is going to keep going up.
Yeah.
Other quarterbacks are going to start getting paid. And at some point, his contract is going to go from top 5 in AAV to 12. And you're going to feel a lot better about where his number is. I just, if you're letting him walk, if you're not extending him, or you're going into this season with that question mark, that's just something, it's something you don't want hanging over your head.
No, I agree. And I mean, he's thrown for over 4,000 yards, over 4,400 yards 4 times.
And to be totally frank, if you're the Lions and you're looking at how your season ended, last season was not Jared Goff's fault.
Yeah.
Them losing to the 49ers was not his fault. Josh Reynolds couldn't hang on to 2 passes. Whoever their cornerback was, I forget his name, had a ball bounce off his face mask, and Brandon Ayuk makes a miraculous diving catch that gets the 49ers back into the game. Jared Goff was really good. And
yeah,
it was other players on that team that let him down. So I think it's a good idea. Good on the Lions for extending their dudes and trying to keep the Super Bowl window open. Number 2, LeBron James was courtside last night at the Cleveland Cavaliers game. Just there, watching some hoop. Nothing to see here. Just hanging out in Cleveland. LeBron James was a kid from Akron.
Just a kid.
Sitting courtside, enjoying a bottle of wine, and taking in some basketball.
Okay.
He had wine, coffee, and water. That's A+. Really well done. Anyways.
I don't know that it's a great idea, but I would also say the visual for the NBA is great because what you want is as much intrigue for that series as
Yep.
possible. And I don't know that series has a lot of intrigue outside of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. I'm okay with it. Like, he should be able to enjoy basketball.
Yeah.
He's a 40-year-old man.
39.
39. I mean, what he wants to do is AARP checks he can do. Like, I don't care.
Sure.
I mean, he's super close to Social Security age. If he can fit that into his budget, okay.
Is he?
Yeah. No. I'm
Oh, okay.
no.
Like, what age is so?
67 probably
okay.
for him.
Okay.
It'll probably be like 69
Right.
by the time he
Sure.
gets to
Nice.
get there. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a great idea. Good on LeBron. Whether he is just like, yeah, I'm going to go sit courtside in an NBA playoff game because he loves basketball.
Yeah.
Forget what you think about the guy on the court or off the court or whatever. Put all that aside. There's just no question that this dude breathes, poops basketball.
Yes.
Loves it. It is his favorite thing. And he gets to sit courtside and watch some NBA playoff games. I know he's cool. He's tight with Jayson Tatum. Gets to watch Jayson Tatum. Gets to watch Max Strus. I don't know. But he's also a free agent.
Yeah.
Just sitting there and just, hey, yeah, no, I'm at the Cavs game. Get people talking about him. Get teams talking about him. I think it's just a great idea. Well played by LeBron. One of the best off-court strategists we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I have no choice but to respect
He's
it.
good at it.
The NFL has decided the 49ers will open the Monday Night Football schedule in Week 1. They will host the Jets. Forget that for a second. Good idea or bad idea? Putting Aaron Rodgers and the Jets back on Monday Night Football for Week 1.
I'm got my fingers crossed that we see like the same thing happen last time.
I'm not going that far.
No.
This is a terrible idea, dude. This is such a bad idea.
You think it's jinxing him?
No. But it's a 40, what is he, 41 now?
Something like that.
It's a 40-plus-year-old dude coming off an Achilles tear. Who knows what voodoo he did during his recovery process. And you're putting him on national television again for Week 1? Bro, it could have waited until Week 2. This isn't his Jets debut. He's already done it. He's already done the thing. They're on the road. It's not like he's going to be
3 snaps.
It's not like he's going to be at home. Like this is a poor idea. You could have done a 105 kickoff against somebody else on the Jets schedule and made this week 2. Make sure that Aaron Rodgers is going to get through a complete football game first before throwing him back on national TV. Because there is a very real risk, and there's risk of injury in any game, totally.
Mm-hmm.
But with this player specifically, given how catastrophic last year was, risking that again as your exclamation point on the first week of your 2024 season, big nightmare potential.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Like, I don't think it's a good idea at all. But then again, like, what if he comes out and he looks like Aaron Rodgers and they still get beat by 15?
Maybe.
I don't know.
If he looks like Aaron Rodgers, the Jets are going to be really freaking good.
Okay.
Their defense was excellent last year.
Mm-hmm.
They just couldn't find a quarterback to complete a pass.
At all.
At all. And Patrick says in the chatty house, he'll be fine. Like, yeah, probably. I'm sure everything is going to be fine. And this is all. But also, you couldn't have just given him the 10 a.m. Pacific time Week 1. Let him play
against the Dolphins.
Let him play the Dolphins. Yeah, there you go. You get a division game. People will be watching. People will be paying attention. It's a good offense versus defense thing where it's not necessarily like Aaron Rodgers is going to be the story, but it's the Dolphins offense. They're so fast. And how does Robert Saleh's defense? There's so many other things to talk about. With this, it's going to be like, oh, Aaron Rodgers, he's back on Monday Night Football. Hope his Achilles doesn't blow. I don't know, man. That's a bad idea. Week 2 would have been better. That's all.
Okay.
But good for the Niners getting a as Eric Branch from the San Francisco Chronicle pointed out, their first week 1 at home with fans since 2017.
Ooh.
It's 2020. There's nobody in the building. Crazy. All right. We got to hit a break. We will have the handoff when we come back. Kenny Caraway will be in the building with us to get them ready for to get you guys ready for D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. We'll also have some NBA playoff talk coming up in a bit, and I think we both got prize picks entries, a little daily fantasy as well, coming up here on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I'll be right back. Be right back, y'all.
I'm back. I do get the other computer logged in too. What's going on? Yeah, the league does give Aaron Rodgers a huge platform. I don't understand that either. Totally sold. Who do the Jets bring in to be the backup quarterback? Oh, Tyrod Taylor. All right. That's better, I think.
We're so back. Patrick, I haven't heard any rumors of Jeremy Grant being moved by Portland. But again, like 4 years, 132 million left on his deal for a 30-year-old guy. It's a lot of money. Lots and lots of money. And like in his best seasons have come on non-winning teams. He had one good year where he was on a winner, and it was like it wasn't a huge season at that. A 13.6 for OKC when he was 24 in 2018-19. Since then, it's been, or maybe it was the next year in Denver. Since then, it's been like his big 20-point per game seasons are all like Detroit, Portland, non-winning teams. All right, here we go. 10 seconds.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
A lot of Jeremy Grant talk today.
I know. Lots of Jeremy Grant
Interesting.
talk in the chatty house.
Is that just because it came up in the chatty house? Or has there been a report that I missed?
No. I think it just came up in the chatty house.
Okay.
I think if you're going to bring up Brandon Ingram, you're going to bring up guys around his ilk. I'm surprised we haven't seen Kyle Kuzma's name brought up.
You know, yesterday it came up a couple times.
Yeah, these are all players around the same skill level. I don't know.
All right.
I mean,
I don't know. I guess maybe Jeremy Grant will become available because Portland just wants to commit to going younger and see what they can get some assets for the future in exchange for him. Although didn't they just pay him?
They paid him
two seasons ago.
Yeah, 2 seasons ago, but his extension kicked in last season, and again he's still owed like 4 years, 132 at age 30.
I think here's my Jeremy Grant take, and then we'll talk about the playoffs for tonight. But to me, Jeremy Grant would make the Kings better.
Mm-hmm.
I think you plug him in instead of Harrison Barnes, and your starting five is just better at that point.
Okay.
You'd probably move Harrison Barnes in that deal, but if you don't, and you now have Harrison Barnes coming off the bench, okay, now your 7th, 8th guy is better for sure. I don't think it gets you to the caliber of team because, like we talked about earlier, now you're not just chasing, hey, how do we get to the 60? Now you're like, all right, how do we chase Oklahoma City? How do we chase Minnesota? How do we chase Denver? I mean, Denver's been up there, but that's the level you're trying to get to, and I just don't think Jeremy Grant gets you there.
I buy that. Like, it's close.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he might be able to, but like, I don't think I can squint and see, like, can he become Aaron Gordon? And I mean, again, maybe a little more Michael Porter Jr. than Aaron Gordon. And then I got to ask, Keegan Murray to become more like that. There's a difference between, for me, going out and getting a 26-year-old and getting a 30-year-old.
Exactly.
Like, it extends the window of what you're looking to do. And I don't want to see a player really hit in year 2 or 3 of your deal start to show his age. And that's always a concern that, again, you're going to pay a guy 31, 32, 33, and 34 years old. And the other thing is, I don't know that I've ever been convinced of what Jeremy Grant's been able to do, like, on a winning team, because he hasn't played for very many winning teams. And when he did, he was like a 4th or 5th option on a winning team. And Brandon Ingram's been a much higher option on a better team.
He was on the 2020-21 Pistons, and that year he was number 2 in most improved player voting. He averaged 22 points a game. 22 points, 5 boards, 3 assists. He shot 35% from 3. The next year on the 21, that Pistons team, 20 wins. They went 20-52. The following year, they went 23-59, and he went 19.2, 4-2. Those are about his numbers. Over the last 4 years, he's averaged, doing some rounding, 21, 4, and 3 over the last 4 years. But again, it was those 2 Detroit teams and then Portland the last 2 years. Not good versions of the Trailblazers, by the way.
No.
So now he's coming to a team, and over that 4-year stretch, he's shooting it 16 times, 15 and a half times a game. 15, 16 times a game. That number probably comes down with Sacramento. So now you have a guy who's averaging 15 a night.
Yeah.
15 points a night.
And his team in 4 years have won a total of 97 games.
Yeah, I don't know how impactful he is.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think he would make the Kings better, but I don't know how much better.
I think pretty marginally.
Yeah.
That's at least that's where I'm.
He's got the length, he's got the athleticism that you need, but he also averages like 3.5 rebounds a game.
Yeah.
And that's coming off, even a better year where he averaged 4.5 the year before, but he's never been a quality rebounder. And his like rebounding and assist numbers are very similar to what basically Harrison Barnes has been throughout his career, although Harrison's a better rebounder.
Yeah. Sacktown Tony said Vlade was 30 when the Kings signed him.
Yeah, it's different when you're drafting a 7-footer, and then he ended up I think he signed a 7-year deal, and the final 2 years he broke down pretty substantially.
Yeah.
Or at least the last year.
Also, I feel like they would be needing more from A, the game is different, and B, I think that version of the Kings needed that version of Lottie.
Mhm.
I don't know that Jeremy Grant is that's the missing piece. I don't know.
I'm with you.
Anyways.
Vlade did play 80 and 81 games in his final 2 years for the Kings, but his numbers, again, they dropped down to 9.9 points per game, 7 rebounds, and 5.7 rebounds in this final year.
Yeah. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. 916-909-1320. That's the Farmer's Dog Talk line. A healthy life starts with healthy food. Hey, Don, what's going on? Hey,
Hello?
Don. Yeah, hey.
Yeah, this is not Don. This is Javier from Vacaville.
Oh, sorry, Javier. Our call screener got it wrong. What's up?
Yeah, so for anybody overreacts and has horrible things to say in the comment section, biggest haters in Sacramento, I wanted to caveat off of what Mr. Reynolds said yesterday, late last week about the Levine trade, and I just want to see. I proposed a deal. I want to see what you, Mr. Ham, think, Mr. Madsen. It's a big deal, but I just want to see what you think. If the Kings were to send Harrison Barnes, Davion Mitchell, Herder, Sasha Vezenkov, and Duarte, and 2 to 3 first, because they're going to need more pieces with Levine to make the team whole, like defensive length, perimeter, some bench scoring and defense. And they'd return, get Zach LaVine, Caruso, Patrick Williams, and the fourth piece was their backup, Torrey Craig, and they would have to have the Patrick Williams sign and trade because he's a free agent, but he's a cap hold. I just was seeing what you thought, because I don't know how they're going to, spin the needle or move the needle without making a deal like that, but having to give to get, but also taking on some salary. I know it's a big trade, but I just want to see what you guys think of something like that.
All right. Thanks, Javier. No.
Yeah, first of all,
I don't think becoming the Bulls is the move.
9-player deals rarely happen.
Yeah, that's kind of where that falls apart. If you want to break, and just to not, I don't want to drag Javier's idea here. If you broke those down into different, hey, here's a move they could make, or a move they could make, or a move they could make to acquire Zach LaVine. I'm out on that, but if you want to make the case, okay, or to acquire Alex Caruso, or to acquire Patrick Williams, okay, I'll listen to that. But all that was a lot for one move.
Yeah, look, I do like Patrick Williams as a player, but he's also another guy who wants $30 million a year, even though he hasn't really done anything yet, and he's been injured a ton. Yeah, and I love Caruso. I would take Caruso on my team any day of the week, but I'm not touching Zach LaVine and the money remaining on his deal with a 10-foot pole.
No,
at all. $49 million 3 years from now.
Yeah.
$46 million 2 years from now.
Pass.
Yeah,
Pass.
that is so much money for a player who just doesn't play.
Yep.
And you're right. You don't want to be the West Coast Bulls.
Yeah, and you'd be better, obviously, because you'd have De'Aaron Fox and Domas and Keegan Murray in that case. But I don't think the Bulls are trading. Somebody said in the chat, the Bulls trade their good players for the Kings, not as good players.
Yes.
That's not how trades work. But individually, any of those guys, save for Zach LaVine, I'd be interested in for sure. All right, everybody, it's time for everybody's favorite segment. It is Mitch in New Jersey time. Mitch, what's going on?
Hey, guys.
Going all right, Mitch. Are you outside?
Yeah, I'm riding my bike. That's so outside, man.
All right, hey, Mitch, we love you. We got to let you go. We cannot hear you. The wind is too bad, okay?
Okay, stop.
Oh, wait, that's better. Oh, that's way better. Okay, what's up? Oh, now it's bad again.
Yeah, all these guys. I think the only guys that I will really like is Ingram. What Dallas did, and I guess I think James was saying why we couldn't get Gossett and Washington. Even Lively was. I don't think Lively was a first round pick. He's coming out he's coming on strong. He's really good. And one more thing, Bronny. I mean, a lot of guys leave after 1 or 2 years. A lot of times it's about the money. I don't think he needs the money. He should stay. He should stay at USC. It's amazing. I just coach USC, go from USC to SMU.
All right. Thanks for the call, Mitch. Appreciate you, baby.
Mitch in a windstorm.
Mitch in a windstorm in New Jersey.
Either that or he was crumpling paper.
Maybe both.
He
from
said he
playing
was
for-
riding his bike.
Yeah. Hey, if you're gonna, we tell people if they call and their windows are down, we'll be like, hey, roll your windows up. That's the ultimate, like being on your bike.
Or turn your
Like,
radio
Mitch,
down.
just next time, next time, stop riding the bike and hit us. Yeah, I think it's interesting. We talked a little bit about Bronny James yesterday. I think it is interesting that he's going into the draft. I'd be fascinated to know what conversations are happening behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I would love to know the reason, and maybe we'll get that at some point, why he entered the draft, because he went into the transfer portal too. He's going to leave USC and go elsewhere, and he just decided to go into the draft. Super interesting. And like I said, I can't wait to hear what the logic is.
Yeah. And he brought up Derek Lively. Derek Lively, first of all, he's only 20. And he was the 12th overall pick in the 2023 NBA draft. Like, he's a lottery pick. And Derek Lively has all kinds of potential, and he's super fun. Yeah.
I like Derek Lively
That's
very
a
much.
big dude. That's a big dude who brings a ton of energy to the court, but raw.
You know, when you're standing before the game and you're standing there and you're watching players warm up and you're just kind of getting every once in a while a player will walk on the court where you kind of like double take, and that was Derek Lively for me when the Mavs were here. It's just he comes out and you're like, oh my god,
that's a big dude.
Yeah, that's not a 6'7" guy masquerading as a big. Like, no, that is a legit like 6'10", 6'11" human. He is a big boy. We got NBA playoffs tonight. No, we got Dallas OKC on the radio tomorrow. Tonight, though, the Indiana Pacers are at the New York Knicks. That series knotted up at 2. And, of course, the Timberwolves will be at Denver. That series knotted up at 2 as well. We'll have the handoff with Kenny Caraway coming up in just a moment. But, James, you mentioned the Knicks running out of gas and kind of hitting a wall in Indiana. Is that it? Are you ready to go, hey, this series is probably over? Or you think the Knicks get one tonight?
No, I think if they're going to get one, it's going to be right here. If they can't get this, and I mean, that thing's over.
I think getting blown out was the best thing that could have happened to them.
I totally agree.
Because they got to, I mean, we talked about it some yesterday, but played half a game, essentially. And I don't know how high intensity the final few minutes for like Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson were. I think Jalen Brunson played, 28 minutes?
Yeah, he might have got like
24.
32. Yeah, Josh Hart was around 24.
Yeah.
No, it's good. I mean, Josh Hart needed a break in this, and that's why I would kind of, like, when we talk about prize picks, he's a guy that I'm looking at and like kind of circling.
Yeah.
I think he'll have a big bounce back game.
It's time for the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building.
Go New York, go!
You think they bounce back tonight? Or are you just rooting for them to bounce back?
I'm rooting for them to bounce back. They do look like they're out of gas. I was talking about yesterday, a lot of the Knicks games that I've watched in these playoffs have been like after the fact, like because of the other radio show, because of my son's baseball. Like, I just follow along with the games and I see what happens, and then I go back and watch it later. Like, so I'm watching Knicks Sixers. I already know the Knicks won. Like, Brunson had 40-something, so it's different. Sunday was one of the first times I watched them in real time, like hoping, hey, you guys win. I hope you win or whatever. And I sat there and watched. I said, how are these guys going to score? How do they score? Is this how it is every time? You're hoping for DiVincenzo to hit 5 threes or Josh Hart to get offensive rebounds and all this other stuff. And I was like, man, I don't know if they got enough. And the good thing for them is in this particular series, just need 2 more. So if all this was going on and they looked out of gas at the beginning of the series, it'd be a little more daunting. But right now, you just need 2. You got potentially 2 games at home. Just gut it out. But this is looking big picture. This is where the buck stops. Like, they don't have a shot against the Celtics if they make it out of this.
No, I totally agree. I'd even say that Indiana might even have a better opportunity, although that's going to be ugly either way. Like, the Celtics, like, their path to the finals is pretty clear. Yeah. And you never know. Maybe they start getting some players back in New York. Maybe they get a little bit healthy. Maybe they get, but the problem is you're going to have is that the Celtics probably are going to end their series like tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then the Knicks, if they are going to win this series, it's probably going to have to be 7. Yeah. And so you're going to be the same way that the Cavs were coming into this series, like dog tired. Can you figure out a way to get your energy back and step back on the court and make some sort of difference. I feel bad watching a team fall apart like this.
The Knicks, their best opportunity was to dispatch the Pacers in like 4 or 5 games and have the Cavs somehow get Boston to like 6.
Yeah.
And instead it's going to go the other way.
Man, and losing OG was kind of
that was brutal. That was brutal.
You could kind of, and that's also when I talk about like watching them, like how are they going to score? It's a little unfair because OG was there for most of those other games, and he just adds a little bit of a different dynamic. He was scoring the ball relatively well. I don't know. My guess is probably like 16, 17 points per game in the playoffs. So, not having him is just another death blow. Now you're relying on Precious to have this spectacular offensive performance.
Yeah, in the postseason, OG was at 16 a night, but shooting 39.5% from 3. He was really shooting it well from beyond the arc. Timberwolves at Denver. This series has been incredible. So much fun.
This one, man, I don't know. I declared it over about a week ago when Minnesota went up 2-0.
Now it's over the other way.
I don't know. I will say this. I was very impressed by what Denver did. I know they're champions. I know, they're battle tested, but I didn't think they had it in them going up against this Minnesota team to play the way they did in these last 2 games. Not only winning those games, they dominated both of those games.
Yep.
And it just, I was telling Damian yesterday. So if we're looking at this big picture, you're going to be like, yeah, Minnesota, you're going to go win 3 games in Denver in this series. That's asking a lot. It'd feel like it'd be asking a lot if you said win 2 games, let alone 3 games to win this series. I picked Minnesota in 6, so obviously they got to win tonight. But that's tough. That's tough.
The absences of Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns was really, really tough.
See, and it's great. I mean, we were defending Rudy, and rightfully so, when he won Defensive Player of the Year a couple days ago. But
Jokic just went in his head.
Man, Rudy.
Their adjustment was, hey, Jokic, go win that matchup every time down. And they just did.
Rudy's tough in the playoffs, man. I know they swept the Suns and won those first 2 games.
And he was really good.
He was really good. But Rudy in the playoffs, I still stand by it. He can get played off the court, and that's an interesting dynamic.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Karl Anthony Towns can't come out there and put up 14 points and 13 points.
No.
I like
Cat's got to go score the ball.
You just can't. That can't be who you are. And if it is, then your team's going home.
Cat's so annoying. He'll like get a bucket where he thinks he gets a foul, and they don't call it, and he's like looking around, and he's like puts his mean mug on. He like nods and is like, okay, now do something. He doesn't shoot it for 10 minutes.
God,
he's the worst, bro.
I don't understand the vitriol for Karl Anthony Towns. Everybody can't stand Karl Anthony Towns
because of that.
He's fine.
He's making $60 million a year, and he's to huff and puff and try and blow a house down, and then he's 14 points.
Those were
what?
Game 3. I don't have that off the top of my head, but game 4, that was one of the few bad games he had in these playoffs. He's been playing really well.
You see the clip of when he was on the ground and Rudy Gobert went to go help him up.
Come on,
and he fell down. That summarizes the Timberwolves for me.
This is something that we always discuss on here. I don't think I've talked to you guys about it, but if you could say Timberwolves are like, man, we got as far as we can go with this group. We need to get more dynamic. Would you trade Cat or Gobert?
Gobert.
I would trade Gobert.
Yeah, probably.
Cat at least spaces the floor. There's different, and when he's good, he's really freaking good. It's just that lack of consistency. Whereas Gobert, you run into the wrong dude, Boston would play Gobert off the court so fast.
Man. I think there's multiple teams still that will just play him off the court.
Yeah.
Like the only one that won't is Denver because they've got another giant.
Yeah.
And they just dominate him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, against OKC, you can play him off the court.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dallas can play him right off the court.
Yeah, 1,000%. I asked a dumb question last night. I asked if no, that's a dumb question. I asked if Al Horford had the best old man game in the NBA, and somebody's like, Jokic has the best old man game. I was like, damn, he does. It's a great point. Jokic is all old man game. One of the old guys, I think Al Horford's got the best old man game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's literally old.
Yeah.
For
He
the NBA.
Just rebound. Got that ugly ass jumper. He's gonna cash it every time.
Did you guys? We're going to talk about this on the show, but I mean, were your antennas raised with LeBron at that game last night?
No, but we talked about this in Good Idea, Bad Idea. Great idea by LeBron.
How so?
I
don't think it was a bad idea, but I just
you get out there. Just a reminder, just a little reminder, like, hey, I can go, I can go anywhere.
So your antennas were raised because he didn't.
No, because I think he's going back to LA.
Yeah, but
I'm not like, oh, is he? Oh, he's in Cleveland. No. Watch out! But I think
he did that just to watch a basketball game.
No,
no, that's what I'm saying.
It was definitely calculated.
Yeah,
but not antennas like, oh, he was at the game. Oh my!
Well,
I am intrigued now. It's like, no, I know what he's doing.
He's putting the pressure on somebody.
Sure.
Yeah. And me and Dan, we were watching the game and we said that immediately, like, oh, everybody's going to talk about what does this mean? And they were like, it probably does mean something. Something. Maybe not going to Cleveland, but yeah, it was just it was a little too random.
Dude, go ahead.
Why not though? Like, I mean, if he's just going to be like, hey, I can go play wherever I want. And if you can go get my son, then I'll play. I mean, like, again, why not bring him back to Cleveland? They have a team that you probably, I mean, it's not like Isaac Okoro is holding down the small forward spot there.
Great point.
Gosh, Isaac Okoro's tough. He's a tough watch.
Yeah, and it's not like Bronny was probably born right there. He's probably an Akron kid too.
Yeah.
So I I'm not saying do it, but I think it's good for the NBA. It's good for that series.
Good for Western Conference.
I'll tell you what. Anytime, if you get an opportunity to sit courtside at an NBA playoff game with a whole bottle of wine under your seat, you do that every time.
Kyle would know.
No, I didn't get a bottle
Kyle,
of wine.
Man, stop playing, man. Courtside Kyle, stop. You can trip a referee.
I didn't have a bottle, but Do you think he got that from like the lounge?
He probably.
Or do you think he walked in with it?
Yeah, he walked in.
He just walked in.
Yeah. LeBron does whatever.
That'd be so fire. They're like, you can't bring that in. He's like, I might sign here. They're like, all right, go ahead.
You can't bring that in, and he just walks right by him with the bottle.
Who's gonna do something? What do you guys got coming up?
Oh man, we got a number of different things. NBA playoffs, obviously. Some more Kings trade rumors going on. WNBA kicks off, so we'll talk a little bit about that. And the NFL schedule keeps leaking, or bits and pieces of it, quote unquote leaking.
All right, very good. D'Lo and KC coming up next. They're hanging out with you until 4. We've been the Insiders. We'll be back with you tomorrow at 10 on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Boom! Later, chatty gang. Appreciate you guys. Good show today.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Have a good show.
The Madman, Kyle Madsen.
I got a Bluetooth speaker for my record player, and it's a radio. It looks like an old radio, but it's actually got an AM/FM dial. 102.5 comes in crystal clear.
Oh,
Nice.
So,
I like that.
it's on the pretty. All right, see you guys.
All right, bro.
All right, man. I don't know why James insists on having that damn logo there like that.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Come on in, man. Out. We're with you for the next 4 hours. We're with you for the next 7 hours on your radio. We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, May 14th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Man, and we are happy you are here with us. And shout out to the Blue Note Jazz Festival, who finally announced their lineup today.
What they talking about?
We got John Legend.
It's a good look.
Jill Scott. Don't do that.
That's a great look right there.
Andre 3000.
Wow.
DJ Jazzy Jeff. Common, Pete Rock.
Wow.
Andra Day is on here. My God, that's reason enough to get out there. Music Soul Child.
The hell?
Conspicuous.
It's fire. What's up? We gotta connect. What's up?
Well, you be sleeping. Yeah, we gotta connect. Yeah, we in there. This is the show that did Mary and Nas last year.
Is Jill and 3 Stacks on the same day? Although 3 Stacks is gonna do the flute the whole time.
Probably. It's that type of festival. They don't have it broken down into days. But I'm assuming
I have to go see Jilly.
My guess is I'm gonna check. 30 is August, 31 days. Yeah. So they're not the same day. Those are the 3 headliners: John Legend, Jill Scott, Andre 3000, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Oh wow. Well, John Legend could be on Friday. And then I don't
like your disparagement of John Legend.
I like John Legend.
That kind of needs to end.
No, when I like John Legend. I was my first dance in my wedding was John Legend, Janae Aiko.
It doesn't matter.
I like John Legend. I'm just saying I'm not gonna go do all of that for John Legend.
Okay.
So John Legend is a cool record. I don't know why everyone else likes it.
John Legend. If John Legend at the Golden One Center or Memorial Auditorium, it would be a Memorial Auditorium. But you know what I mean? If he's local, yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna go see John Legend. I don't know if I'm gonna do all that to go see John Legend.
It's because you ain't been a part of the Blue Note Jazz Festival yet. Music is a backdrop sometimes. It's all black everything out there.
I understand that. Nah.
Hater, man. Wow. Do better.
John Legend, Grammy Award winning, Ordinary People, my favorite song. Green Light, one of my favorite songs. When You Move, I Move, one of my favorite songs. You always
disrespect somebody and then give.
I wouldn't be you were assuming
you don't
disrespect.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to
You were assuming disrespect.
Just say you don't like the guy and we can get on with the segment.
Yeah, we can't even start the show because you over here pretending like you like. Yeah, I said John Legend. You made a face.
What's that got to do with anything?
You said John Legend, and he was like, John okay, more like it.
Man.
John Legend is highly accomplished. That's a great get. I'm just saying, if he's on Friday, then I don't necessarily have to go Friday. I can go Saturday and Sunday. That's all I say.
All right, dude. Jill Scott, Andre 3000. It's going to be a great show. Yeah, it's going to be a great show. I sent it to Complex as a reminder. Hey, remember they rolled with us last year. I need to get back out there because I said this time. Last year I drove. This year I'm gonna go. I'll just be in Napa for 3 days. Yeah, give me that. Because I actually respect John Legend. I'll go watch John Legend.
I respect and like John Legend myself.
I think it would be for the 3rd time I've seen him live. So I'll go do that. I'll go do that in a heartbeat. OKC evens the series last night at 2 apiece.
Thunder up. Thunder up. Let's go.
I don't know.
I hate the Mavericks.
I see that. I see that. I don't know what to think of this series at all.
And it feels like
the Mavericks were terrible last night. I thought they were awful.
Yeah, well, they're definitely down the stretch. It feels like
second half they were terrible.
It feels like if the Mavericks lose this series, they're going to point back to that second half / fourth quarter. It was there
for sure.
The series was there.
Absolutely.
They were ready to go up 3-1 and have an opportunity to go to the Western Conference Finals.
Luka missing a game-tying free throw is wild.
Well, pat myself on the back. Was sitting there watching him with Reese. I said, "You're gonna miss one of these two." He kind of suspect in the line. It happened.
All right.
Do I need to call Reese right now?
You need to stop.
Do I need to call Reese right now? That didn't happen?
LaKinney
yeah. Like, all right, bro.
I think Jazz was there right now. I called. Well, she probably won't want to be on the air like that. But
Kamara Caraway.
I said he's gonna miss one. He's gonna miss one. He's
of course your son's gonna vouch for you too.
He would he'll get on here and be like, tell KC da.
You on a roll today, boy.
I'm just saying.
Look at that. Look, KC in here. Man.
I was just sitting there and I turned to Reese and I said, "Hey, Reese, watch this. He's gonna miss."
That's what happened. We were the crazy thing is, this is crazy. This goes into the story. We were sitting there eating our dinner, our Chipotle.
Wow.
As a family.
Yeah.
And I didn't even suggest it. That was the crazy part about it.
Yeah. Now the follow I got multiple follow-ups here to the Chipotle thing. One, did the rice try to kill you?
You know what? There was something going on. I don't think it's rice. I think I might be allergic to something.
Yeah, you're allergic to like some veggie in there or something like that.
Yeah, I think maybe something in the pico or something. Because this is 4 straight times. And I've had rice.
What's in your bowl?
Places.
Right, it's a bowl, right?
Yeah.
What's
I get the burrito bowl. I get white rice. I get steak. Mild salsa, corn, light lettuce, and cheese.
So it's got to be the salsa or the corn then you're allergic to, I'm assuming.
Yeah, because you eat corn outside of Chipotle.
Yeah, I do.
How often do you eat like tomatoes?
I don't eat tomatoes, but I eat salsa. So I don't know. But there's something going on for sure.
I'm just going to stick with the theory Chipotle is just trying to kill you, bro.
Could be the cilantro and the rice. Like I said that last time.
Shield. It might be. I've had cilantro on tacos.
Okay. Well,
I don't know. I don't know.
I love the fact that Chipotle is trying to kill Kenny, and Kenny just keeps going to Chipotle.
It's a story of resilience, if you ask me.
What do you want me to do? Stop?
No, I'm just saying, like, if Jazz calls me tomorrow and says, "Hey, I don't know how to say this. Kenny passed away today." Oh God, that's terrible. What happened? He ate Chipotle. Well, God damn it. He was really, he was tempting fate at this point.
You imagine that meeting
like, Jasmine, I don't know how much I can mourn this. Like, the dude tempted fate. She was like, I know, we tried to tell him.
You imagine that meeting at Chipotle the next day. What are we doing wrong? He keeps coming back and it's not working. What are we doing wrong?
Hey man, I gotta keep doing what I gotta do.
I guess
I gotta keep doing what I gotta do. But we were sitting there eating dinner.
Okay, follow. I got another question about how often do you like guys eat at home? Like
often. Pretty much all the time. I mean, we may order out every now and then. Jazz does a really good job of cooking. When she has the opportunity. So we eat at the table as a family relatively often.
Okay. Like with the food, Jasmine, and you never cook. You just
Famous
put
people
stuff
don't
in-
cook.
I buy.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah, I feel like there was DoorDash and
Yeah,
stuff
it's
like
either
that.
Jasmine or the chefs.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have chefs. It's just me and Jazz.
On your chefs
That's it.
are
What are
the
we
chefs are
talking
the people
about?
that work at the pizza place that you DoorDash from there.
What are we talking about?
Really just.
And they ain't personal or nothing like that. They work for everybody.
What's up, Steve? Yeah, I'll take the large pepperoni every time.
I'll take the usual.
Yeah.
Stop.
Hey guys, Kenny's coming in.
But we I'd say
Okay,
I'd say
now-
pretty much everything.
Okay, now back to the
we
lie.
got a
The
little
Luka lie. Go ahead.
1.5-year-old. We're not going out to no restaurant if we don't have to.
I go to the restaurant.
Well,
when the
no,
restaurant
what I
come to
meant
you.
was how often do you like cook food versus takeout food is what I meant, not necessarily
probably
when you eat the takeout food at home. That's not what I
it's
meant.
probably I mean, there's 7 days in a week, so it can't be 50-50, but it's close to 50-50.
I got you.
We need to get that more to like 70-30. Eat, like cook at the house.
Okay.
But Jazz does a good job of cooking though. Like she'll whip something up routinely.
All right.
But I
Now
mean,
back to your lie about Luka Doncic.
no, it happened. I told you, Reese get out of school. Him and the second graders got out of school in a couple hours. I'm gonna call him and be like, "Yo, tell the people, bro. Tell the people I was sitting there. We was eating at Chipotle, and Luka goes to the line. And
He gonna hit Dad with the Draymond.
I was gonna say, what reason? Like, no, we didn't. We
No,
had
we
Wendy's
didn't.
too.
No,
I'm
we
gonna
didn't.
have him call. I'm gonna have him call because it happened. It happened. And I said, "Yo, he gonna miss one of these two. He gonna miss at least one. He kind of shaky at the line. He gonna miss one of them. Sure enough, he missed the first one. Come on, man. I know what I'm talking about.
Maybe reset it and Kenny say, yeah, I agree.
He's gonna lead the witness too. Reese, tell them how I said Luka Doncic was gonna miss a free throw.
You guys get in here. I forget when he gets out of school, but around 2:30 or something like that. Maybe, not maybe a little later. But stay tuned to D-Lo and KC. The payoff will happen. But Luka and shout out to my guy Hong over at Phenom. He was texting me because he a Luka guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, y'all better tear Luka up tomorrow.
You can't.
I said, I can't do that. I mean, it just is what it is. But I mean, all right.
You can't have more turnovers than made field goals if you're Luka Doncic. Like that's just not with him. Like you could survive that from some people. You can't survive that from Luka.
You see what
he has 7 turnovers and 6 made shots.
You see what Kendrick Perkins said?
I didn't.
Kendrick Perkins, he tweeted out last night. He said, where is it at? Oh, he said, Luka has been horrible, all caps, this entire postseason. Do you guys agree? I don't think he's been horrible. Yeah, I don't think he's been horrible, but he hadn't been like he is kind of skating right now. Like he hasn't been like dope. He hadn't affected. He hadn't put the Mavs on his back and got them to this point. It's kind of been the others and Kyrie who have done that. And if I'm gonna look at his numbers right now, I'm just gonna guess his numbers are somewhere like 32, 7-7 for the postseason.
I don't think. God, that seems insane.
Well, actually, they're not. It's 26.7.
Okay, that checks out.
9.6 rebounds, 8.8 assists for Luka in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you cut it down to just the Clippers series, you're probably right.
Yeah, been good in this series.
No. Okay, one, I think you're wrong about the Clippers series. I'm looking at the numbers. Unless I'm missing something, what I was saying was if you just factor in the Clippers series, your estimate on numbers is probably right.
Okay, I got you.
33, 32, 22, 29, 35, 28. Those were the Clippers games. He scored 28 on a night he went 1 of 10 from 3. That's wild. You throw in rebounds 7 and 13, 7 and 10, 10 and 10, 10 and 9, 6 and 9, 13 and 6. The rebounding numbers are there against the Thunder. The shooting percentage is way, way off. Again, I don't know what to make of this series. We'll talk more about it. There's a lot of NBA basketball to talk about. We want to hear from you as well. As always, 916-909-1320. We're just getting started. We are with you for the next 4 hours. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Diego, we ain't stalling out Kyrie, man. We just haven't had a chance to get to it. That's our shortest segment of the day, man. Just be patient with us, man. Trust me. Kyrie got some smoke too.
We weren't expecting Kenny to trash John Legend for the first 5 minutes. So.
No, it wasn't in the notes. There you go. Appreciate you securing the Bagley, securing the Monk, securing the Beam. 29, 8, 9.5. Round one's pretty close to what you said. 22, 10, 7.
Do we go back to securing the Beam after we get Monk? Do we go to securing the Ingram? What's the plan after this?
Well, it depends. If securing the Monk works, we're going whatever we need next. So then it immediately becomes securing the Ingram, and then we'll just go from there.
Well,
but if securing the Monk works,
shadow GM for the Kings.
I agree with all of that. I agree with everything he said, but hell, maybe we have to secure the Beam now too. I mean, people trying to take our whole style, take everything bar for bar. Next thing you know, at the Chase Center, they lighting a beam into the sky. We may have to secure that. We can't even be our own person.
Is that what that little light in the sky was the other week?
Come on, man. Come on, man. It's just taking everything, bro.
I'm pretty sure San Francisco had like a beam or something. The Bay Area had a beam or something like that 2 weeks ago.
They had,
I don't know what it was for though.
Yeah, they had something going on. And they had wasn't there what happened? No, this wasn't their doing, but what was it, like a northern sky?
Lights?
Yeah.
I think that was a
That made
worldwide.
things like yeah, it was everywhere.
I didn't see that.
And it was like purple, a hint of purple.
It's not the story we'll tell, Warren.
We'll talk about this later. It's violet. I don't like it. Don't like it.
Coach J2, we're all good over here. Trust me.
Yeah, that's not Jesse's bag. If I got Jesse a necklace just like this, it would sit in his house.
I would put it up on my desk or something. I'd say thank you. I don't know if I'd be wearing it, but
he'd put it on Coco. I love when shooters know their shots going in. Like Jamal really felt that shot he took the other day, that 3-quarter shot. And you could see as the ball was in the air, he was like, oh, I think I got this. I love that. I absolutely love that. We opened up talking about Kenny's unwarranted hate for John Legend.
I got love for John Legend.
Sure,
I got love for John Legend. Stop. The media is always twisting things up.
But the Mavericks in Oklahoma City, that series evened out at 2. We spent the top of the show discussing like the kind of rough play of Luka Doncic as of late, particularly in this series. Kendrick Perkins thinks he's been awful all series. Dallas was certainly awful last night. The Thunder outscored the Mavs 57-42 in the second half. But yeah, Luka was a struggle. Kyrie was a struggle. There was nothing. It felt like they were surviving a lot in the first half. Like, it's actually low key impressive where they're at. Luka's not good. Kyrie's not good, but they still had, I think it was an 11-point lead at the half. And
PJ can't miss.
Then it was, then he did.
Yeah.
Then it was gone.
Yeah, man.
And man, OKC did a hell of a job closing that thing out on the road, man. That was a hell of a win for them.
It absolutely was. I don't want to leave the Luka situation real quick because I do want to say I don't agree with Perk. He's been horrible. I think that's a little extra. He hasn't been horrible in this postseason, but he's just. I don't feel like you know how I feel about this team. I've said a number of different times. I think Kyrie is what makes this team go a lot of the times, and Luka's really just a stat stuffer. Like you can put his numbers out there, but I think more than anything, he's a damn good ball player, but he's really just a stat stuffer. Like he's gonna get his numbers, but if they're gonna win, it's gonna be because PJ or Kyrie or what's his name, Green or Tim Hardaway Jr. started hitting and started doing some stuff.
So you don't think Luka has any impact on winning? Like Josh Green has more impact on winning.
No, he has impact on winning. It's just not that of SGA. It's not that of Jokic. It's not that of Joel Embiid or any of the other top guys. To me, it's a level below those guys when you talk about his impact on winning. I mean, like a perfect example for me is that game 1 against the Clippers. He had 33 points, 13 rebounds, 6 assists. That game was a 25-point game most of the time. Like it's not. He's always going to get the numbers because he has the ball all the time. He always going to get the numbers. I think because a lot of the times he stat hunts. You know what I mean? So the numbers are always going to be there, but
I don't think he stat hunts. I just think that's the way that he plays.
Well, yeah, he's got to have the ball all the time. And he's going to shoot or make the pass.
This is Luka's 7th. This is Luka's 7th playoff series. It's by far the least amount of points he's averaged per game in any of the 7 series. Going back to 2020, he's averaged 31, 35.7, 29, 32, 32, 29.8. That was against the Clippers that we talked about a second ago, and 22.0 right now against the Oklahoma City Thunder. The series that they've won, he averaged 29, 10, and 5 versus Utah, 32, basically 10 and 7 versus Phoenix, and then 29, 8, and 9.5 versus the Clippers last year. Last round. Sorry, last round.
He's first of all, he's an unbelievable talent. You know what I mean? He's one of those top guys in the league. He's a hell of a scorer as well. Like he understands the intricacies of being an offensively dominant player. So he's, like I said, he's going to get the numbers all the time. That's just what he's going to do. But I think if Dallas is going to win, is going to be Kyrie stepping his game up, which he hasn't done a lot in this series. Kyrie hasn't been that good as well. We talked about it a little bit during the break. He's got to step his game up. And also, I think Lou Dort's kind of bothering Luka right now. Luka, this is his MO. This is what he does. I don't. It could change in the future, but he's always going to cry and complain about a call and all this other stuff, and he's going to be so locked up in that. I think Lou Dort has done a really good job of taking him out of his game. And like I said, he's still going to get points because that's what he does. But as far as the flow and staying focused on what he does and being impactful with this team, I think he's too worried about Lou Dort. Lou Dort's done a good job with that.
So then I feel like people have to make a decision on what they want to do here. Is this about Luka Doncic or is this about Lou Dort? Is Luka not performing up to his expectations, or is there a guy defending his ass off and shutting him down to the worst playoff performance that he's ever had?
I give credit to Lou
Again,
Dort.
this is the worst playoff performance they've ever had. It's a 2-2 series. To point that out too.
I give credit to Lou Dort for what he does, but this is the plight of being a top flight player. You've got to overcome that. I mean, they got people scheming against SGA too, and SGA's finding a way to get it done. You know, they got people scheming against Jalen Brunson, and he finds a way to get it done most of the time. So he might be out of gas now, but that's just what it is. That's why the playoffs are such a pressure cooker. That's why these guys get elevated in the playoffs, because you're facing some of the best teams and some of the best defenders, and you find a way to overcome that and not only produce at a high level, but lead your team to victory. So Lou Dort gets credit for what he's doing, but Luka, I'm not saying that this is what you're doing, but he ain't getting no pass. Nobody else would get no pass.
No, I'm not trying to give Luka a pass at all. I'm just trying to keep the conversation consistent, which is, you talk about the plight of a superstar. That's the gift of a superstar, is oftentimes the conversation's not consistent. Either Lou Dort is doing a hell of a job and deserves credit for that, or the Oklahoma City Thunder collectively are doing a hell of a job and they deserve credit for that, because thinking that in OKC is a good defensive team, but thinking that Luka's got to break down the entire defensive structure of Mark Dagnall's team. Okay, superstar, got it. Or his knees hurt. You gotta pick which narrative you're gonna go with, because you got guys going with all three of them.
True.
And it's like, so what is it? I'm gonna give credit to Lou Dort. I absolutely believe Luka's jacked up right now. I also think there's probably 4 or 5 other guys in series right now that are jacked up. To what degree, I have no idea. Luka's not getting a pass from that. You're playing in the series. You've got to play like Luka Doncic in the series. You're not can't be a Willis Reed moment. This isn't a moral victory type thing. Hey, I'm going to lift my guys. Like, no, you need to be Luka Doncic for your team to win. Or you've got to recognize I can't be Luka and pull back, which is what you did the other night that I thought was super impressive. The big difference was PJ couldn't keep it going, and Kyrie just wasn't there yesterday.
Yeah, and you also got to you may be banged up, but you got to take care of the basketball.
Yeah.
Take care of the basketball and make your free throws.
Can't do that.
You know what I mean? Those are things that just can't happen. Like nope. you've got to take care of the rock. And part of I will say this,
67% in this series.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
From the free throw line,
right.
67% from the
part of one of the good things that he's doing is he is finding a PJ Washington and he's hitting shots. PJ's hitting shots. So that is a testament to Luka and Kyrie and the way they're spreading the ball around a little bit. But like I said, you got to take care of the basketball. I think, let me see, I don't have it in front of me. I think I can find it.
What are you looking for? I got notes in front of me.
Kyrie didn't take care of the ball last night himself, right? Like, didn't he have
Kyrie? Oh, no, he only had one turnover.
Okay. I'm thinking of a different situation.
Yeah, the Mavericks had 13 turnovers and Luka had 7 of them. That's inexcusable.
12 of 23 as a team from the free throw line.
That is See, Kings fans, it could be worse. You could be doing it in the second round of the playoffs. Like, that is a painful reminder for Kings fans what happens when you miss free throws. You lose big games. And that game was, you said this a second, that game was there for them.
Yeah.
They had an opportunity to be up 3-1, full control of this series, and blew it.
Yeah. And
absolutely blew it.
And now we get to the other side of it.
And credit to Oklahoma City for that,
what I'm
by
saying.
the way.
Now we get to the other side and we talk about OKC and what they were able to do in that fourth quarter. SGA was phenomenal in that fourth quarter. His shot making ability was on full display.
4 of 7 in the fourth quarter, 10 points, 4 assists, 3 rebounds.
He was fantastic. He was fantastic.
Chet woke up.
So look, we had a little fun with it. I'll say it on the other side, sitting there watching the game, the end of the game with my family, my son. Chet goes to the line. I said, "Oh, Chet a little shaky. Chet a little shaky at the free throw line." And they doing a close up, and for whatever reason, they didn't get him the ball like in the timely manner. They had him sitting there at the line for a little extra longer. It felt like I was like, "Look at him, look at him. He looked nervous. I don't know." Boy, he didn't touch the he didn't touch the rim on them shots. He didn't touch the rim on them shots, man, and that's big time.
Yep.
That's big time, and you could see somebody like Chet growing up right in front of our eyes in that type of moment.
You know,
man.
you could
That was
see
big
Chet
time play.
growing up in that game.
Mhm.
Like he was that first again. It was a tale. Like the teams just played two completely different games with the Dallas and Oklahoma City. They each played a very different game in the first half, and then it's like they switched roles in the second half, and it was OKC doing all the things. And again, Chet is like, hey, come on, man. Even the halftime crew was like, man, Chet can't disappear like this. This is when they're down 11. And I guess someone got word to Chet because
And he showed up.
he was a little slow coming out of halftime. But, man, that fourth quarter was massive for him.
Hit that big time corner three to give them the first lead since like 4-2 or something like that. He played really well, really well down the stretch. And Jalen Williams, who
too,
had a very tough game, found a way late in the game to make winning plays to help that team win.
14 points on 19 shots. He had 7 of them in the fourth quarter. 7 from Jalen, 7 from Chet. And what I say, 10, I think, from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah. Did you think that was a double dribble by Jalen late in that game in the corner?
I didn't.
In real time, I thought it was. I thought he controlled it with the dribble, but I could understand it not being called a double dribble. I didn't think it was over like egregious or even a missed call. Maybe it was the right call, but at the time, he bobbled it, and I thought he controlled it with the dribble. But I'm always iffy on that rule as well. Sometimes they count that as a dribble.
Yeah.
Sometimes they count it as a gather or whatever. So
I think interpretations for double dribble, besides like obvious violations, carrying and traveling, are very, very subjective in today's NBA. And I go back to was it the Knicks? The Knicks and Pacers game 1 or 2 with the double dribble, and they like no, it wasn't. And then I think they called it an inadvertent whistle. It was a whole
that was just a disaster.
I was watching that clip like I don't know what I don't even know what they saw. And then they said it was a inadvertent whistle, and I don't remember who was on the call. We're like, but they motioned for a double dribble. Like it can't be an inadvertent whistle when you actually make a call.
Yeah.
And those things just leave me confused.
Yeah. In the moment though, I thought it was a double dribble, but you just never know. Like looking back at the replay, and
I think they got it right
or whatever. Yeah, it's if it's with those things for me, if it's not clear as day, it's a play on. You know what I mean? And that wasn't clear. Like you couldn't really tell, if he controlled it with the dribble or what. It's just the play on for me. So a heads up play by him, by Jalen.
I don't know if Luka is going to have the gas to turn on like so many people want him to do this series. I think this series is going to have to be won by Kyrie and PJ Washington and the rest of that crew if they're gonna do it.
Kyrie's got to play better. He's got to play.
Kyrie's got to be more aggressive.
Yeah.
Kyrie's one of the best shot makers in this league, and he's got to take the ball from Luka at times.
Two games.
He can't have 11 shots on a night where Luka shoots, I think, 22 and makes 6. I get that right? 6 of 20. Sorry, you can't. It can't be. PJ Washington can't have 19 shots and you have 11. That can't happen.
That's exactly what OKC wants.
Yeah, you can't do that.
With PJ, I'll take if I was an OKC scout or one of the coaches or one of the players, I'd say if PJ Washington sends us home, I'm going to tip my hat. Like if you want to take 19 shots a game and possibly average 22, 25 a night, be like, man, the Mavs are just too much. They got too much. But I'll take that before I let Luka or Kyrie just go one-on-one the whole time and dissect us that way. And Kyrie, he's got 2 games under 10 in this series. 2 9-point games in this series. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable from him. And like you said, his shot attempts, and one of them, which was a win, he only shot the ball 8 times. And last night, he only shot the ball 11 times. That can't happen.
Not good enough. Yeah.
That can't happen. So I would expect Kyrie to get 18 to 21 shots in every game for the rest of the series. Whether it's enough to win, we'll see. But that's what I would, if I was Jason Kidd and I stopped just watching the game like everybody else and actually coached, I would say, Kyrie, this is what I expect of you.
Wouldn't ask that. That's not fair.
Well,
just watch
like everybody else.
He's just like us. He predicted Luka was going to miss the free throw just like you did. 24 free throw attempts for Oklahoma City, 23 for Dallas. Oklahoma City made 11 more free throws. That is incredible. 95% to 52% in a game that was decided by 4 points. Take advantage, man. Take advantage. And that's exactly what they did, and it's what the Boston Celtics did against the Cleveland Cavaliers, a shorthanded Cleveland Cavaliers who had to play without Donovan Mitchell last night. And you thought maybe they could dust off the old 23 and throw it to the guy in the front row.
Well, that was a trip.
But it wasn't. Okay. We predicted this yesterday.
Yeah.
We looked up at the screen. Oh, there's LeBron. Oh, that will lead every talk show tomorrow. We'll talk about that part later. Want to give the Boston Celtics their credit. People want Tatum to suck so bad. Like, they want him to be bad, and he's just not. They overly criticize everything that he does, but have no praise when he comes out there. And what did he do? 33 last night? Nothing.
Second game in a row, I think, over 30.
Nothing. But let him have. Oh, there he goes, folding under the pressure again. Yeah, the pressure of a game 1 in the second round of the playoffs. They want Tatum to suck so bad.
Jayson Tatum, 33 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists on the night. I mean, this guy, you're right. They do need to start putting some respect on his name. They definitely need to start putting some respect on his name. He is one of the top 5 to, I'll just, for argument's sake, say 5 to 7 players in this league. You know what I mean? And part of that, though, is the same thing we talk about with Luka, though, right? Like, that's heavy is the head that wears the crown. Like, you get 33 tonight, you can't have a game 2 like he had in this series. No, you're a human. Like, it'll happen. But no, what you're saying is he has 33 and 11. You got to give the same praise as much as the same criticism that you give in game 2. And I think that's what we do. And that's what we want everybody else to do.
They also have a 3-1 lead in this series.
Have a 3-1 lead in this series. Go ahead, Justin.
I would say the difference is too, like, Luka can have some bad games or whatever. It's like, oh, Luka's playing bad, but Tatum plays poorly or whatever. It's like, oh, like, it's just out the window. He's not top 10. He's this, he's that, he's all that.
That's how they do.
Like, it's not the same, I don't think.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Maybe he should get a knee injury.
Maybe.
They'll bail your ass out if they think you have an injury.
You don't let you forget his knee hurts either. You don't let you, just in case you're just tuning in.
He's similar to LeBron in the fact he dies at least once per game. At least once. Good God Almighty, Luka's dead.
No, Luka is AD.
What do you mean, the way he hits the ground?
Just when you talk about dying, AD will die.
Oh, well.
No, AD hits the deck. He's good for a lap to the locker room and back. He might not necessarily stay there. Like I said, it's a lap and back, but he's good for a little, little jog.
What happened to Derek White last night? You might have still been here. You might have missed it too.
I saw that. I'm not sure because I saw him run to the locker room.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh gosh. And then next thing you know, the camera pans back. He's on the bench.
Okay.
Maybe he had to use the restroom or something.
We were watching it. I looked.
That's what happens in Boston.
That's what I hear.
Yeah, and he won the finals after that. If we want to get into it, he came back and hung up like 30 on the Lakers that night.
Greatest, most talked about NBA finals in history.
Yeah, because they had Doc Rivers coaching in them. You know how hard it is to win with that guy?
Well, we didn't know at
Don't
the time.
do that to Doc. Don't do that to Doc.
That's the one team Doc didn't bash. Was that 08 Celtics team. But he did once say, we still haven't lost the series with our starting five.
He did say that.
And then
to this day.
Promptly traded Kendrick Perkins that offseason, which was...
Can you say the man's wrong, though, ever?
Phenomenal. Well, he wasn't wrong. My man was telling the truth. He was telling the truth. Never lost a series with our starting lineup in place.
Never tell a lie.
By the way, we're getting Perk out of here.
Poor Perk. Poor Perk. But yeah, Jayson Tatum is that dude. I'm a big Jayson Tatum fan. And
is he the most? I'll run this through my head. Not in the same way LeBron is, because LeBron's different. LeBron went to Cleveland last night. Let's make an hour-long show out of it. Is he, Jayson Tatum, the most overly criticized star in the game?
Oh man, probably.
Because I feel like he's more criticized than Giannis is, and Giannis, I guess, is certified now because he got his title. Luka, they make excuses for. Jokic, dear God, they'll never say a bad word about Nikola Jokic.
Would you put Embiid?
Joe, maybe? Yeah, maybe. I still feel like I still feel like Tatum is more.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I feel like Tatum is the most overly criticized star in the game.
I'm looking.
Anybody got another suggestion?
I'm looking at the
Joel
list
might be the closest.
Players.
I don't think it's Joel, but he might be the closest.
KD.
I don't even know how much heat KD really caught for like even this year.
Well, I mean,
it
depends. It depends on what you're listening to and who you're reading.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Because Stephen A is just.
Well, that's because Stephen A has a vendetta. That's why you can't take Stephen A. Smith seriously, with all due respect. He has a vendetta against Kevin Durant we're probably going on 10 years at this point.
I don't even know what his issue is.
And I love this new thing that's going on. And maybe we should do this. We should do this more.
Oh,
look, I'm hearing that Nikola Jokic wants to come to Sacramento. Like, he's a big Mike Brown fan.
Crazy. I just heard that right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. I'm not reporting it.
Go ahead, Jesse. You can say it now. Matter of fact, we can all say it. I'm hearing that Nikola Jokic wants to come to Sacramento.
I think you can report it now because now you have two sources.
So
this
is the new thing. These ESPN guys go on their podcast or their shows or whatever they have and say, I'm hearing, this is what I've been told. Kevin Durant wants out of Phoenix. That's what I'm being told. He's not happy there.
I'm not reporting anything.
Bro, this is like, and this whole game is such a circus. Like, we just out here saying stuff now.
Well, everyone's trying to be a character now.
Like, we're just out here talking. Like, life is potting. This is what we doing, man. Life is potting at this point.
Yeah. I mean, that was the origins of #King.
I thought the origins of #King was stating the obvious.
No, you're right. You are right. You're all right.
We're just saying stuff for the sake of saying it, and you don't have to say. I'm not like it's just. I'm hearing. Well, who are you hearing it from? Like a league source? KD?
No, that's even worse.
Or you and Greeny are sitting around talking about basketball, and Greeny says, well, KD's probably unhappy. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm going to use that one. You know who would be a good coach for the Lakers? Mike Brown in Sacramento. Oh, I'm going to use that one. All right, cool. Ready, team, break.
One of my favorites is when they use, former scout told me.
Former scout, a coach around the league, the league sources is crazy. Well, that's the one I don't like. I don't like any of them, but that's why I don't like that one.
Team person. Remember, league sources is Coffee Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Always remember that. Anytime someone says league sources, it could be the guy going to get coffee for the general manager.
I was selling 50-50 raffle tickets for the Kings at some point. I could have been league sources.
Facts.
League sources. That's a shoot. League sources is the PR team. League sources is the equipment manager. League sources is Leezy. Hang tight, Leezy. We'll get to you right after the break. You want to get in on these conversations. you can. We encourage you to. We love you to. Otherwise, we're just talking to each other. 916-909-1320. Steele and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I wanted to ask, they're hosting some sort of event out there.
Is that today?
And they got giant cookies that I really wanted to ask Megan for one, but
I'm always like scared to get food from these events because I feel like that food's not for us.
it's not. But I really want one of those cookies. It was like that big. Like, come on, man.
Only chocolate chip.
That's what it was.
Oh, boy.
Oh, well, Ramsey.
Oh, man.
You love Lizzy's life. Lizzy eats Chipotle every damn day.
Well, smart man. Smart man.
I feel like Kimberly is just wandering back and forth. I'm excited for the season to get started tonight.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to the start of the season.
Plug in the iPad so we can. I know the games are on ESPN tonight. I think all of them are on ESPN Plus tonight.
Mm-hmm. Sacktown Tony, if you're still in here, I saw him earlier. Sacktown Tony got upset because I said Luka's a stat patter, stat chaser, or something like that, and he tried to equate it to me saying Carmelo is the best player to never win an MVP. All right, whatever. You can feel how you want about Carmelo, but that doesn't make Luka not who he is. In my opinion.
Yeah, Disney Plus. I think are all four of them on Disney Plus tonight?
I think just the two that are televised.
Just the two?
Yeah, the Aces and the Fever games.
Yeah, League Pass stuff doesn't start till tomorrow. Shout out to Monica. She works hard.
She does. She everywhere.
Yeah, she be out there.
I'm watching this Knicks Pacers game. Oh, never mind.
Hey, shout out to our crew at West Coast Audio. We'll let them air horns fly for that one. They've joined the D'Lo and KC movement over here. If you got any car needs, whether it's window tinting, alarm systems, audio stuff, go check them out. They got this thing called Iron Rock Clear. Kenny and I are both getting it.
Crazy.
Yeah, we're both getting it on our cars. It is like it's like paint protection to the 100th degree. They'll do a full demonstration for you at West Coast Audio. Go to the one in Elk Grove. There's 3 locations.
Yeah.
But go to the one in Elk Grove. They'll do it's the same exit as Sky River Casino. D'Lo and KC's business is out there in Elk Grove.
Waterman, I think it's on Waterman.
Okay. But get that Icon Rock clear. Go or at least go inquire about it, because Kenny and I are both getting that done on our cars, man, and it is fire. And no one in the city or around the city has that Icon Rock clear except for West Coast Audio.
I was talking to a buddy of mine who our sons played Little League, and he does like I forgot exactly what he does, but he works with cars. And I was just asking, like, the demonstration they showed us was enough for me. I was already sold. But just the conversation started. I was like, man, what you know about this PPF or the Icon Rock Clear? He's like, oh, nah, bro, that's the real deal. What you getting that or something? I said, I think I'm gonna make that move. He's like, oh, it's the real deal, bro. It's the real deal. I'm telling you this. Especially on Teslas, because we both have Teslas. He's like, especially on Teslas after having them for a couple of years. He's like, nah, this is the move. And I was like, all right, I'm already getting it. You ain't got to sell me. I'm already getting it. But that's another outside person who didn't even know what was going on, saying, like, vouching for it, saying it's the real deal. So
anything you need done for your car, man, West Coast Audio will take care of you. So shout out to our crew again at West Coast Audio for joining the family here.
Yeah, man.
On D'Lo and KC. Speaking of family, let's get to Leezy. 916-909-1320. What's up, Leezy?
Yo, D'Lo and KC. Hey, man, sources are telling me ESPN 1320 is the best sports station in all of Sacramento.
Well,
that's just what my sources are telling me.
Shoot.
That's a fact.
Yes, sir. Hey, D'Lo, I just want to call in and talk about Jayson Tatum. You guys talking about the Celtics. I'm a big Jayson Tatum fan, so I don't want this to come off as shade. He's one of the best players in the whole league. But you're mentioning how for the Celtics, you feel like they're kind of in a lose-lose situation. If they lose to someone in the East, it just kind of proves, oh, they're bad. They can't get over the hump. If they win, oh, who did they beat? But do you ever think about like maybe like a third outcome, like where this could be a stepping stone for Jayson Tatum? Because if you look at the East, you got Embiid, who's always hurt. Doc Rivers on the Bucks. I'm not going to tell the whole story there. And then you got Mike who never can seem to get anyone in the offseason. So, like, couldn't this be like the big moment for the Celtics to finally start building something?
I mean, the time is now. They need to win a championship.
You didn't hear him?
Now.
He was talking to me. He didn't even say KC.
Yeah, my mistake. I'm gonna sit back and listen to the show. I'm gonna listen to the show.
He treated you like TC treats me sometimes. Yo, he treated you like TC treats me during football season. Just kidding. Go ahead.
No, he was talking to you.
No, he wasn't. He was. I just thought it was funny that he said, D'Lo, I was going to bring up the Celtics. Well, go ahead.
I was just going to say the time is now, man. It's the time. It's not the last time. It's not like the window's closing, but there ain't no stepping stones at this point. Like,
I think it's
time to win.
I think the only thing, and Jesse, you could like correct me if I'm wrong. I think the only thing that creates a stepping stone for the Celtics is winning a championship. Like losing that NBA Finals a couple of years ago was, a 1999 Royal Rumble rock level chair shot to mankind. Like that was a brutal loss for them because, and this is not shade at the Golden State Warriors, the Celtics were supposed to win. The Celtics were the better team, and Golden State took it from them. And that's dynasty or not. That's tough to come back from. And now they're not a cute story like Miami is. Oh, Miami got to the finals. That's adorable. No one expected them to win either time that they went. Oh, it's so cute. Them not getting back to the finals isn't a big detriment because it was such a huge surprise that they were there. The Celtics are expected to get to the NBA finals. They were far and away the best team in the regular season, and it wasn't particularly close. They were so much better than everyone else. They were basically ignored. The entire regular season, that basketball team was ignored because there's only one outcome for them, and it's to win the championship.
Yeah, the stepping stone step is probably like more for like the years before they got to the Warriors finals and all that. But like since then, it's just more like they're here. It's just they're going to win it or not. Like that's all it comes down to.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. The time is now. The time is now for those guys. So
they'll get more respect losing to Denver than they did Golden State.
Yes. Like
Golden State, hey, they did that's a dynasty that did what they had to do and got themselves an NBA championship. That is looked at as, especially with what Golden State is now. Y'all really blew this series against the Warriors. Like Draymond Green got benched. Y'all couldn't get that. They'll get more respect if they lose to Denver. Like it won't. I don't think it'll be looked at the same way. But now the conversation will be Tatum and Brown have lost multiple NBA finals together. Like it will. The story will be the Denver Nuggets winning another championship. But the offseason chatter about the Boston Celtics will be pretty loud. And if it's anyone other than Denver, if it's Oklahoma City or Minnesota, Boston will get murdered if they lose.
As they probably should. They are the best team in basketball. And you got to win a championship this year. It's our guy Yesta Fiesta on the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. He said, "Are they the Niners?" Absolutely.
That's a good one.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
the Niners. And there's nothing else this year that mattered for the 49ers other than winning that Super Bowl. There is no moral victory. There is no, well, at least you got here or you're building something. Now you got to win something now. They didn't win nothing now, and it's a complete disappointment.
So,
and I think the same situation would hold true for the Boston Celtics.
You see Gilbert's message a little bit lower. He said, Niners lost to Mahomes, though. To me, that's the equivalent of them losing to Denver. They'll catch a beating for losing, for sure, but it will still be about Denver. That's Denver's second title. It's their beloved Nikola Jokic. Everyone has said, while we disagreed, it was Denver all year. It was Denver all year, at least to come out of the West. That will be the slight cushion that they get, is losing to the equivalent of losing to Patrick Mahomes.
Understandable, but I mean, you ask me, do you think that cushion's a blow for me or anybody else?
I think it influences it. It doesn't cushion the blow for the Boston Celtics or Boston Celtics fans. I think the dialogue is a little bit different. Had the 49ers lost to
Detroit,
not even made the Super Bowl, it'd be brutal. I haven't heard national people overly criticize the San Francisco 49ers for losing to the Kansas City Chiefs. I think if you lose, they might have caught it if you lost to the Buffalo or Cleveland or someone other than Patrick Mahomes. They might have caught it if they lost to Baltimore. Hey, you're the best team in the league. You got to get it done. But there's Patrick Mahomes on the other end.
Baltimore,
it cushions it a little
maybe
bit.
not Baltimore.
Yeah, I don't know.
Baltimore beat their ass once before, so it's like Baltimore was looked at as the best team in football after that game for sure.
Okay,
because it was like 1-2, and it was like they went into your house on Christmas and beat you down. Like it's clear, it's clear Baltimore is the team and all this other stuff. So I understand that, but even like I understand what you're saying with like the national narrative and all this other stuff. But that last year, I don't care who is out there. That was the 49ers Super Bowl to win. They should have won it, and they didn't. And I feel the same way about Boston right now. This is your NBA Finals to win.
I agree with that.
You have to win it.
I agree with that.
It's there for you. You don't, and much like the 49ers, it's not over if you lose. You know what I'm saying? Like, Niners aren't going nowhere. They're not, turning into a top 10 draft team or anything else like that. But man, that was a big missed opportunity. Same thing here with Boston. You're not turning into a lottery team, but you got a heck of an opportunity in front of you right now. You got to cash it. Got to.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter as well. The Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, is popping. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com right now. An incredible Memorial Day sale going on now through Memorial Day. We'll give you more details on that later. You want to get in on the phone lines? You most definitely can. 916-909-1320. So the Celtics take a commanding lead in that series against Cleveland, who I thought they put up a hell of a fight yesterday without Donovan Mitchell, but they weren't going to win that game. They were flailing and swinging, but they weren't going to win that game. That's a 3-1 lead for the Boston Celtics.
Yes,
of course, we got 2-2 in Oklahoma City and Dallas.
It's time to take old Yeller out to pasture in that series. We don't need Jesse. Tell your boys handle business tomorrow. We don't need this thing going any longer.
Put the call in after game 2.
Well, settle down.
I told you it was season 5 after they lost that game.
Don't do that.
I did.
Donovan Mitchell's not playing. If
Donovan Mitchell played 2 games this series and they lost by double digits. Wow.
They also beat their ass in one game.
One game.
So, if Donovan Mitchell's playing, I still think it would be going 6. But if you tell me there's no Donovan Mitchell at any point in this series, yeah, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Donovan Mitchell, Davion Mitchell, any other Mitchell. Doesn't matter. Season 5.
Kevin Mitchell?
Kevin Mitchell.
Shout out Kevin Mitchell. Well, they were never going to win the series. I said it was Celtics in 6. I said it was Celtics in 6. So, if Donovan missed any point in time, either a sweep or 5. But, yeah. It's whatever.
We'll see. We still get our Celtics Knicks stream.
Did you? Well, that's
a whole other.
How enticing that is at this point in time. I don't even know.
Well, it's sketchy at best. 2 huge game 5s tonight, and it feels like for the Knicks, like this is it. You can't go down 3-2. Now, of course, you can win game 6. You can do all of this. The Knicks, it feels like, are reeling. They are on the ropes. Again, we saw last year. We'll bring this comparison back. Like we saw it last year. Sacramento went up 2-0, dropped 3 straight, went in and won game 6. They weren't decimated by injuries, though. You had the De'Aaron Fox situation going on for sure. Domas played through the whole year. These guys in New York are just gone. They're not playing. And I think the dialogue, we could talk more about this as game time gets closer, but I think the dialogue around Tom Thibodeau is completely unfair. Talking about Tibbs runs his guys into the ground. You look at the regular season minutes, that did not happen. He did not do that. In fact, there were articles written about, I think this started last year, how Tibbs has adjusted the way he practices. He's adjusted the way he plays players. Like he understands what the narrative around him has been for years. He's made some corrections to that. The season numbers for guys like Jalen Brunson, Dante DiVincenzo, the guys for, his big minute players have shown like, oh yeah, he completely understands that. He's playing the guys he's playing now because he doesn't have an alternative. Josh Hart, for them to have the best opportunity they have to win, has to play 48 minutes. Jalen Brunson has to play as close to 48 minutes as he can. Every player who starts for the New York Knicks has to play as close to 48 minutes as they can. It's not because Tibbs is running these guys into the ground. It's because these guys aren't available for him. OG Anunoby didn't get hurt because Tibbs was playing him too much. He got hurt. It happens. Thomas Robinson, same thing. I mean, you can go through guy after guy. Mitchell, excuse me. That was the other Mitchell. What about Mitchell Robinson? Thomas Robinson. Jesus. Sorry, Kings fans. Kings fans just got like a cold chill. Sorry about that, guys. You say his name 3 times. I think he appears in a mirror or something.
My God, that's Thomas Robinson.
Well, you just said it a 3rd time. Now now the 13th pick is cursed. These guys are just hurt. And that's why Tom Thibodeau is in the position that he's in right now. And I don't fault him for it. Like it's all he can do right now. If I was a New York Knicks fan, this is what I would be wanting. Die on your guys. Like if this is how we have to go out, don't go out because you had to spare Jalen Brunson for 10 minutes and play whoever. No, don't do that. I'd rather die because Jalen played 48 minutes, scored 40 points, and ran out of gas the last 3 minutes. I'd rather do that than get blown out during the start having what would they call them, non-Steph minutes. Now we got non-Brunson minutes. No, I'll pass on that. Just play.
One of the things I think he needs to do is he needs to make Brunson's job a little easier. Right now, he's got to bring up the ball full court pressure by the Indiana Pacers. Take the ball out of his hands a little bit. Let Josh Hart bring the ball up. Let Jalen Brunson jog up the floor by himself without handling the basketball and initiate the offense a different way, or initiate the offense past half court. You know what I mean? One of the things that I realized when I was coaching, and this is like at the high school and little kid level, is like when these coaches and these players work on their drills and stuff, they only have the quote unquote point guard starting things off. So if you take away the point guard, like they're in disarray, right? They're like, point guard couldn't get the ball, shooting guard, I don't know what to do. How are we running this offense now? Like I say all that to say, I don't think that's the case in the NBA. You don't need Jalen Brunson if he's getting worn down and they're pressuring him full court. You can have Josh Hart or even Dante DiVincenzo bring the ball up and initiate the offense that way, and you can still get the ball to Jalen. It's little stuff like that where you can help Jalen Brunson out a little bit on saving energy. Change a matchup for him. Put him on maybe not Tyrese Halliburton, but try to hide him a little bit on the defensive end to get him a little bit of rest. There's different ways that you can go about this, but I'm with your original point. This isn't Tibbs just being neglectful and playing these guys all these minutes. It's out of necessity,
Yeah.
a lot of times. And I'm sure he's going to Josh Hart or DiVincenzo and saying, hey, do you need a quick breather real quick? Are you good or whatever?
Yep.
They're probably like, no, I'm good. I got it. And he keeps them out there.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So yeah, it is a little unfair that he's got to deal with all this, but that's the narrative, right?
It is. And it's a played one, and it's an easy run. It's an easy one to run with. We'll see how the Knicks respond, man. They've had some performances that were kind of all over the place. That one, obviously, on Sunday was just dreadful.
Do you think they're out of gas? Out of gas to get out of this series? I think they're definitely out of gas to do anything other than that.
I think they are, but I also feel like that's a little bit disrespectful to Indiana. I don't. Yeah, I think the Knicks can pull the series off. A lot has to go their way, but I think they can pull it off. Maybe I'm not giving the Pacers enough credit. I still watch them going like, I don't like this. Like, they're not the Hawks to me. And I don't think they're the Mavericks of a few years ago. So I don't think I'm going to look at them as that type of conference finals team if they make it. But I think I'll look at the Pacers like, this isn't one of the two best teams in the conference.
Nah, I mean, they had a lot of fortunate injury luck.
And that's not their fault. That ain't got nothing to do with them. You take advantage of that.
Absolutely not. But I mean, like I always say, we lived through it. We know we know what's going on. I don't think they would have beat Milwaukee in the first round if everybody was healthy. Maybe not. Yeah. I don't think they would have, though. I don't think they would have beat the Knicks if everybody was. I don't think they would have beat the Knicks if they wouldn't sustain any more injuries.
The Knicks one,
let alone what they came into the series with.
The Knicks one is tough because games 1 and 2 were close. And it felt like when it came down to crunch time or clutch time, the Knicks were able to make those handful of plays that they needed to close out those games. You could point out to referee issues and all of that different stuff, and that's perfectly fine. You could do that. But I think the Knicks in the clutch was a game changer. But to lose OG the way that they did at the end of game 2, we immediately, the next day, they're up 2-0, started talking about Knicks might be in trouble. The Pacers hadn't won a game yet, and we were afraid the Knicks might be in trouble. And the Pacers have done enough. Credit to Tyrese. Tyrese had a monster first half Friday, and I was going to murder him if he disappeared again. Because he did that in game 2. That's the forgotten storyline of game 2 because of the OG injuries and the fact that the Knicks won. I think he had 24 in the first half, finished with 33. Could not have possibly have been less impactful when they needed someone the most at the end of that game. One of those points was a 3 when the game was, for the most part, decided. He had another 20-some-odd point performance in the first half Friday. Finished with 35, only a couple of more points, but those baskets were a little bit more impactful than they were a couple of nights earlier. And I just don't know what you get from Siakam on a night-to-night basis yet.
Yeah.
That's a combination, maybe a team. I don't know. that every once in a while you can look at them and say they're still trying to figure things out. So that might be the plus for the Pacers. The further they go along in all of this, the better they might become, because they're a 6 seed this year.
6 seed, yeah.
Yeah, they could be better than that next year.
Yeah.
They absolutely could be better than a 6 seed next year. They could be a 2 seed next year, a 3 seed.
And to their credit, the issues that they had in games 1 and 2, they didn't repeat them in game 3. You know, the game was tight in game 3, and they found a way to make the shots that they needed to pull out that win at home. So that's a testament to them. You know, they could be simply learning stuff on the fly, you know, and getting better on the job, so to speak, with how they're performing in these playoffs. So I salute them for that. I think they're a good team. I don't think they're necessarily like this. I don't think they're a conference finals team, but if you take care of business with the teams that are in front of you, regardless of what they got with injury wise, that's all you can do. That's all you can do is play those games and win those games. And they're 2 wins away from the Eastern Conference Finals.
Mm-hmm. Are they a threat
to what?
To come out of the conference?
No. Boston will destroy them. And and Joe Schmo in the chat says,
that's not disrespect, by the way, for those on the radio. That's what his name is on YouTube. He wasn't trying
Kenny.
to be. No, he wasn't trying to be dismissive.
Oh, no, that's
Brody's name.
That's his screen name
on
here,
YouTube
on the Matthews Mattress Chatty House.
Because the way you said it was very condescending. Like, I just want to be. I was like, hey man, what this person do to you? Oh, Joe Schmo.
Joe Schmo.
Very good.
He says the Pacers beat all those teams in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
They had some wins against Boston. They beat Boston in the in-season tournament to get to Las Vegas. I understand that. That's not what this is. This ain't the regular season. This ain't the in-season tournament. If they play Boston, I'll give them respect. Not to say they won't get swept, but they'll be out in 5. They'll be out in 5 max.
Pacers don't play defense.
No. They'll be out in 5 max. Hell, the Knicks might be out in 5 max if they play the Celtics. It's not exclusive.
Yeah, the Knicks. Yeah, that Knicks that potential Knicks Celtics series could be iffy. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I struggle with the Pacers. I don't know what to think.
Pacers are a good team, though.
I think they are.
I don't have any shade towards them or anything. They're a good team. I like the depth they play with. You know, with Rick Hall works with that roster. Tyrese, you know, dead eye shooter. You know, when he's aggressive. Miles Turner's playing really well. Nembhard, I like the way he plays. TJ McConnell's been phenomenal in this series. They got some good ball players. I like their team.
You think that top 3 can get you to the finals eventually?
No.
So you got some pieces around them or whatever. Because I figure that's going to be your 3 guys, right? Siakam, Turner, and Tom Halliburton.
Yeah, I think that can. I think they're going to be better next year. Yeah, I think that can get you to a conference finals.
They're already close to a conference finals.
Conference finals. You said he said NBA finals.
I said NBA.
Oh,
finals.
you said it. Oh, I can see
Eventually.
that too. Yeah, absolutely. I could see that. I mean, at some point, someone's going to have to play defense.
That's the only hang up.
Like Tyrese has
and
to.
Miles Turner does play defense, but other than that, Siakam's not the same defender he used to be, and Tyrese is not a defender.
Yeah, Tyrese has to be better defensively. You can't be this level of a player and be that bad on the defensive end.
What about Tyler?
What about him?
Does he play defense? Tyler Halliburton?
Tyler's about vibes. Tyler Halliburton is Tyler is who Tyrese was before he lined up his hair. That was Tyler Halliburton. Joe Budden, a big fan of Tyler Halliburton.
Or did he turn into Tyler once he got the lineup? Like Steve?
No, I think he turned into Tyrese. You don't go from Tyrese to Tyler. You go from Tyler to Tyrese. Like if Tyler Jennings went out right now and got his hair lined up, he becomes Tyrese Jennings. It's just how it works.
I see you.
I wonder if Joe watched a game and then just got really confused about who's this Tyrese Halliburton that they're talking about. We'll come back. Got to talk about Minnesota as well. Trysta Krick coming up.
Yay,
at the top
TK.
of the 2 o'clock hour. Jason Jones, final hour of the show. Much more ahead. We're happy you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'm watching this Knicks Pacers game, and I was trying to rewind to show everybody this reaction from Hubert Davis. I don't know why it made me chuckle, but now, for whatever reason, the quality is even worse than it was before. But it's hilarious. Hubert Davis hits a three, and you would think he had never hit a three before. He's just so happy. Here, I'll show you guys. Don't blame me for the quality. Blame the internet or whatever. And Charles Smith has the ball. He's working it. Patrick Ewing kicks it out to Hubert Davis. Hubert Davis hits just a regular three to go up like one. Look how happy he is.
Maybe he hit the opening for the guy.
Stupid smile on her face. Why are you smiling like that, sir? Hubert Davis was just so giddy over the fact that there's slow motion Hubert Davis here. Just giddy over the fact that he hit this three. Have you ever hit a three before, sir?
Well, this was a different era of basketball. He might not have.
He really is out there like, I did it. I really did it.
First career three-pointer by Hubert Davis.
I don't know why that caught my eye.
Like a kid come home from school. Ma, you'll never believe it.
That shot put them up by 2 in the middle of the second quarter, 30-28. That's crazy, too.
I know he was in here to start the show. I doubt he's still here, but shout out to the dope ones. Donnie, I set up the new home studio today, and it is decked out in dope ones artwork all over the new D'Lo studio. I don't know why KC hates happy people, D-Mac. I'm not sure.
I don't hate. I'm just just astonishing. He was very happy.
No, Leezy, I don't think that's a good comp at all. I think Tatum is a higher player. I think Tatum's a little bit better than Paul George. And I mean, we can have this conversation after the season if you want, but I think Tatum is going to get over the hump. Oh, right on, Donnie. I didn't think you were still in here, but
dope ones. What up?
Appreciate you, bro. We got one more. I got a space for one more piece we got to talk about downstairs, but all of I think I got like 9 different pieces of dope ones artwork up at the house.
The Tapia support connection, to answer your question. No, I don't have a studio. Jesse, do you have a home studio?
No, I believe I have a bedroom.
Yeah, me too. I have a desk.
Well, that's because Jazz threw you out.
Well, yeah. I didn't have a home studio then.
Well, you were supposed to go to the bathroom. You were supposed to build the studio in the bathroom, and that never happened.
Yeah, that would have worked too. That would have worked.
No, Kyron's right. Casey doesn't like ordinary people or happy people. Man, crazy.
John Legend either.
I literally said those are my 2 favorite songs. Ordinary People is phenomenal. And
yeah,
like
Donnie, you definitely
People.
got to pull up.
I like Green Light as well. Green Light is a smash.
Oh, I love Green Light. Yeah.
And when you move, I move. It's a smash. It's a great song. Fantastic song.
We need to have the dope ones create a new collage for down there and move that Drake one out of the way and put a Kendrick Lamar one up.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't have a Kendrick one. I'm sure that's coming soon.
Oh, he's got a Kendrick one.
He got a Kendrick. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's on the website. It's on the website. I contemplated it. Yeah, it's on there. It's a kind of a good kid, Mad City collage. He's got a couple of them. He just did some too last week because You know whose side he was on in all this.
Oh yeah. He's definitely King Kendrick.
Jump in the chatty house, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, your locally owned and operated mattress retailer. This Memorial Day, get the most out of a good night's sleep, whether it's Sealy, Stearns & Foster or Tempur-Pedic, whether it's Beauty Rest. Y'all know I got a couple of them Beauty Rest Blacks in the house. This Memorial Day, get special 60-month special financing. You hear me? 60-month special financing with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And I told you the story yesterday. Shout out to Matthews Mattress. Buy by 5 and sleep by 9. They got free same-day delivery. They'll get your old bed set out of the house for you. They'll get you set up with your new bed. They'll talk you through the entire process. If you want a headboard, they'll walk you through the different headboards. They've got incredible selections over at Matthews Mattress. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com right now. Find the location nearest you. There's like 10 of them. There's one close. There's one by Kenny and Elk Grove.
That's right.
There's one by me out here in Roseville and everywhere in between. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com. Tell them you're part of the chatty house. And our people over there will take great care of you.
Tell them D-Lo and KC sent you, man, for sure.
Please do that. Please do that. Please do that. Please do that. Trysta Krick coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Lots to talk with her about, including the WNBA season getting underway tonight. We haven't talked yet about the other big game, Game 5, with Minnesota Timberwolves and the Denver Nuggets. If Minnesota can't bounce back from this, you're going to hear that old boy experience really played a part in this. You're going to hear the experience question come up. You're going to hear, or not question, statement. You're going to hear the experience statement come up, and then you're going to hear the champions mentality being recited over and over again. Denver's done a hell of a job to pull this series even. Now I'm really anxious to see how Minnesota responds to all of this.
Do you, if that were the case, do you buy that? Do you think that would play a role?
I'm not going to dismiss it, no, but I also think it discredits both teams. I think it discredits Denver and their ability to make adjustments. I think it discredits Minnesota a little bit as well. Like you couldn't get over the fact you just hadn't played in a game this late before. I understand it. I'm not naive to it. Like, I get it. The moment might feel different. Like the final 5 minutes of a game in a series that you're tied 2-2 might feel different than the final 5 minutes of a game in the regular season. I'm not like, it might even feel different than a game in the first round, the final 5 minutes of the game in the first round. I'm not naive to that. I think it diminishes both teams a little bit when you hang your hat on the experience thing.
Well, it's like with Karl-Anthony Towns, I feel like he's like the X factor in the series. I feel like Minnesota's good enough to come out of this or whatever. Games 1 and 2, he has 20, 27 points. They win. I think games 3 and 4, he had 14 and 17. Like, you're just going to need more out of him and stuff like that. I don't know how much championship experience has to do with stuff like that.
I mean, the will say, though, the experience may have to do with the fact of being able to handle being up 2-0. You know, it was so easy for them in games 1 and 2. A young team may look at that and say, yeah, that's the way it's going to be the rest of the series, and not be, because it looked like Friday they weren't. I don't want to say they weren't ready for Denver, but I don't think they expected. I didn't expect that type of game on Friday. They got slapped on Friday, and you're going home after going up 2-0, and you may think, we're going home now. Now we're really about to cook. And you didn't anticipate maybe the desperation that Denver played with, or the focus, or not getting out of character. And maybe that played into, the experience of being up 2-0 in that situation and being able to deal with all that. And also to the flip side of that, RIP flip side.
Good friend.
Shout out flip side, man. Denver not panicking, in that situation, and having that resolve of, a team that's been in the playoffs and then a team that's won a championship, not panicking, staying true to what they do, getting back to basics, so to speak. And like I said, not only winning those games, but just beating the hell out of Minnesota for 2 games. So I'm usually like you, like I think it's a little overblown, but the scenarios, I think they lend it to being maybe a little bit more accurate this time. Also, these guys, this group, this Minnesota group, they hadn't lost a game up until game 3. And now you got smacked the way you did in game 3. How do you respond to that? Are you still a little shell shock going into game 4? Do you make the adjustments going into game 4? Are you ready for whatever counters that they may have? Maybe they were just, not that they can't overcome those things because of their experience, but to me, what it says is maybe you're just a little slower to adapt than if you're used to it. You know what I mean? Like you see it, but by then it's a little too late. By the time you see it, it's an 18-point game. It's like, man, it just went from 11, or it just went from 7 to 15, at the end of the half, which you blink and that's what happened. So I think there's a little something to it.
Okay. I think you're spot on, though, about Denver. Denver's entering this game with the highest level of confidence that they've had so far in this series, maybe even more so than game 1. Like, they're coming in, like, channel my Michael Malone here. They're coming in feeling like champions.
Yeah.
They're coming in knowing they're the champions. And for 2 games, they had to beat Minnesota. Now, Minnesota has to beat them. It's just a complete shift in mentality. And it's an incredible job by Denver, because after that second game, I was like, why would this change?
Yeah.
Like, they didn't get, like, these weren't like game 1 and 2 with Indiana and New York were close. Game 2 was a blowout. Game 1, I can't remember as well. Game 2 was a blowout.
They were in control for most of game 1, Minnesota was. And then ran them out the building like in that fourth quarter.
Man.
So, yeah.
I'm excited for it, though.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a heck of a game. I think this series is starting to take shape. And this is why I love the NBA playoffs and any of the playoffs. But it really feels like the NBA playoffs more than baseball, or I don't really watch hockey that much, so maybe hockey's the same way. But by the time you get to game 4 of a tight series, you know everything that the other team is going to do. Then it just becomes execution. It becomes a test of wills to a certain degree, and being able to keep your focus throughout everything. And if you're tired, being able to overcome the fatigue and execute. And you've had the roller coaster of losing a game at home, winning a game on the road, and bouncing back, tying this, all this other stuff. And now you're here at a game 5 with the series 2-2. And it's like, all right, it's so much has happened. It feels like in 4 games. What are you going to do to bring it home before the other team does? And this is always when series like really turn up, in my opinion, when you get to game 5 and everything seems to be on the line in those game 5s.
Yeah.
They show the numbers. I wish I had it in front of me. Maybe Jesse can find it, but they show it all the time. What is it, like 74% of winners of game 5 win the series, or 82% of winners of game 5?
The record is like something like 120 something to 47, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's one of the most important games, if not the most important game of a series, for a reason.
Some would call it pivotal.
Pivotal game
game 5.
And what are the 2 best words in sports?
I believe it's game 7.
Yeah, there you go.
Do we know the most dangerous lead in sports?
The most dangerous what?
Lead in sports.
What is it?
It's 2-0.
That's the new one for me. I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah, it's the universal thing. Can't go up 2-0. Team scores, the momentum's gone.
Man, that's tough. That's tough. Man, all right. Jesse putting us up on game here.
I think that's a big hockey one.
That it does feel
I'll have to
different
take
if you
your
go
word
up
on that.
2-0. It does feel different. Like if you're,
I want to be
if
clear.
it's-
You're talking about 2-0, like
It's the universal, yeah, 2-0, like 2-0 in the lead.
not 2 games to 0.
No, not 2 games.
Two points to 0.
I can see that in hockey and in soccer.
Well, I could
even in
definitely see it
baseball.
in those 2 games.
Even in baseball.
The more you know.
Although I feel like baseball is more like
rough baseball night for you last night.
I mean, predictable.
Oh.
It is what it is. I don't know what the surprise. I was actually
Certainly
surprised
not
when they
what it
were
wasn't.
winning.
Oh, I understand that too.
You know what I mean? So, Dodgers going to San Francisco with about 5,000 Dodger fans and beat the Giants. No.
In extras.
Yeah. And, hey, you actually had runners on first and second in the 10th inning. You gave a little suspense.
You had the lead too, didn't you?
Yeah.
No, I mean, not trying to.
It's what it is. It is what it is.
Okay. Well,
The A's
certainly
lost
isn't
yesterday
what it's
too.
not.
They lost to the Astros. Astros are not good this year. It's finally happened. They've fallen off. So, yeah, not a good baseball night in general in the Caraway household.
Well, how about this? We learned today that the 49ers will open Monday Night Football.
Okay.
Versus the New York Jets. It's in San Francisco, Monday, September 9th. Guess we got to run that idiot out there with a flag again.
He ain't running no flag, not in Levi's. You're going to just jog on out there.
Jog his stupid ass out there. That's fine. Robert Saleh back in San Francisco.
Beat his ass.
The full schedule will be announced tomorrow, but I imagine by the end of the day, we'll probably know most of the team schedule because stuff just manages to leak out throughout the day. We've got the 49ers opening up the Monday Night Football season with the New York Jets on September 9th. That comes a day or two after we learned that the Chiefs and Ravens will open up the NFL season on September 5th, followed by the Packers and Eagles in Brazil. Now, correct me if I'm I feel like I wrote this note down wrong. Is that game the next night?
Yeah, it's on Friday.
It's a Friday night.
It is on Friday.
I don't know if it's at night or in the morning.
Why are we doing that?
Because it's the NFL.
Money to be made.
The NFL, you do what you do.
All right, man.
I'm
looking at my notes. Like that doesn't make sense.
I can't front. I'm not like super NFL guy or anything like that. But that is gonna be a dope weekend. It's a dope weekend.
No doubt about it.
You get Thursday night. You get the Friday night game. Eagles, Packers. That's gonna be interesting. College football on Saturday, and then you get the full slate on Sunday, followed by Monday. That's gonna be pretty fire. I'm not mad at that. The Friday game is the only difference, really. I'm not mad at the Friday game.
I'm not mad. It's the NFL doing.
That's what I'm
they
saying.
do,
The
I
initial
guess.
question is why are they doing it? It's because they can.
Yeah, I don't even know why I asked.
It's because they can. That's what they do. They also named the first Thursday night game, the Amazon game, week 2, to start week 2.
Okay.
Bills at Dolphins.
Okay.
Great. It just means Tua's going to Buffalo in December. Damn it.
Well, you had your chance having Buffalo, and you had it flipped last year, and you guys didn't get it done. So maybe this year will be different.
Whatever. I hope it's not snowing that day.
Well, Kenny knows. Why don't you ask Kenny what the weather is?
I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen once I see the schedule when they're exactly going to Buffalo. I'll let you know what it's looking like.
Tom Brady's broadcasting career will begin when he's on the call for the Dallas Cowboys and the Cleveland Browns. Another game that was announced in advance.
Is that just a regular Sunday?
Yeah.
So the Cowboys aren't doing Sunday Night Football again. No Cowboys Giants.
It's usually week 1 or week 2 that happens. So it looks like week 1 is out, and they're opening against.
I wonder who's doing Sunday Night Football. This does kind of interest me because it's not. Oh well,
so it's not.
Well, I was going to say. I was going to say.
I don't know if you could put Gardner Minshew or O'Connell.
I was going to say. I think it might be Harbaugh. Might be. Oh,
Yeah, I
and
think
now I'm
you're
looking
onto
at these
something.
boys. Might be the Lions.
The Lions
The
versus
Lions-
the Chargers.
Well, I don't know if they've played the Chargers, but I
Yeah,
think
I
the
don't know.
Lions might start the season at home on Sunday Night Football.
We got the week 2 matchup too. Cincinnati at Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to say this right now. I'm expecting a call that day from our friends on CBS. Jake, Sarah, we're expecting a call that day.
Well, they might. We might week 2. Yeah. Week 2, right? Yeah. Okay. Well,
that's a 4:25 start
Yeah.
time. It's a 1:25 our time.
yeah. I need
That's
that.
a sports.
I
That's
need
a-
all of that.
That's a sports extra vibe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, I'm tripping on Sunday Night Football. Because
Yeah, I don't know.
The Packers are gone, the Eagles are gone, the Niners are gone, the Cowboys are gone.
Yep. I think you're on to something with Harbaugh.
I think it's either Harbaugh or
Do you go with one of the rookie QBs?
Chicago.
Put Caleb Williams on Sunday Night Football?
Chicago at Detroit.
There it is right there. We did it.
Chicago at Detroit on Sunday Night Football.
I think that's a good call right there. You got Detroit. I mean, everyone loves them now. And then, yeah, you got the up-and-coming Bears. This NFL stuff is easy, bro.
That Friday night game will be the NFL's first Friday opener for teams since 1970.
Wow.
When was the last time
why
they
did
played
they
a
do that?
Friday game?
Yeah. Why would they do that?
Are you sorry?
No, go ahead.
Are you interested at all in Tom Brady's debut as a broadcaster?
No.
He looked incredibly uncomfortable yesterday or 2 days ago when he thought he might have said something disrespectful about Dak Prescott, which he absolutely
Wait, what
did
happened?
not.
What's going on?
So he's talking, he's trying to improvise, right?
Mhm.
And it's America's team. I got to get used to that. Like they've been an opponent for so long, but I'm excited. This is a good Cowboys team. Let's see if Dak Prescott can finally get it done. And the crowds start make this. They don't pop, but it's this slight little murmur. And he goes, "Oh, did I let that slip out?" And then he goes on to try to talk about Micah Parsons. And it was like, that was not shade. That was not disrespectful. And of course, Cowboy fans and reporters, got a bug up their ass about it. And we're like, the last time Brady played, he got beat by Dak Prescott. He threw for 300 yards. Like, all right, I don't think Brady was throwing shade at Dak Prescott. He was just making a line. The expectations for Dak and the Dallas Cowboys are winning a championship.
Yeah.
Don't act like you didn't know what he was trying to say. I think Brady's going to get bullied off of TV.
Ooh. No, I think they paid him too
He's
much.
Jason Witten part 2.
I was going to say, last guy to get bullied that bad was him.
It
was who?
No, Jason Witten.
Oh, yeah. It was Jason Witten. Yeah.
He said they paid me $25 million to make jokes about my wife. So I'm fine. Or my ex-wife.
Crazy.
So they can say whatever they want if that check's clearing. Ooh. I
wonder how the financial split in that divorce went. Because she has way more money than he does.
I mean, do people
Like,
that
I don't
rich,
even
do they
think-
do like where someone gets half or whatever, or do they just go their separate ways?
I wouldn't. Kenny, how do divorces in the rich community work?
I don't
Are
know.
any of your
I don't
rich
know
friends
either one of
divorced?
them. I don't know either one of those situations. Do you
don't
think
know.
she and I'm just asking, she probably does. Do you think she still has more money than him?
Yeah, I
Because she
think
hasn't
so.
modeled in a long time.
She was like the biggest. Yeah, but she was the biggest model like on the planet for a run damn near as long as Brady's. Like that money, that internet, that money's crazy. But I have no idea. Well, have we ever looked up Tom Brady's career earnings?
Nah, man, but we need
We
to
have.
right now. We have.
I don't think we have.
Oh,
I
yeah,
thought we were
come
gonna.
on, let's
I thought we were gonna
cook.
pocket watch yourself for a second.
Let's cook.
I wouldn't even know how to do that.
That's probably what we're at celebritynetwork.com for that one.
Well, those net worth searches.
I hear they got one of you guys on there.
They ain't got me. They ain't not me.
I think we found one that
They're not me.
500 million.
Who?
You.
Ain't no 500 million. What?
Oh, this is interesting. All right. Tom Brady, the former number 199 overall pick in the 2000 NFL draft.
Okay.
23 years of experience.
Wow.
Tom Brady's peak earning season was 2021. He made $39.4 million that year. And in an effort to remind you both that this is not the National Basketball Association, that $39.4 million was by far his highest earning year in the NFL. 23 seasons for Captain America, the former number 199 overall pick out of some university in Ann Arbor.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Career
Show some respect.
earnings.
To your national champions. Show
They're
some
not
respect.
my national champions. They're your national champions.
They're America's national champions.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Career earnings for Tom Brady. Jesse, by the way, a 2-game win streak going on right now.
Is that even
But
a win streak yet? I mean,
well, it's more than one.
he's won back-to-back.
But I'll
games.
say this.
I wouldn't say it's a streak. He's won back-to-back games.
With our own little 4:00 game on KSFM, Casey's cooking this week. I think he's got some good things on his side. Kenny Caraway, career earnings for Captain America. Tom Brady, again, 23 years in the NFL.
I'm going to go $205 million.
$205 million.
All right, I feel like that's too low right there. I'm going to go 215. He's got to be above that.
I think I
You want?
Yeah, I think I might have won that one. Let's go, big dog. You know the vibes. You know the vibes. Come on.
With his third straight victory.
Yeah. What was that?
Hey.
How did you do that? Show me. You like this? You were doing that?
With
What
his
was that?
third straight victory.
3.
Wait a minute.
To even out the series at 15 apiece. I'd like to point out this was a shameful performance on both of your parts.
Wait just a damn minute.
And just taking a peek at the chatty house, it was a shameful performance from some of you. 332,962,390.
You did. Wait, hold on. You did kind of lead the witness. He made 39, but that's by far the most. Chill out, Rev.
Let me remind you, this isn't the NBA.
Yeah, what was that? You kind of led the witness there.
Hey, get this. This one don't count.
Yeah.
This one don't count.
Damian Hebner. No, it does count, but Damian Hebner over here.
You agreed. You agreed.
No,
it don't
no,
count.
no.
This one don't count.
That counts.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
No, whenever you two jackasses are done screaming at each other, 39.4 million. His highest earning year besides that was his last season at 30 million. It's a near $10 million difference. Prior to that, it was a $12 million difference. There aren't incremental increases. I tried to help you two out.
You hurt the whole process.
Yeah,
actually.
you made me. Yeah, you made
so
me
yes,
disagree with my
this
number.
one. Throw this one out.
No,
it
that's
doesn't count.
We're back at 500.
15-15 is the score.
I'm the king.
It was 23 seasons. 23 seasons, and you all said 200 million.
Yeah, because you said, this is the NBA. He basically made $1 million each year.
Now, who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
As soon as he said, I was like, oh, gotta be low. I thought I lost.
Yeah, it got so bad. I thought I got it with 205. I was like, oh, yeah, it's really 174.
Bum Brady only made $185 million in his career. Can't be scaring us like that, man.
I need a break from these.
Strike this from the record.
It's ESPN 1320.
Oh, that's too bad. Let me pull it up right now while we're here. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second to pull this up here. We kicking it with KC today, you heard? We kicking it with KC today, you heard me? Hold on. Yeah, we talking these. Kicking it with KC. You already know the vibes, man. We talking kicks today, and the WNBA season is kicking off. And we got to talk about Sabrina Ionescu and what she was able to secure again to start the season. The Sabrina Ionescu tools were unveiled earlier this week, and they look fire. I ain't even gonna lie to you. They look fire. They're scheduled to come out June 28th. They'll retail for $130. They look fire, though. They look fire. I'm all for these joints right here. The Sabrina ones were definitely one of the hottest selling, appreciate you, big dog, one of the hottest selling shoes in the basketball community this past year. And I expect the Sabrina 2s to be more of the same. More good news from the WNBA front and the shoe front as well is over the weekend came out that A'ja Wilson will be getting her signature shoe from Nike, the WNBA Finals MVP. They've been working hard behind the scenes for the past year on the signature shoe. The shoe and her brand line to go with it should be released in 2025. It's going to be called the Nike A1. And I can tell you right now, I'm going to have some. I'm going to have me at least one pair. I'll probably have a hoodie. That's my girl, A'ja Wilson. But I'm going to get me some of these Sabrina 2s as well. I still need some Sabrina 1s. Let's kick it with KC. This looks like a combination of peanut butter and chocolate chunks. Looks good, though. Looks good. But chocolate chips should have been the move here. This is done? I didn't even see anybody come in here. No.
Grand opening, grand closing.
Fox did not have a shoe release. It's an Under Armour shoe. It's not a Fox shoe. He might have been on the advertising for it, but not Fox shoe. That's not out yet.
Y'all should go peek at sandwiches and cookies over there. No kind of sandwiches y'all eat. But Trysta Krick going to join us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Excited to talk to her for a variety of different reasons. Listening to the Heat Check this morning.
Real quick, back to that. Just real quick on the NFL thing where the season starts on the Thursday, and I talk about that whole weekend. It's kind of lit, and remind me
Friday night game.
Yeah,
Friday game.
That is that Memorial Day weekend or Labor Day weekend. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I don't know. The September 9th would be Labor Day, but you got Ravens Chiefs on Thursday. You've got Eagles, Packers, and Brazil on Friday, and then they bow out for college football.
Labor Day's the weekend prior.
The weekend before, got you. They bow out for college football, and I don't know. I think this is pretty dope. I don't know how you'll feel about it. That's pretty dope. Texas at Michigan on that Saturday. Lord have mercy. That's going to be fire. And
let me check my bag to see if I care.
Well, look, you might care about this one. We might have a road trip.
There's no cares. There's no or give a F's. There's nothing about Michigan in my bag.
Ohio State plays Western Michigan. What a surprise there. Like, oh, they get down. But the other one on that one, on that Saturday, I had to make a road trip for this one. This is going to be on fire. Sac State at Fresno State. That's going to be kind of fire. I might have to make that move. I've always wanted to go to a Fresno State game. I just haven't gotten there yet. That might be the one right there. That's going to be fire. Then you got opening day on Sunday for the NFL, and then Monday's 49ers. That's a pretty dope little weekend right there. That's a good football weekend.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's a pretty dope Tuesday night as the WNBA season tips off tonight with the Fever at Sun, certainly as the marquee game. Caitlin Clark, Mania running wild, brother. Mercury at the Aces. Aces will get another championship.
Those my girls.
All games available. Those two games are on ESPN. All games available on ESPN Plus and Disney for the weekend. But as we noted, League Pass available for like $35 for the entire season.
Yeah, I'm copping that for sure. That's the best deal in sports.
Yeah, that's solid, man. This is we'll talk more about this. Let's get Maddie in here because TK is going to join us at the top of the hour, and I don't want to keep Maddie waiting. 916-909-1320. Maddie, what's up, boy?
Yo, what's up with the homies? Long time no talk. How y'all feeling today?
What up, Maddie? We good, baby?
Yes, sir. Heard y'all talking a little NFL. Wanted to jump in real quick. I'm starting to, kind of like KC, starting to feel a little bit more excitement for the season coming up. Obviously, Niners took a dump in their pants in the Super Bowl.
Well, geez, goodness gracious. Could have just said they lost. I mean, my gosh.
Kyle Shanahan, career record 72-54. Obviously, we all know the postseason losses. This team, as it's constructed, the window is probably closing, right? Like, this is probably the last year they're going to have a lot of the stars that they've had. Trent Williams might retire, Debo might get traded, etc. One, do you think this is their window? This is their last year to make it and then to win it? And also, if they don't, when do you start to question if Kyle Shanahan can get over the hump?
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say appreciate you, Maddie. I was going to let you rock with your 49ers.
Number one, this incarnation of the 49ers, it might be the last chance for this group. I think a lot of people, myself included, believe Debo and Ayuk will be split up, with Debo probably being traded next year. Kittle may have 1 or 2 more years left with the team. You mentioned Trent Williams. So this incarnation of the 49ers, this year may be their last year for sure to try and get a Super Bowl. Will they, as a franchise, fall off? Not at all. I mean, the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan pairing has proven to understand how to find talent and build a team and build a roster as good as anybody in the NFL. So I'm not saying, because I love these guys, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to, you just find another George Kittle, or you just find a Debo. I'm not going to disrespect those guys in that way. But you will be able to reload, I think, talent-wise. And you see that with how they got Brandon Ayuk. You see that with what they've been able to do in the secondary with, some of the Jair Brown and some of the guys they're drafting there. So I think this program, this 49ers program, is going to be one that's going to be a contender for years to come. Some years there'll be more contenders than the others. Some years they'll be like, it's a top 3 team. Some years they might be top 7 or something like that. But I think you're always going to have an opportunity with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch at the helm. So,
and that was the second part of Maddie's question. It's at what point do you start looking at Kyle Shanahan as a problem for the San Francisco 49ers? And I don't think we're anywhere near that. As frustrated as you can be with the outcomes of some of these seasons, I don't think I've ever looked at a game and went, well, they lost because of Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
Now, Kyle Shanahan deserves criticism when they lose. That's the way losing, especially in Super Bowls and in big games, work. Like coaches get criticized, player gets criticized, routes, plays, blocking schemes, all of that stuff, they get over scrutinized in those moments. And that happens to Kyle as well. But at no point do I feel like the 49ers have fallen short because of Kyle Shanahan. And I haven't even begun the process of beginning to think that the San Francisco 49ers would be better off without Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, nah, Kyle Shanahan is too good of a coach to have that type of stench on him as far as like him being the problem. Like I joke, you know, and have fun, you know, talking about guys like Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni doesn't do anything. That's why I say that. Like he's a curator of vibes in Philadelphia. He's got an offensive coordinator. He's got
not even a good one.
No, like that's a problem to me. Kyle Shanahan isn't that. Kyle Shanahan is calling the plays. He is the guy that's orchestrating all this other stuff. And you know, you look back at that Super Bowl and you got a number of different plays that didn't go right, but the play call was there, right? Like so. I think it was a 3rd and 4 or something like that late in the game. And if the Niners get the first down, they can milk the clock away and try a game-winning field goal. Brock Purdy, the ball gets tipped, it's incomplete or whatever. They got to kick the field goal, give the Chiefs like a minute and 20 seconds to tie the game up in overtime. Well, the NFL Films crew got Kyle Shanahan before the play. He dials the play up. He calls the play, and he says, player X is about to be open. And you look at the all-22, he's wide open. He's there. Brock doesn't pass to him. He goes to the second guy with the slant and gets it batted down. At that point, I mean, that's all a coach can do is dial up the play, get somebody open, and then the player's got to make the play. And the other team has to not make a play too, right? Like the guy got his hand up and tipped it. So, Kyle does too much good, in my opinion, for it to be considered his fault in any way right now.
Wholeheartedly agree. But it's in a tough position. You I can't remember who mentioned it earlier, but you guys were spot on in talking about the Celtics and the 49ers and how there's one result, and that hasn't changed for San Francisco.
Yeah.
It's until this team is like completely wiped out. Yeah, it's the expectation is a championship. And that expectation just grew because you believe you have a franchise quarterback now. And what his growth looks like over the course of the next few years will be one of the more interesting stories in the NFL, I think.
Yeah. They had one of those, you know, off-season conversation QB rankings thing. I think it was on CBSSports.com or something like that. And I disagree. We don't have to go into it at length today or anything like that. But they had Brock Purdy as the number 2 quarterback in the NFL. I disagree with that. I don't think he's better
behind
than
Mahomes.
Behind Mahomes.
Yeah,
I don't think
really
he's better
hate
than
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah,
man.
that's crazy.
That's wild.
He's not better than Lamar Jackson. But I do think, and I'll stand on business. I'll hold true to it. I think Brock Purdy's a top 5 quarterback in this league. You know what I mean? And people will look at him in that case, him being number 2, and talk about how crazy it is. Yeah, I disagree with him being number 2, but he's definitely a top 5 quarterback in this league.
All for that. Before Maddie called, we were talking about the beginning of the WNBA season tonight, with Caitlin Clark taking center stage and the Las Vegas Aces taking center stage. This is probably the biggest season in the 27-year history of the WNBA. They clearly, for a variety of different reasons, have more eyes on them now than they ever have before.
Yeah.
I think the peak attendance or peak viewership was 5 million in the inaugural season, 1997, the first WNBA game played. 5 million people watched that. I think we'll see that record broken tonight. That seems
they're gonna do numbers.
I mean, 2 million people watched the draft. I feel like 5 million people will tune in to see some combination of Caitlin Clark and the Aces tonight.
So the only and when I saw that written down,
Man,
I was
that
like,
seems like a major number.
Well, I was like, for sure, yeah, they'll do that. And then I thought about it a little bit more, and I don't know how this plays out, but you do have 2 big time playoff games tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that takes a little bit away from the viewing audience.
Yeah, for sure. I think what happens is you'll get a total number of viewers and a significantly lower average of viewers.
Gotcha.
They're not going to average 5 million people watching.
Yeah.
I think if they can average north of 1 million, that's pretty extraordinary.
Mm-hmm.
But that's going to be a task.
Mm-hmm.
But the number one thing is not tonight. Obviously, you want things to go well tonight. You don't want anybody to get hurt on the first night and destroy all of the vibes headed into the season. But how they handle themselves moving forward is critical.
Mm-hmm.
Their presentation, their coverage on SportsCenter. They're hyping Caitlin Clark. They're hyping the Las Vegas Aces. Don't just hype them in week 1 or game 1. Hype them in game 2 and 3 and 4, and make sure SVP got highlights beyond Caitlin Clark on his version of SportsCenter. Make sure Kevin and L Duncan on that 3 p.m. for us SportsCenter. Make sure that they're running highlights too.
Yeah.
And I think as long as you do that and you keep that, I think what happens is you promote. It's like, okay, we're here. And then you just fall back. Well, you got to continue the promotion all throughout the season. You got to remind people it's there. You got to remind people where it's at. You got to tell people where to find it. And I think if they handle that part correctly, yeah, this is going to be a monster season for the entire league.
Do you think they have to be good? The team has to be good for
what team?
The
Fever?
For this momentum to continue. Like if it gets into Wemby's situation, like how we got tired of seeing the Spurs all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Do you think that might happen with Caitlin if they're not good? Which I do think they're
not
going to
if
be.
She's doing things Wemby did.
But even we got tired of seeing like Wemby
yeah,
was
but then
doing
what
Wemby.
happened though? We'd watch and he'd do something crazy, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
I got tired of seeing him on national TV.
No, I understand. They completely overdid it.
And this is even more.
Almost, I think the whole
almost
season,
like 6 games are not on national TV.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I don't know if the Fever have to be good for it to matter. I'm just thinking. I don't know. Let's ask Trysta. Trysta. Oh wow, corporate. Whoa,
Well,
I see an audit. Corporate.
She on the road. I meant to listen to it too. She on the road. You see that?
Corporate TK.
She not in Sacramento. You know what I'm saying?
No.
But it's whatever. But
No.
she on the road. I saw that.
Where you at?
I'm in Chi-Town, baby.
Oh, we talked. Yeah. Okay.
We can announce it tonight.
All right.
We're interviewing. Well, it already happened, but tonight on BetMGM tonight at 8 Eastern and 10 Eastern, we are playing my interview with KG, Kevin Garnett, Hall of Famer, NBA champion.
Yeah.
For a nice 10 to 12 minutes.
I like that. And that's a dope combination right there. KG and Trysta.
Oh,
how many
you could tell.
beeps did how much?
We were good. We
were
were good. We were really good. You could tell we were on our best behavior. But I was like, man, he got on there. And before the taped interview started, we're gonna play it as a blooper. I was like, you love those damn bubble vests, don't you? Like that's all you wear. So we got them in every color. You're always wearing them. He's like, yeah, that's my trademark. It's better than a jacket. It's better than a coat. Your core is warm. And I was like, oh, okay. And he goes, do you like it? And I go, yeah. And he goes, are you sneak dissing right now? And I was like, oh no. And he had his sunglasses on. He's like, I think you're sneak dissing. And I was like, no, it's good. And he goes, well, why are you smirking? Like, what? You're laughing right now. I have sisters. I know that you're making fun of me right now. And I was like, not you, not KG. I don't want any smoke with KG.
Definitely got to peep that. Definitely got to peep KG and TK.
I want to be clear. He said the vest keeps his core warm.
Yeah, something like that. He's keeping his core warm.
That's spectacular.
Yeah.
That's just spectacular. Oh, that's a nice vest. Thanks. It keeps my core warm.
not wrong.
Well, he's not. Well,
he wears it to everything. He has them. That's all he. If you see him on videos, because I was looking back at old interviews before this, and it really sticks out. He's got a bubble vest on in every single thing he does.
Be part of the Kings front office.
Some Monty McNair.
Yeah, exactly.
Wes Wilcox.
To follow up on what we talked about a little bit, only 2 games are not on some form of national TV for Caitlin Clark.
Do you think the Fever have to be good this year for the Caitlin Clark thing to not die down?
Ooh.
Like,
no.
will people lose interest? Like, we got frustrated that Wemby was on TV every 5 minutes, when the Spurs were 2-15. And as incredible as he was, like, I wonder if that winds up happening with Caitlin.
That's a great question. My instinct says no, but I think that somebody's got to be good, right? I think you saw today that the Connecticut Sun, who play the Fever, they were 6.5-point favorites early this morning, and now they're 8.5-point favorites. So that's a huge jump. So I think that the Sun tonight have to look good, and I think Caitlin is like obviously everyone thinks of Caitlin Clark as the entree, and she is to a degree. Like, she's pushing things forward already. They're getting chartered flights for WNBA players, which I think is awesome. But she's kind of also the amuse-bouche, like the one bite that whets your appetite for the rest of the meal, which could be Alyssa Thomas. It could be DeWanna Bonner. It could be down the road Khalid Copper. Like, you could get, obviously the Aces are already their own entities. I don't think they need much marketing, but some of these other players on other teams that people don't really know about, maybe it's Natasha Cloud. You come for Caitlin and you stay for Caitlin, but also you're excited about these other players that, like Arike Ogunbowale. Like, maybe some people aren't watching her. Maybe some people aren't watching some of these players that WNBA fans love, and now they get to fall in love with them as well.
Yeah, Leah Boston.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Leah Boston.
You get to see her, every time you see Caitlin. So I can't wait for this season to start. I think it's going to be a landmark season for the league, and they're just going to catapult off of this season. I really believe, because not only is the attention there and the gameplays there. I keep saying this, and I don't mean to disparage anybody in the past in any way, but the game just keeps getting better. You know what I'm saying? There's not going to be a drop off in talent, which means there's not going to be a drop off in rivalries and things that are gonna that we are attracted to as sports fans. The history of Caitlin versus Angel. Maybe they play in the conference finals. I don't know if there's no divisions or conferences yet, but like maybe they play in the playoffs in the history of what they've been able to do. That goes to the WNBA, or there's a new rivals, maybe Caitlin versus Ionescu, and then Juju's coming and Paige is coming. Like, it's just going to keep building off of this year, man. And I can't wait for this year in particular.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I do my first show on WSCR, The Score in Chicago, the day of Caitlin versus Angel Reese, Chicago Sky versus Fever, which I am just so excited about. There's going to be so much to talk about in terms of just how that game went, whether there was viral moments, how they interacted with one another. Camilla's not going to be healthy yet, but she's obviously going to be a big part of what the Chicago Sky want to do. And the thing that I think is really dope is that it's not just the excitement around the game. It's that fans are starting to see the disparity between certain WNBA teams versus other WNBA teams. And they're calling those teams out, right? And Chicago Sky is one of those. They're not investing in their players. They're not investing in the infrastructure. They're not treating it like a big boy league in terms of PR.
Never have.
And never have. And they're getting a lot of pressure right now. The people up top of the Sky are hearing it from people who normally speak to the Reinsdorfs, right? They speak to, the heads of the Cubs. They speak to, all of these different franchises owners, and now they're talking to the Sky. Now they're talking to the Connecticut Sun. Yeah. And so they're saying, like, listen, you got to step your game up. And they have to listen, because I don't think it's too far off for these WNBA teams to be carried by big boy radio stations as well. And if that's the case, you need to make your players available. You need to make it accessible for everyone to watch. It can't just be on League Pass. I saw there was an ESPN link that did a really good job of promoting some of the women. And I was like, this is dope, but also, like, we got to do more of this. You know, the marketing the players is the reason that, you know, league grows. And a lot of people, and a lot of mostly men, will say, well, the WNBA is just not exciting, and that's why it's not to this level. And now we're seeing that there's a critical mass happening, and that's coming from investment, that's coming from marketing, and that's being propelled by fan excitement. And so I think what we're going to get is an explosion.
Ironically, wasn't Indiana in that boat?
Yes.
They were owner before all this.
They figured that out real quick, didn't they?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Indiana had a sea of they had a sea of problems. They went a Vlade Divac route that did not work out well for them at all, with all due respect to their version of Vlade, who I love, but it was bad. Like bad. And they've, you know, that's the great thing about the W is you could kick out pretty quick. And the Minnesota Lynx set the blueprint. You nab yourself a couple of top picks in the draft, well, you could create a dynasty. Now the league is a lot deeper than it was than when they got Maya Moore and traded for Lindsay Whalen, had Simone Augustus and all of that different stuff. The league's a little bit deeper than it was then. But still, you know, that's you talk about Leah Boston. You partner that up with Caitlin Clark, man. Maybe you get something cooking here, and you start to get multiple great players on multiple teams, like across the league, and you wind up with some really high profile teams.
Now we've got the Valkyrie, the Golden State Valkyrie.
I hate that so much. Like, I absolutely hate that. I had to look it up. I didn't know what it was.
I'm like, what is this, a Marvel film?
I swear to God, I didn't know what it was. And then the first thing I see, and if there's a different, like, it's some sort of mythology thing.
Yes.
And I'm Marvel. Like, no, why are we doing this?
Doing way too much.
And it's like their color. Of course, I see it, and I know a lot of Kings fans. Why is their color purple? It's like this light. It's like a violet color. It's like a light faded.
We can't have that now.
What are we doing?
So what happens when the Monarchs come back?
They're not coming back.
Just ever. It's just gone. It's dead.
It's gone. It's been.
Do you think Portland will get a team again?
Someone on the West will get one. Like, I don't know why Sacramento, like Kenny and I have this discussion all of the time. We don't know if it's the W's lack of interest in Sacramento or if it's Vivek's lack of interest in the W. But it feels like that there's another team coming this way. Maybe it's Portland. Maybe it's Houston. Houston
would be amazing. That was a destination. That was one of my favorite teams when the W got started. Come on.
And to be honest,
a lot of legacy there.
And to be honest, and if we're being fair, if they're gonna bring back a team, it should be the Comets first.
Yeah.
Well, if they
want
there's a lot at play though. Like, it can't be related to the Comets, and it can't be related to the Monarchs. It has to be, what's business look like now? Is, I don't know if it's Fertitta. I don't know who it is down there in Houston that's interested in this. But if it is, like, are they capable of running this business? How do they run their current NBA business if they're an NBA owner? Portland, same thing. And then I do think you have to evaluate what it looked like for Portland a little bit. Then you have to evaluate what it looked like for Houston. Because these are, like, people probably don't know. Portland had a team.
Yeah, power.
How long did they last? Like 2 years?
It was quick. I have a little bumper sticker that's like, Portland Power. Little green lightning bolt.
Portland Power still isn't as bad as the Valkyries.
No.
Like, they should just be like, you know what? Our bad. We were kidding. May 14th, Fool's Day. Ha 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 ha.
It's
And
like
then
the
announced
Washington
something else.
Commanders, how they like had the Washington football team for a year.
I'd
So
rather
they
be the
sorted
Golden
it out.
State basketball team.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The Valkyries is whack.
It's not. I really feel like they missed with that. With all due respect.
Do you think they're trying to angle to be Northern California's team?
Why? Because of Golden State?
I was thinking a little bit of the color scheme. It's just something. I'm sitting here talking to you guys, just kind of.
No, there's a meaning behind the color they chose. They explained on the website because I was just befuddled by the whole thing and had to like look. But if they are, I don't hate it. They're not coming back.
Yeah.
Like the Monarchs aren't coming back. So if the Valkyries is the idea to be the Valkyries and the Warriors, like it was the Monarchs and the Kings, is the idea to be the Valkyries and the Warriors?
And is it like geese?
So dumb.
Is it like geese or is it like fish? Like, is it just Valkyrie?
Oh, is it?
I think it just
Valkyrie.
might be like the Valkyrie could
Like
be like
Valkyrie
also
is the plural.
is
Like
plural
Valkyrie.
and I think it's singular and plural.
Like the Heat, Jazz, and Magic.
Well, it says Valkyries. With
Oh,
an
it
S.
does. I don't think that's normally how that goes.
Well, they're not getting.
Well, that wouldn't be the first thing they missed on today if that's the case.
I ain't hating on them. Hey, do what you do. You know, it's no beef. They ain't getting me. I'm an Aces fan. I've been an Aces fan since before the first title.
Since
Yeah,
before, since
that's
they
like
got,
3
since they had
years.
an MVP,
Like
since they had
3
an
years.
MVP,
Will you
since
stop
they
it?
got Kelsey Plum, and
Were you a fan of
it was
the
like
Tulsa
it was
Shock?
like pre,
No.
it was pre Candace Parker. That's how far his fandom
Wow.
goes back.
Man.
Wow.
Boy, can he go back?
Who
Jeez.
did they lose to before they won? Did they
The
lose to
Aces?
Seattle?
The
They
Sky?
did.
Oh yeah, the Seattle.
No.
Yeah, Seattle. Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
when I kind of liked them.
Who did Chicago beat? Did Chicago beat the Aces?
Who was it?
Chicago. It's crazy. You were talking about Michael Alter earlier in this. Michael Alter is like, I've nickel and dime this franchise to a championship. What do y'all want from me? Michael Alter called me. Well, never mind.
What?
No, never
Why
mind.
can't we have this?
I'll trust him on that one.
He had an interesting pitch for his head coaching job. It was a very, very interesting pitch. I was like, I don't think that works, pal. That's not going to work.
Really?
I feel
LeBron?
Like,
Is that?
I feel like it would be shade to the person who has the job, so I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But
You're like, I'm not doing that. Didn't he get fired midway through the season and all of a sudden he's on an NBA bench
Who?
2 coaches ago? This guy coached 2 coaches ago. Yes.
I don't know.
I can't look it up because I only have this.
That's okay. You're holding your phone, which is spectacular. I always love your commitment to.
And I have these on, and
say
so
wires.
the dongles on this as well. So it's just like posted up on the
No,
headphone
I'm
jack.
just not comfortable with you saying dongles.
The wires
I don't
are
know.
Oh,
crazy.
guys, yeah, they do. Guys, I went on WSCR today on Bernstein
Have
and
we
Holmes.
talked about that yet? Have we acknowledged the fact that you're on the score in Chicago? Like you're even bigger than. I mean, you're like more bigger time than the big time you were before.
No.
So, well, no, because we haven't. Because I saw it this morning, and I was like, "Oh, I want to check it out," and I thought it was just a hit. But like, you there?
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna start doing weekends there, but I went on the show today, and it was Layla, and it was Bernstein, it was Holmes, and I'd never met Layla before. She's great, and so we're like talking, and we're talking about Bronny, and they came in with the Woj, like that Woj says that Bronny's gonna sell out G League arenas. Did you guys see this?
I saw it. Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't even get through this intro before being like, this guy this guy Woj really is not a newsbreaker anymore, is he? Like, he just says whatever people tell him he needs to say, right? And I'm like, by the way, like, Bronny's not even, we're now having, like, height gate. They said he was 6'4" everywhere, and he's actually 6'1". And it was my first pause joke for them. And I looked at Layla and I said, does 3 inches matter to you? And she just was like, didn't get it. And then she was like, oh. Is that like meaningful? Like if someone pitches in that one thing and it's actually like 3 inches less, where are we at on that? Is that okay? Like, is that meaningful? And we were off to the races.
Oh, man.
It finished with the fact that she, and bless her heart, lovely woman. So this has nothing to do with her. I was like, did you guys see that it looked like Savannah had asked LeBron to see his text messages at the Cleveland game? And she was like, well, don't you think that's fair for like a wife of an NBA player to do? And I go, no, I don't think that's a good idea at all, actually. And in fact, like if we're being real, and I know nothing, I have no information, no inside information, but like, let's be honest here. Monogamy is not really on the table for one of the best players of an entire lifetime. I don't think. I think that's pretty odd. It would be very odd. It would be outside of the spectrum of norm for like 100% loyalty level in that realm. And she was like, oh.
I did notice Savannah looked particularly agitated last night.
She's been extremely annoyed at LeBron lately.
Well, they've been together like 20 years. Like, I'm sure she is annoyed with
He
LeBron.
probably didn't even want to go to that game.
Probably not.
Why are we here?
He's like, I've got something I've got to do.
And I need you here to support the family.
Yeah,
it's got to do with our son. If you care about Bronny, we got to go to this Cavs game.
Windhurst sold it as they were there for Mother's Day.
Windhurst said something else too. Well, he was in Cleveland for Mother's Day.
Yeah. So he just went to the game. And I think it was Windhurst who said they called the Lakers and said, hey, LeBron's going to the Cavs game. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up. He's in Cleveland. He's just going to go to the Cavs Celtics game. And then I think Windhurst said, yeah, LeBron doesn't do anything on accident.
Yeah, LeBron. Yeah. So Windhurst said nothing and said something, but said nothing, but said something. I got the full quote right here of Windhorst on, I don't know what his podcast.
He said they were sending him. He said execs were sending his memes to him. You know, said he was. Why would LeBron be in Cleveland?
He says, quote, I will say this. The first thing I thought of was this moment 10 years ago where LeBron showed up to a game in Cleveland while he was a player with the Miami Heat to honor Big Z jersey retirement, his longtime teammate. And he got in a private plane, flew from Chicago over to Cleveland on an off night. Pat Riley was not happy, and a few months later, he signed with the Cavs. He's extremely strategic, and I wish I could tell you I knew exactly what he was doing. I don't pretend to know, but he's got to be up to something, end quote.
It's got to be up to something.
Shenanigans are afoot.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if he's up to something or anything like that. I did find it odd to see him there at the game.
He's only up to he's a basketball fan. He just went to he's in Cleveland. He just went to the game. Now, what would be weird if he just happened to make a stop in New York on his way back? It's like, no, I'm just here watching the Knicks Pacers game. That's all.
LeBron was not at the Suns games. That was just Rich Paul. Yeah, when they were in the finals.
Right. Yeah, it was just those. Yeah.
I mean, LeBron. Look, I don't know. LeBron doesn't do that.
LeBron's not the only NBA player to go to other basketball games.
We saw Tyrese Maxey was at the Thunder game last night.
Yeah, he wasn't courtside though either.
No, he had the like one.
You gonna put LeBron
below.
James in? What you gonna put LeBron James in my seat?
No,
he was in Kenny Caraway's seat. Why is that a problem?
Kenny Caraway's seat. That's not Kenny Caraway's seat. No.
You gonna put LeBron in like 101 row F? Like, get out of here.
I'm like I said, I don't know if it means anything at all. I would lean towards it not meaning anything, but I did find it odd.
He always finds a way to bring the narrative back to him, even when there's no reason to have the narrative on him.
It's facts. Yeah. That's the truth.
And maybe
You've
that's
been
all
home.
his intention seeking. It didn't have to do anything with his career. Maybe it was that. It's just
He wasn't even sitting center court. He was all the way on the other side.
Do you guys think that LeBron would do well at the Tom, like doing the Tom Brady style roast?
Yeah, I think he'd be good with it.
Yeah, he'd be fine.
Yeah,
I think.
I think he'd be fine with it. He'd be good. He'd be good. Everybody.
I mean, I guess if Tom Brady could do it, anybody could do it.
Everybody keeps asking. I talked about yesterday, Tris. Everybody keeps asking me, "Did I watch that? Am I going to watch it?" Maybe I'm a one-man wolf pack. I understand that. I find every single thing about Tom Brady and the New England Patriots to be ungodly boring. I don't find them entertaining at all. So I probably won't watch the roast.
You'll find it funny. It's very funny. They went for everybody. It wasn't even just Tom Brady that got the business. It was Robert Kraft. It was Gronk. It was Edelman. The amount of gay jokes towards Brady was like alarming. Everyone. Bill Belichick, Robert Kraft, Gronk, Edelman. Edelman's making jokes about I can't.
You cut yourself off. That's spectacular. That's amazing. The thought went through your head, and you actually stopped yourself.
Yep,
That's
I think
amazing.
I think that would have dumped. Even though it's the words themselves are fine, it's just too graphic.
See those guys. So all those names you named, like it immediately. You should have said Kevin Hart. You should have said Andrew Schultz. You should have said
Kevin Hart was incredible as well.
That gets me to check out immediately. I've never watched any of the documentaries. I don't like nothing about the Patriots. I find them boring.
Well, that's why I brought up the Patriots, because everybody else was fantastic, but even the boring people were fantastic.
Okay. I trust you. Well, I trust other people too.
It was 3 hours of nonstop laughs. Kim Kardashian got mercilessly booed.
Oh, that was hurtful.
Like
that was vicious.
Probably Swifties. And she even made like an OJ joke about her family defending athletes that don't deserve being defended. Like football players. There was a lot of
about defending someone that doesn't deserve it.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Hernandez jokes were like really like a lot of them. Like a lot.
Man, it's wild what a joke is.
They said Kevin Hart was so short, he was standing on the stool that Aaron Hernandez kicked out from under himself.
I saw that one on TikTok. I also saw the remark about Kevin Hart's ancestors, which I thought was,
oh man,
the balls you have to say that joke are incredible.
He wilding.
But I guess it's haha, so it gets a pass. Before you got any confidence in the Knicks? Is it over for them? Are they out of gas?
I mean, I can't. Here's the thing, like, I don't think we can really truly lose confidence in teams anymore, right? Like, I have lost all confidence in the Denver Nuggets, and not without any reason. They looked like their souls had been stolen from them. They looked broken. Their eyes looked like something had the life drained out of them. And then they come back for game 3. They put it on the Timberwolves. Game 4, also convincing. All of a sudden, you got Jamal Murray, who was shooting like 18% from the field, hitting half quarters, coming off of steals at the half court, or I mean, right before halftime. So, like, what do I even know anymore? I don't know. I can't say. Ultimately, the only thing that I know is that the Celtics are going to cruise to the finals, no matter who they play. Yeah. And then whoever comes out of the West, I think, is going to make it super tough on the Celtics. We did talk about that. And, you talk about, like, got to watch the full interview with KG at 8 p.m. Eastern. But you talk about tiptoeing around the Tatum thing. Boy, was he tap dancing.
What Tatum thing?
They got to chill with
Tatum
this, man.
thing?
They need to leave Tatum alone.
You hate Tatum too?
Hate him? I don't hate him. But I think when you look at the juxtaposition of what Anthony Edwards is and what he does for his team, and how this is coming off the heels of KG believing that because of Ant Edwards alone, he thinks the Timberwolves would beat the Celtics. What does that say about Jayson Tatum?
Well, he's also probably wrong. Like I know. Look, I was one that said it is over with Timberwolves-Nuggets a week ago. I was dead wrong about that. And anybody that says, yeah, the Timberwolves will probably beat the Celtics, they're probably wrong too. Like Celtics in 5 or 6.
Even still, though, if you're willing to say that, then what does that mean about what you believe about Jayson Tatum in clutch situations?
That what you believe is wrong. That's what that tells me.
It means you believe that the rhetoric around him as a scorer in important games, that is not his role. We don't even have to debate whether he's a superstar or not, because that's not really at issue. He's just not the kind of superstar that takes over games regularly. That's not him. And if
we gotta go. We gotta go.
What? Well, you're cutting me off because I'm saying what you don't like?
Well, no, we gotta go. I won't even get you started. I'll talk to you on the break.
You got a show to do for Heat Check or for Bet MGM?
Yeah, in like an hour and a half.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Get your stuff off.
I was just gonna say that a superstar. I don't know how we're even classifying the alpha 1As of the league anymore. If we can't say that that's a fair criticism, that we want our 1As, our alpha superstars, to regularly take over games like we saw with Donovan Mitchell, like we saw with Paolo, like we saw from Ant, like we've seen from Jamal Murray, like we've seen from Jokic. If we can't give that level of expectation to Tatum, then what do we really classify him as?
It's okay to have that level of expectation. I think it's ridiculous to think he doesn't do it.
He's done it more than anybody you just named.
No, he hasn't.
There's 3 instances where he did what none of them did. He did it in Game 6 in Milwaukee with the season on the line. He did it in the 4th quarter against Philadelphia last year. He did it in Game 7 last year against Philadelphia. Donovan, Ant-Man, none of them have done that. Not one of them.
Jamal absolutely has done that. That's what Jamal is known for.
In the bubble?
No, he just did it against the Lakers twice. Game winners.
Their season, their back went against the wall. And he didn't have, what did Tatum have, 52 in that Game 7? Ain't nobody done that.
How many times has
46 in Milwaukee.
It's not about how often he does it. It's about how often he doesn't do it.
None of them have done that.
Like, you look up at Tatum and it's like, how does Tatum have 17 in this game? How does he have 17? That's just not, it's not acceptable.
That's fair. None of them have done what he's done.
But he regularly, okay, so maybe the highs are higher. If I'm not even going to disagree with you, I don't agree, but I'm not going to debate that point. So let's say that the highs are higher with Tatum, which again, I do not agree. The lows are much lower with Tatum as well. Meaning what you're getting are performances. Well, we can't even call them a performance. We call it an outing that is like a disappearing act. David Copperfield. You look at the box score and you're like, why doesn't he demand the ball? Why isn't he scoring the basketball? Why does he have 17 points? Why does he have 21 points? Like, why are we seeing Jaylen Brown be the leading scorer of this team? Why is Derek White the one shooting 22 times and like going off for 35? Like, that's just, especially in games that matter and in games that are close, like Tatum, I want Tatum to demand the ball. And not only do I want Tatum to demand the ball, I want him to go and stop doing that pretty stuff and go to the rack. Do not try to create space in the mid-range, fall away, contested. Do not try to tween 30 feet out with guys draping on you. Put your head down, put your pretty face in the paint, and go to the rim.
Yeah, see, that's hate.
How is that hate?
No, it's hate. One, you would have been fine if you didn't throw in the pretty face thing. Like you hating on him because he's light skinned and he's pretty.
You think this is a colorism? You think it's colorism?
He's too good looking for your basketball take, and it's frustrating you.
And honestly, I believe that the better looking a basketball player is, more likely they are, not always, a little softer. The moneymaker. I like my 1As outside of Anthony Edwards because we talked about him before and his skin. I like my 1As a little more rough and tumble than that. I want them a little more grimy. Yeah, like
you want Brunson. You want Jalen Brunson. Yes. That's your ideal one. Yeah, braids.
Well, no wonder they try to call me soft because I'm sexy. Now I know why.
Yes.
Now I know why they try to call me soft.
I'm just soft.
Pretty skin.
He too soft out here. Yeah, they just out West Sac. They was like, he too soft because I got.
No, it's because you were flopping in a rec league.
I didn't flop. Well, I did. No, I just kind of manipulated the situation.
You flopped, bro. All right, man. Nobody called you soft.
Now it makes sense. I'm sexy
dude out
here
in rec leagues begging for calls like he's Luca Caraway.
I got the call. It was a heady play.
Poor brother got a technical foul in his rec league because of you. Wow.
It's a heady play. TK, none of them.
TK said, "Give me an ugly one."
None of them have saved their team the way Tatum did, and Tatum did on 3 occasions.
Yeah, but you give me the game 7, but like if it wasn't for the second half of game 6 or game 5, they would have been out.
What Jamal do a week ago? He's getting clamped. He was getting clamped a week ago
for 2 games. For that first half of that Tatum game where he went nuclear in that second half, if he would have continued what he had done, which I think he had like 2 or 4 points, he looked awful. Don't even get me started. He wouldn't even had the opportunity for that game 7 that he had.
And
legacy was on the line.
He was terrible in that entire game until the fourth.
Yes.
But in the fourth quarter, he handled business.
Just like Jamal Murray.
Are we talking about anything other than the NBA Finals against the Warriors? Is that all we're talking about here, and we like encompass it to Tatum's whole career?
No, we're talking about just the other day when his point prop is 27.5 and he has 16. Like, you can't have that much disparity between what the market expects you to do. This was before that. That was when they were up 1-0 and they lost game 2.
But this is my point.
Did you say market disparity? What term did you just use?
Market disparity. What the market expects, whether he comes close to that on a day-to-day basis, he does not.
But this is also my point.
He hasn't had 3 threes or more this entire playoffs.
This how you know he better than a guy like Jamal Murray.
Because
we don't bat an eye when Jamal Murray has a game like he had.
No, I do though. I do. But look, the difference is that Jamal Murray is actually injured and has been injured for the last 2 months. Now what we get from Tatum is like phantom injuries that we get after the series is done, after he's been bounced, and
don't call him Luca out here. Don't
you
do
are
that.
hating.
Don't call him
That's
Luca.
hate for real.
Don't call him Luca. Don't do that.
Oh, he like comes in with the LeBron like cast.
Oh no.
Don't do that to my boy Tatum. Do not do that to my boy Tatum.
LeBron coming into the post game in the final.
Yes.
Was one of the wildest moments in history.
What?
That was one of the wildest moments in history. Oh my God.
Tatum, they going and
That's
you know,
crazy.
I think TK, we talked about it. You know, I hate the Celtics, but I love all the players. They Tatum going to hoist that Larry O'Brien. He's gonna be the Finals MVP, and then
it's gonna be Derek White. I guarantee we're gonna be having a conversation where Derek White wins Finals MVP, and you guys have to tell me. And this is what KG said. He literally said, "Well, we just need to change our mindset that the 1A, the best player on the team, should always have the ball down the stretch and be scoring." I'm like, that's what a 1A is, bruh. That's what it is. You're literally just people are trying to like make up new rules for Tatum.
They hadn't even had no close games in this postseason.
Game 2,
they lost by like 16.
Playing with their food, just game 2s. Tatum, game 2s.
I think that was a stat I heard from EJ last night. They haven't had a double digit. No, last night was the first one that wasn't a double digit outcome in the playoffs. The game last night. They didn't even have no close games. And if they were close, Tatum would have cooked.
Hence the reason that they're labeled front runners.
No, they'll front run all the way to that podium in June.
We're gonna see about that. No, not about that.
I do want to see him versus Ant-Man though. That would be fantastic.
I like that. That's
and if it's Ant versus Tatum, who do you have more faith in?
And is my guy. And is my guy. Don't do that. Don't do it. And he's gonna be the face of the league. Don't do that.
And is and Tatum's like, whoop.
That's my boy. Ant. That's my boy. I ain't got nothing bad to say about him. Never will.
How could you?
Except he didn't have to say show the video.
Well,
send the video.
Send the video.
Send the video.
Google it, kids, if you don't understand the reference.
See, was that 8 minutes that we did? That was good. We needed that.
I didn't think it was going to be bad.
No,
I was trying to be respectful of your time. I don't care.
I'm running on no sleep. I've been here since like 9 a.m. I'm not leaving. I'm gonna probably go on a walk for like two minutes around the block and then go back to work for another a million hours.
Well, that's what they do. They Odyssey makes us work.
Yeah.
You got 2 jobs. We got 2 jobs. You got 3 jobs. You might have.
I
4.
We
haven't even talked about the potential 4th.
I mean, no, that one's crazy. No,
leave it.
Just get me on the FaceTime. That's all I'm saying.
By the way, what I keep seeing on there, so let's tease it. What I keep seeing on their social media just gets more and more wild. Where I'm like, oh, this is like the hood barstool over here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
What kind of tomfoolery am I about to get myself into?
Back-to-back days was crazy.
Yes.
Yesterday and then today, I was like,
that's a wild group over there. That is
Sheesh.
sports for a different type of sports fan.
I said, if this other man that's involved can be as devout and God-fearing as he is with this holy water, then I can figure it out as well.
So real quick, what's up with Chicago? So you're gonna be? Are you just kind of introducing yourself in Chicago right now? Or are you gonna be in Chicago more?
I don't know. I'd like to be in Chicago more, but I will be on the weekends starting June 1st on Saturdays. June's a little tough because the Cubs have a lot of day games on Saturdays. So it's essentially Saturdays when the Cubs don't play a day game. That's essentially what it is. And who knows? Well, maybe it'll be more. I go on Bernstein and Holmes now more as a result too. Lawrence Holmes is going to be one of my first guests. I'm hoping upon hope that I can try to get Angel Reese as a regular guest. That's kind of what my hope is. Like pre-taped. I think that would be really great for the league, great for me, great for Chicago, because nobody's doing that. So that'd be good too.
Why don't you do weekends in Sacramento?
Never been asked.
On what station?
Never been asked.
I don't need to listen to Freddie, even though I like Freddie. That's my boy. I never met him.
Casey's really good at creating more work for other. Like he just says stuff out loud, has no idea how to make any of it happen, and it's just like y'all go figure it out.
DK on the weekends.
Yeah, it's like, why not just like work for us? Like, well, you just like come in like one day a week.
Has no plan, has no idea how to make any of this work.
How is it getting funded?
To figure out.
The logistics have to be worked out by other people. So I'm the plan creator.
I see the friction that comes about here. Yeah, it's like, hey,
you see it. Yeah,
can I get a Michelin star meal tonight, Damien? And it's like, do we even have anything in the kitchen right now? I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there. You make it work.
That's what it is. Hey, that'd be a great idea. Other people work out the
logistics. Up to you to execute it.
You can work the logistics and make sure everything.
That's why they say the devil is in the details.
Bryce says, get Trysta on 102.5. There we go.
Well, TK, come on. Does she cook over there too?
You know what? There's an itch that has not been scratched with music and talk that may at some point be more and more close to reality. We'll have to see. Little 1 and 2. Kill 'em.
I got this on here. You talk about an itch that needs to be scratched. Come on, baby. That's Trysta Krick. She's in Chicago. Bet MGM tonight. Heat Check podcast every Tuesday. Vito and KC.
There we are. It's a party. We're at the club. Still hits.
No, it hits.
Still hits.
On the hoods, this is crazy.
Hey. Appreciate you, TK.
Love you guys.
Hey.
Love you back. We'll be back with more Stilo and KC here on 102.5. Nope. What's the station?
Oh,
1025 KSFM. Y'all know what it is. Hey. Hey.
Hit it today.
Jesse threw us the break. No,
You
we
guys
just
are
bring
the
you back.
best.
That's fine. Now you're the
TK
best.
still here?
Enjoy your walk.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, TK.
Yeah, coach, that was her. JT, that was her. Oh, man. Yeah, coach, she most definitely is. I still got the record playing. Hey, hey,
If you're independent, show
Hey.
me where you at now. Flipping the game, now we have to get them back now. Cause the game that you play was made for two, made for two.
I thought I had two of them on here.
Players now that we let the game too. Change the rules quick and now we have to game you one. Then it takes so
I
long
guess
to
not.
learn the simple game that we call love. Players now that we let the game too. Change the
I
rules
think
quick
I
and
got
now
this one, but I don't have her other
warm me up
track.
on that beam, baby. Warm me up on that beam.
DJ Khaled.
It goes on and on. Can't understand how it took so long.
Sounds better than Drake.
Fox got the superpower.
I'll find the other one. We got it somewhere. I don't know why it's not on my board, but I know we have it. Yeah, Soren, heavy 2000 vibes for sure. Yo, for real, Sacktown Tony, she dropped the diss track. She dropped the Tatum diss track tough. What's this?
Let a naysayer know.
No, no. What's that? Need to put some new drops on this board. He's a thug, but I love him. Yeah, I guess maybe I had to make room for something else. I'm not sure, but it's not on here. I'll have to add it back. Daniel, you think if those teams, both of them, were completely healthy, that the Celtics lose those series? That's a good call. Mama Rose. Nope. Marv is not on the board. Marv lives on Twitter. They got a black dude covering hockey?
Yeah, I think that's. I don't know if that's PK. Yeah, PK. There you go. PK, I remember him. He was pretty good.
Salute.
They had PK, Saban, and the Sharks had a black dude. What was it? Just
Greer.
I don't think it was Greer.
He flew back then. Oh, Evander Kane, you thinking of, or Joe Ward?
Ward.
Joe Ward.
Yeah, Joe Ward.
Well, I took a bite at the wrong time, so we just got to kind of deal with that. That's
Me
where we are
too.
today. I looked up, hoping my partner would cover me. Nope, he took a bite at the same time, so that's good. No, we're a professional radio show right here, man. That's what it is.
Hey, we didn't get a really chance to talk about, and there may not be more to say, but your thoughts on the Golden State Valkyries?
I hate it. Like, it's a shoot. Like, I do not like it. I hated it because I had to look it up. I didn't understand it. Now I'm trying to get the idea of, like, I'm not mad at the idea if it ties in with the Warriors. I mean, that's what the Monarchs were. A lot of teams are like that. Those that had NBA, it was the Rockets and the Comets, right? Like, there was a tie-in. Not all of them were like that, but a lot were. The Kings and the Monarchs. If it's the Warriors and the Valkyries, like, okay, I don't know. Mythology isn't my thing. I didn't know what it was. The meaning behind it sounds cool. Like, the meaning behind them choosing that sounds cool, but it feels really like cartoonish almost, like gimmicky. And I don't know. I didn't love it. I didn't love that it was violet either. I did not love that. But I guess I'll just get used to it. I didn't like the Commanders. I guess I got used to it. Like, I guess I'll just get used to it.
The Commanders, whack. They should have stayed as a football team.
Football team is way better.
Yeah. This is it's whatever. I know not everybody does this, like Chicago and the Bulls and the Liberty and the Knicks, I guess, at the time. I like the idea of them kind of staying around the color scheme and having some human
the Fever do that
with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of like that, but it's not the end all be all. Like, it's whatever.
Golden State Valkyries.
It's I make my jokes about it or whatever, but they took the King style and all this, but it's fine. It's whatever. It's a little. Initially, it feels like it's a little much, but we'll get used to it. Like you just said, like we get used to everything else.
I like the logo. The logo's pretty cool. It has Kobe vibes to it. The Kobe, and it's like and I'm looking for that page and I can't find it, but they had a explanation of the name, the logo. That's the bridge right there. The color scheme, they explained all of that, but
13
my dumbass,
rings,
right? Yeah,
13, being the 13th team in the league.
My dumbass can't find the page I was on. I'm like Kenny, I didn't bookmark anything.
They should have. I mean, want to match up with something? They should have named it the Golden State Novocaines or something.
Well, that was
office.
Unnecessary.
The Golden State check-ins. Check the Golden State
All
3
right.
p.m.s. Check in after 3 p.m. because that hotel lobby they're playing at. That's what they should have done if they wanted to make it cohesive.
Golden State Hiltons.
Wow.
The Golden State reward points.
The Golden State buy one get a complimentary breakfast free.
The Golden State Hampton Inns.
Golden State pools closed at 10.
Y'all good?
The Golden State Laughing Gas. The Golden State. What's the other thing they put when they
Golden State root canals.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The root canals. Oh, the Golden State Canals. That would have been perfect.
You got one?
No, y'all are good.
The Golden State floss.
You what I remember when this was announced, this was a part of it. The team is headquartered in Oakland, but it's playing at the Chase Center. Are they practicing at the arena?
I'm not sure about that.
Meaning the Oakland arena?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know they have the Warriors' old facility was you probably know was in downtown Oakland on top of on top of the Hilton, I think, out there. But it was like a 20-story Hilton building, and they were at the top, and they had their practice facility up there, and their headquarters was up there. When they moved to San Francisco, everything moved, but they still have that location, and they had turned that into like something for their youth basketball programs. So they put up, like, if anybody knows what Shoot 360 is, it's they put up like not cages, so to speak. It's like batting cages for basketball. So you rope off one hoop and you just shoot. They had a bunch of that stuff. I don't know if they're gonna like not do that anymore and let the team practice there, or if the team, like you said, is gonna practice at Oakland Arena, or if they're gonna practice in San Francisco. But yeah, they still control that whole area on top of it's a Marriott, actually. It's not a Hilton. It's on top of the Marriott downtown.
It would be tremendous to find that website I was on. I thought it was Valkyries.com, but I don't see anything here that.
What's his name? And I don't mean it like that, but what's our guy's name in the Bay Area? Dumas? The reporter? Jayson.
Yeah.
He that's where I saw it on his Instagram. All that stuff that was broken down. So I don't know I don't know if they have. He has the Valkyries meaning on there, but he did have.
Oh, okay, I got it. I found it. They're a defiant symbol of power of women. Goes on and on and on. Here's the symbol, the V shape is the Valkyries symbolizing the unity and the Valkyries fight. There's a sword. The sword turns into the Bay Bridge. The Bay Bridge grows wings, which is symbolic of the Valkyries. The cables on the bridge are there. 13 lines. There's so much going on. Violet, a modern, bold, and unconventional color that dramatically stands out when paired with black. Oh, my mistake. I thought there was meaning to it. They just thought it was pretty. Well, nice, that's hard to defend now.
Well, nice color scheme. Everything works. And in all honesty, that's fine. Everything's fine.
Well, wait till they light a violet beam in the sky.
Now that's when they've gone too damn far. That's when they've gone too damn far.
I know I'm different than you. I don't love the name. I'll get used to it. It doesn't matter. It's just the name. But I'm going to support this franchise because I do think something you said earlier is the case. I do think this is Northern California's WNBA team. We're not getting another one.
I definitely want them to succeed and be in existence forever. Support is a little. That's I don't know. I'm still an Aces fan. And they didn't convert me just because they're an hour away.
I think Jamie mentioned it like last week. What do they like? We're playing like their preseason games, some of them in Sacramento or something like that. Like showed some love up here at least.
Yeah, I hope that's a thing that happens. I need to look up if the Monarchs ever played in San Francisco.
I said this, I tweeted it out, and I'll say it on air. I'll only be okay with all of this if somehow, some way, Major League Baseball gets in Sacramento permanently. It's the only way I'll be okay with it. Because I do feel like Sacramento, it would be maybe tough for them to support two leagues at the same time, right? So like if you had, and I ain't even gonna say the A's, I'm just gonna say a Major League Baseball team in Sacramento and a WNBA going on at the same time, do you think they could do 20,000 at the baseball game and 15,000 at Golden One at the same night? I don't think Sacramento's that type of region yet.
Yeah, I don't think most WNBA games are drawing 15,000. I don't. Like I think on a regular part of the 20-21 game home schedule,
about 9,
or whatever it is. That's what that would be my guess.
You think
9 to
Sacramento
10.
could do that? 9,000 and 20,000 at a Major League Baseball game on the same night? I have my doubts. I don't know if the region is there yet.
29,000 sports fans in the region.
But they get split up though, right? Like, because maybe I love them both, but I may go to an A's game.
So I have a concern. Like, I'll share it with you, but I think we have to break because we were a bit of a mess. Jason Jones is going to join us, dealing with KC here on ESPN 1320.
Don't play with me, Carlton. Do not do that. You know, I'm aces to the day I die. Stop playing with me.
Man, don't you think that's a bit dramatic? Aces till the day I die.
Well, it
Don't
makes
you think
sense.
that's
I
a
mean, they
bit
got
much.
Asia Wilson. He's a big South Carolina guy.
Well, that's true.
What? I'm just pointing out the connection.
No, we got a point.
Asia is my girl though. Is Asia my favorite player in the league? Well, I like Chelsea too.
I like Kelsey.
I like Kelsey as well.
Kelsey and Chelsea.
Trying to think, is that my favorite? Yeah, I mean, those are probably my 3 favorite players. I like Angel now.
Good question,
too.
Sal.
That's a good question. I like the Aces better though. I mean, it's a team. Don Staley's just a person.
Wow,
Dude, he just started the show.
Wow,
He just started the show.
that's a record for Ben.
5 minutes into the show.
That's a legit 3-hour time warp right there. That is spectacular. My man Ben.
I wonder if it trips Ben out that he sees his messages like later on. It's like kind of like time traveling in a sense.
Well, Bryce, settle down. Like, that is just, we might fight. And that, I'm not even the biggest John Legend fan, but calm down.
Yeah, Bryce, that's weak. Settle down, sir.
We ain't doing that.
Poor Kirk Cousins. Well, poor, not necessarily poor.
They're going to redesign Raging Waters.
I hope the Knicks get it done today.
It's going to be called California Dreaming.
Okay.
Oh, they have a lazy river. I'm there.
Don't you got one at your compound?
No,
No,
there's no water
No?
anywhere.
Huh?
There's no water anywhere.
What do you mean? There's a lake.
It's not a damn lake.
There's not a lake.
These
in Jack-
people believe you.
Well, why wouldn't they? It's true. Jesse
Sure,
and I
you can
were-
literally
dude,
post pictures from the
Jesse-
baby shower and you'll literally see what we're talking about.
Jesse and I were there, like trying to that mind warp, trying to pretend like we're not there is crazy.
Hey, what was crazy? The lake or Kenny's outfit?
Well, I don't know
got a
which one
regular
was. I
outfit
don't know
on.
which one was more expensive.
Well, look at him. Ben more.
I was fast forwarding.
KC is allergic to the cilantro on the rice.
No, that's still the beginning of the
That's
show.
still right there? I
That's
thought that
still
was
the
like a
beginning.
later segment or
No,
something.
he's watching. He's just what the show just started for him, and he's watching.
I don't know. Can you develop allergies later in life?
I'm sure you can.
Because I've never had an issue until
July 7th, we
months
get a
ago.
doctor to kind of diagnose Kenny's allergies and stuff.
Well, we could.
What's up, Doc? You available to talk to the guys at 220? One of the hosts might be allergic to cilantro.
Let's hope I make it.
Update, Ben. Casey died in hour 2.
I ain't stopped eating Chipotle.
Chipotle finally got him.
Yo, chill.
Why don't you read Sal's message out loud?
Now, chill's out of pocket.
Who wants to read Sal's message out loud?
Sal, you're suspended. It's a 10-game suspension, Sal.
Oh, yeah. No.
Unpaid.
Hey, you out. You out. You out.
Sal getting the Ron Artest treatment.
Yeah, Sal, you're out of here. That's uncalled for. We're back.
Sal suspended for the rest of the season. Wild commercial break.
Oh, man, that's crazy, man.
Goodness gracious.
It is crazy.
We lost all control in this league.
Bruh.
No.
Queen Katrina Pedic in the chatty house, brought to you by Matthew's Mattress. He says, yes, allergies are crazy. You can develop them to anything. I developed an allergy to aspirin, and it nearly took me out.
Oh my God, an allergy to aspirin.
After you got a headache, and let me take this aspirin real quick. I'll feel
Oh
fine.
my God.
Nope.
That's crazy.
Much worse.
So yeah, maybe the whole thing during the break we were talking about because Ben
is watching the
Ben
show.
is-
It's 12:01 and Ben's like in Hawaii or something. He's at about 12:05 right now of the show, and he's commenting.
He says, maybe I'm allergic to the cilantro in the rice, and at Chipotle because I finally got some Chipotle from the family yesterday. And
You say finally, but you've had it like 4 times in the last handful of weeks, and it's nearly killed you every time.
well, there's always been some kind of side way of getting it.
Oh.
Either I go get it or we're having it at work or something like that.
Oh.
Yesterday, the family Jazz, the boss, said, I can't believe I'm saying this, but why don't we get Chipotle tonight? I said, say less. Went and got Chipotle, and yeah, it's something that I may be allergic to, but I'm not
But
going to
you
stop.
don't care. Yeah. All right. Good.
That's how it's got to go sometimes. I mean, we all eat like fast food and stuff.
Yeah, and they're at Chipotle just like, we'll get them.
Yeah.
We're going to get them.
Oh man, Jay in the Matthew's Mattress Chat said my girl's mom had the same thing with aspirin later in life. Yikes!
And getting old sucks. You just, man, my head hurts. And like Jesse said, you just go to take an aspirin and it nearly kills you.
I try not to take medicine.
Only thing I've ever really had an allergic reaction to was like shellfish. We were in Miami one time or whatever eating. I never had it before or after. It was weird. My whole face turned red.
Oh, jeez.
Looking like Hitch. Was
Pretty
that
much.
Hitch?
That was
where's
Hitch, yeah,
That
yeah.
was Hitch, yeah.
That's all I saw. That
I was going to say, how do you know?
that was like the big selling point of that movie. That him getting allergic.
It wasn't.
Well, that's what was on the commercial. They want you to go see it. They showed you that
Well,
clip.
yeah, of course it was on the commercial.
That
One of the
that was
more-
one of the clips. That was one of the moments.
You
You see the Bad Boys
framed it
commercial?
funny. Yeah.
What you think?
I'm going to watch it.
I feel like that movie has to end a certain way too. I think it does end a certain way.
Well,
did I see that
what you,
correctly?
whoa, what you mean?
You know what I mean?
What you mean?
You know what I mean?
No, it
No,
don't have to go down like that.
no,
It don't have to go down like that.
For life.
Absolutely
Hey,
not.
I'm just
no,
saying.
No,
I'm
it
just
don't have
saying.
to go down
absolutely
like that.
not.
Hey, come back to me if it does.
You can't. No, you absolutely cannot end the Bad Boys franchise.
Well,
Like
what? They're gonna be cops forever?
Well,
Yeah.
no, but you don't
Isn't
have
Danny
to.
Glover?
You don't have to do that.
Isn't Bruce Willis?
I'm just.
Wasn't it Danny Glover and Mel Gibson?
That's Lethal Weapon.
Yeah, but I'm saying Mel Gibson was it.
Well, I thought you were referencing Die Hard when you said.
Well,
Bruce
I
Willis.
mentioned Lethal
but I don't
Weapon.
think he was a cop. I don't know
Lethal
what he
Weapon
was.
and Die Hard, but Mel Gibson.
I don't think he was a cop in Die Hard.
We don't.
though, was
We
he?
don't. Mel Gibson can't get no work.
I think Mel.
I feel like he
Gibson-
does, but it's always like on the low. Like they don't even really
I'm about to
promote
say,
it.
he can't really get no work.
Well,
But yeah, no, that ain't gotta happen. Stop that, Jesse. Don't do that.
yeah, don't do
just
that.
saying.
Don't do that. Don't
Did-
fantasy book the death of Mike Lowry.
Did I see that correctly? Like I saw it in passing. Is Michael Ealy supposed to be a son to somebody? Ain't that the premise of it? They got a
the son is arrested or something like that, and they've got to bail him out?
Oh, I think I missed that part.
I think so.
Well, it's got to be
Mike's
son. It's got to be Will Smith's son if that's the case.
I don't know. Don't quote me. I don't even know if it's Michael Ealy, but I thought I saw him and I was like, son, this guy's 45 himself.
Well, I love that they messed up and called Bad Boys 3 Bad Boys for Life and had to come up with a different name. For
Did
Bad
better
Boys
than they
4.
expected. They're like, we can't stop.
It wasn't good. See, that's the thing. They shot Mike in the first 5 minutes of the third one.
I haven't seen the third one. He got shot.
Yeah. It was the whole
crazy.
That was the whole thing. I hope Martin's okay. He talks a little different than he used to.
Well, he I mean, when he had his health issue, wasn't that a heat stroke that he got?
Mm-hmm.
And I
He
don't
was
know.
out jogging in a sweatsuit
And 95-degree weather.
Mm-hmm. Damn near went delirious.
He's going on tour though.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm. Going on tour. So I mean, that's a good sign that he feels he's up to do that.
You know what's funny, man? When you put stuff on your hairline, you now notice when everyone does it.
Everybody does.
And there's a lot of spray being used in
If they're on TV, somebody's spraying some type of liner or something on there.
I love that the dude's date is like a part of the family. The one who came to the door in Bad Boys 2.
Oh, he's in the movie?
You at least 30. Yeah. He's part of the family.
Everybody in the chat is telling me that's not Michael Ealy. I don't know what
not only is it not Michael Ealy, I think your whole premise is wrong. God, you're terrible at relaying information.
I definitely saw that commercial.
Where it has something to do with their old captain.
It's
like
his
their
son?
old No, for God's sakes.
Martin says in the commercial, we're getting somebody's son out. No, he literally said that. I didn't just come up with that out of nowhere.
I think you're talking. I
He
think
literally says that.
I think you're talking about the kid that I was just talking about.
Well, maybe so, but he said son.
Okay,
I didn't just bring it up.
It's not
Whose kid is it, huh?
Hornswoggle. It's freaking Hornswoggle.
When in doubt.
Oh, I don't even know who you got confused with Michael Ealy in this trailer.
So the commercial that I saw,
but it has
somebody got or is about, I don't know what happened. Somebody got arrested or about to get arrested or transported, and they're going to save this guy.
Well, yeah, they're definitely going to get somebody. Yeah. They're definitely going to get somebody. When does this come out?
Mm-hmm.
June 7th.
Oh, June.
Oh, man, I'll go see that.
I got to see the third one first, man. I'm slipping.
I'm guessing you don't.
So you're back on the movie, like going back to the movie theaters?
No,
and stuff like that?
I always say that stuff. Like, oh, I'm gonna go see it. I ain't going to see it. But I would go see this.
I went to the movie theaters over the weekend. I feel like now it's just an experience where I fall asleep almost every time. I doze off.
What'd you go see?
I saw Planet of the Apes. It's like it's always so cold in there. The seats are always so comfortable.
What number Planet of the Apes are they on?
I think it's 4. It's 4, but there's gonna be there's gonna be another one. There's gonna be another one.
Yeah,
the way they
I
ended
got to get caught up. That's a good little series, man. They do a good job with that.
I think I saw the first one, like of the reboots.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw the first one and maybe the second one. I'm like, all right,
these ones are
good.
good.
The same. I think I might have saw the second one, and for no reason I didn't see the rest of them. I thought they.
Did you ever see the original ones?
Those are horrible.
I used to bug out, like, because they would be on like after Superstars of Wrestling at like 12. On
What you know about Fright Night Theater? What you know about that?
I remember Fright Night Theater.
Didn't our guy host Fright Night Theater?
Who's our guy?
Our guy down south.
Who?
So right now, didn't Whitey host Fright Night Theater?
Did he?
I think he did.
I have no idea.
that just popped in my head. I think he did. Somebody in the chat let me know.
I don't think his show's on right now, is it? Oh yeah, it's Whitey and Drapes. That's right. Yeah. I had no idea he did that.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did.
Yeah, I if you he
Can't
did,
confirm. Yeah, just looked it up on IDMB or whatever that site's called.
Whitey hosted Fright Night Theater.
Yeah.
All right.
Phenomenal knowledge from
I
KC.
used to watch Friday Night Theater every now and then. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, I used to bug out though when the original Planet of the Apes would come on after
never
Superstars
seen
of
it.
Wrestling. Like, what the hell is this?
Never.
Why do they look like that?
It's legit Party City masks.
Oh my god, so crazy. And then I learned like the end was like so dramatic for its time. What?
What happened?
That like so he what was it? He thinks so he emerges from somewhere, and I don't know if he thinks he's back on regular Earth or what it is. Like I'm not clear, but he looks up and sees the Statue of Liberty, and the Statue of Liberty has the face of an ape.
Oh, so
So
he's not. He's on the Planet of the Apes, and they've taken over the whole everything.
I don't know. I don't know, but there's 10 versions of Planet of the Apes at this point.
Get the projector out. We got to watch a trailer.
Yeah, you know what? That's what we'll do during the commercial break. Jason Jones is going to join us. Planet of the Apes 1968. All right, come back for a review of the original Planet of the Apes trailer next on ESPN 1320. It's a 3-minute trailer.
Damn.
So the gist of it is a and I know it has like a famous doesn't it have a oh god that yo that was blackface. All right.
No.
That was blackface.
Yo.
God damn it.
See it now.
Okay, so Planet of the Apes. He thinks he's riding off on a horse with his girl. Oh, he about to go get some of that good. Oh, they're on the beach.
Yo, this is crazy.
Yeah, see if you could get this pulled up. Pull up Planet of the Apes.
Bro, what?
Statue of Liberty ending.
I do kind of remember this.
And then he looks up. I know there's a famous line. Is it damn it all to hell or something?
No, this is kind of wild.
There it is.
That's what it looks
Yeah,
like.
yeah. Oh, God, she's fine, whoever that is. All right, here we go. The ending of Planet of the Apes. Oh yeah, she a bad one. You're gonna have to
Or
skip ahead a little
60s
bit.
baddies.
Yeah, well, I gotta find
60s baddies leader.
I gotta find out who this is. Planet. All right, he spots something. He knows something is wrong now. He knows something is wrong.
Whoa.
What's going on here? Oh, not sure. Now he knows something is off. I wonder if that's Linda Harrison. Oh my God! This is
Damn.
Little Shakespeare's right here.
He's like, what is this lunatic? Oh, they destroyed it.
I think the 2000s one might be the one where.
Oh, is that the one with
I think because I do remember that ending.
Well, the 2000s one
Well, I don't. I could be wrong, but they were in San Francisco, weren't they? I know they're in San Francisco.
All right, we have to watch Planet of the Apes. I don't know.
Oh man, did you see that acting? Oh,
Damn
you know what the
you,
ending
what
was?
the hell?
It showed the Lincoln Monument, and Lincoln's face is an ape.
Oh, that was on the 2000s joint.
Yeah, that's on the Mark Wahlberg one. He's looking up. He's reading the. Oh, and now all the apes are about to shoot him.
Oh snap! Oh yeah, I see it now. Yeah.
Very dramatic.
This ain't even the one I was thinking of. This is the one that don't nobody even think about.
What, the Mark Wahlberg one?
Yeah, this ain't the one.
What are you talking about? This is the one.
I mean, this ain't the one. The one people talking about is the series that's going on right now.
Yeah, the new one.
But isn't that the same series?
No, this
It's like its own version of it. Now.
Oh God bless.
No,
it.
don't do it. This is way better than those ones, though.
All that matters is
this one's. You think
these are actually good movies?
No, the ones now are fine. This one with Mark Wahlberg looks pretty good. I've never seen it.
No, it's
But
fine.
it
That's
looks
what
good.
I thought we were talking about. So there's okay. So don't rush me. Okay, so what we learned is one, we have added a new member to the 60s baddies.
Yes.
Her name is Linda Harrison.
Well, shout out Linda Harrison.
Lord have mercy. She was riding that horse with Mr.
What?
NRA in his horrible acting. But
well, research purposes.
yeah, you might want to. So to be clear, Charlton Heston can't act for crap. I also confused my endings of Planet of the Apes. I thought that he saw the Statue of Liberty and it had like the ape face. I'm confusing that with the Mark Wahlberg one where he sees the Lincoln Monument with the ape face. What I didn't realize is that all of these other Planet of the Apes are completely different movies than the two that they never made another version of the 2001 one with Mark Wahlberg.
Wait, so they only had one Planet of the Apes for that one?
Yeah,
Like, it was
one
just
Planet of the Apes.
movie by itself.
Yep,
that was a one time ago. It's almost
so
like
the 60s version had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
that's almost like for me, and maybe somebody will tell me I'm wrong, but that's almost like those Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans. Like that's what the Mark Wahlberg.
So
Planet of the Apes
I guess
is.
that's what it is because they rebooted the series in 2011, and that's what we're
crazy.
living through now.
Yeah, they
with
went
Rise
crazy.
of the Planet of the Apes, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, War for the Planet of the Apes, and what Jesse just went to see, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
They haven't missed yet with these ones.
I haven't seen the last two. I think I saw the second one. I'm not sure. The first
I
one
didn't
fire,
see.
though.
I saw the Mark
first one
Wahlberg
was fire.
one.
Watch the two after that, and then watch the other one.
The Mark Wahlberg one though, it does not look like. Remember how I
I
told
think
you?
I saw the James Franco one too.
Remember how I told you how like trash like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans look like? This Mark Wahlberg one don't look like that. That looks like a good movie. That looks good, but the new Planet of the Apes, those are fire.
Let's take it easy on those old Spider-Mans too, by the way.
Nah, they trash.
No, stop.
And then what
Stop.
happened?
No.
So what happened? I saw one the other day where they had another random Spider-Man. Who was that guy?
Which one? What do you mean?
So there's Tobey Maguire, there's the guy now, and who's the other guy?
It's just Tom Holland.
No, Tom Holland is now.
Yeah, Tom Holland's now. There's Andrew Garfield, who's the middle.
Andrew
one.
Garfield. Who the hell is he?
I don't know.
He was the middle Spider-Man.
Yeah, come on, man.
Did you Google Linda Harrison or not?
Yeah.
Boom. There's today's show title. Good stuff.
What's up, Jay?
Not much. I'm just taking in the conversation. I'm just listening to,
We
We're trying to figure it out.
We went down a weird rabbit hole of Planet of the Apes movies. Like,
yeah, I saw the new one on Saturday with the kids.
Oh, you saw it too.
Are you
Yeah,
caught up?
I
Have you
was
seen them? Have you seen all these new, the new generation of it? Have you seen them all?
No, I'm really not really into it. It was like a little group fatherhood outing. So a bunch of us took our kids, and having a 10-year-old, 12-year-old, and 15-year-old review the movie is very interesting.
Oh, what were their reviews?
The 10-year-old told me the movie dragged too much and it was just too long.
Okay.
And he thought there should have been more fighting amongst the apes.
Well, Well,
Are they the only ones that like it's their world, right? Aren't they fighting each other?
Well, in the 10-year-old's defense, the movie is 2 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, this was. I mean, I took a bathroom break, and I never do that. So I was like, I went on my phone and was like, oh my god, 2.5 hours. If I leave for a couple, I ain't gonna miss much. You know, the 15-year-old thought it was cool. The 12-year-old wanted to go home.
Well,
all right,
one for 3 for Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, so
I said, I saw the
Mm-hmm.
first one, this new incarnation. It was really good, but I don't
10-year-old gave it like a 6 out of 10 or a 7 out of 10. He said they could have made it shorter. I mean, he's very surgical with the movie critiques for a 10-year-old.
I think Linda was a prisoner of the apes. I'm
go save
scrolling,
her.
looking at more pictures. I think she was a prisoner of the apes.
Gotta go save Linda.
Well, can't blame him for that. He worried about the Statue of Liberty. He should have been worried about Linda Harrison on his back. Goodness
Did she do
gracious.
anything else?
I don't know. I just went straight for Google image.
I've got nothing for you on that.
Familiar with her game?
No, we something happened like a week ago where we started looking at like the baddies of the 60s.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, Eartha Kitt, and it's just carried over, and now
just get me to Pam Grier. Just get me to Pam Grier.
Well, and then you got that like Pam Grier's the 70s though,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but probably my most random one like that. I met Miss Parker from Friday. That was probably one of my all-time great moments.
I met her niece before.
My LA folks will know, I met her at Maverick Flats.
I don't even know where Maverick Flats
Yeah,
is.
it's an old school hood spot in LA. Yeah, I met her there, and I had to ask, I had to ask her the question, of course.
I bet she gets that all the time.
She said she does. I said, "Can I ask you?" She's like, "Of course." I'm like, I had to ask Miss Parker that. I had to. I mean, if you don't do that, I mean, what's the point?
Kathleen Bradley.
Yep.
Is her name.
Mm-hmm.
She was a Barker's beauty on The Price is Right.
Yep.
For 10 years, from 1990 till 2000.
What's her name?
That
Kathleen
means
with a C or a K?
That means when she was Miss Parker, she was a Barker's beauty. Also, would that fly today? A Barker's beauty?
Not Mr. Barker's behavior.
Yeah, well, yeah, and not the name. Price is Right still going on, and Price is Right still got them. They don't got no name.
They just don't call them.
Yeah, and I don't think
they just there.
Is Drew Carey the host?
Kiss women anymore. I don't think you could just have. I don't think Drew Carey's just kissing women.
No, I can't do that.
Hey, you can't sweetheart every. Yeah, some of the things they did when we were kids, I'm like, wow, that was actually okay. And people didn't raise hell over that. It's amazing.
Kathleen was Miss Black California in 1971. She was a part of 2 short-lived disco groups, The Love Machine and Destination. And of course, she played the role of Mrs. Parker in 1995's Friday. She was also in Harlem Nights, which I have no recollection of whatsoever.
I gotta go watch that again now. Man.
Also appeared on episodes of Good Times.
There we go. Now
I met someone from Good Times too.
That's my girl.
Well, that's a good one.
That's some elite. Wow, yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, I took some heat for that one, but I didn't care.
That's right. Well,
somebody was trying to sneak diss and hate. Like, hey, you see your boy in the picture with this woman, and I'm like, yes, I was, and I posted it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And,
oh,
yeah,
and tremendous.
She was. It was someone's friend. It wasn't even the woman I was talking. It was her friend. Was like, oh, so this is what you gonna do? You just gonna post up with some woman on Instagram? I said, absolutely. 10 times out of 10, I'm posting up with Zelda. I'm posting up. She thought she was being slick. She gonna hit me on the side before I let her know what you up to. I'm like, write her a letter, send her a telegram. Yes, I'm doing it. I got my arm on thumb from Good Times, and I am not ashamed. I'm not taking this down.
Good Times.
That
Did
was
you
what,
see?
2016. Yeah, she. Woo.
Did you see any of the cartoon, the animated Good Times that they put out on?
I tried just for like to say that I tried. Oh, it was. I can't think of, I couldn't even laugh. I'm like, this is just not even fun. What is this?
Mhm.
Is it still up?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I mean, ask your boy Steph. He was a producer on it.
Yeah.
He somehow people just kind of glazed over his role in that.
Yeah, that's for real. Yeah, nah.
It was kind of just like, like it never
Yeah.
happened. Like even my
That
friends
that, that
who are
must
Warriors
have
fans
dropped.
are like, I ain't got nothing for you on that. I'm like, for all the hate y'all give LeBron, he ain't did a Good Times.
Yeah, not produced by Seth MacFarlane or whoever it was.
Oh man.
I mean, he did a House Party reboot, but still, he didn't do that.
Yeah, we didn't get Spring Hill brings you the new version of Good Times.
Jeez, man.
I mean, they had a baby selling dope. I mean, come on.
Oh my God, man.
Whew. Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
not a good look, man.
yeah, it was. It like I said, it wasn't even funny. I started cleaning the house. I'm like, it's not even funny.
That's all bad. Yeah, Steph needs to get his.
Yeah, that
I got hacked.
I mean, between that and that whole little, not in my neighbor, not in my backyard moment from a couple of years ago, they're kind of
What?
bad on Steph at times.
What was his backyard? What
Remember, they were talking about not building the affordable housing out near him, and
Oh,
I didn't
yeah.
know that. I didn't
yeah, and there was like, there, and I guess the thing was, the issue for him, I guess, for the way it was written, was that not that much he was against affordable housing. It was like the privacy issue of like, people being able to see, something like that. But the way it came out was like, Steph is against poor people, which was probably wasn't completely fair because it was the same year he won like the Social Justice Award. He won it later that season. So it was like that happens. He wins social justice. They missed the playoffs. He's like Mr. Clutch. I mean, like
Mr. Clutch.
I mean, what's next? I mean, he's gonna win the dunk contest from the 3-point contest next year. Like, we like Steph.
And still no one's gonna ask him about Good Times.
they're gonna be like, our first ever dunk champion who shot a 3. We just love Steph. That's why my boys in the Bay, like, people hate Steph. I'm like, who in the world hates Steph Curry? Like, it's impossible to hate Steph. Like, who hates him? Stop it. Like, they hate his teammate. I believe that, but they don't hate Steph.
Well, they do that. Wait till Steph and Seth MacFarlane bring back Sanford and Son, and they're like,
"Oh no!
The junkyard is a front for crack dealing."
Steph and Seth bringing back 227.
Aunt S, her character's like a prostitute or something.
And Jack A, they will make just the worst.
Jack A would be played by Sexy Red. It'd just be all bad.
God.
It'd just be all bad. Let's just bastardize every show. Just like, yeah.
Was 227? There's no
I don't remember the song.
Home. I think that was 227.
I don't know why I don't remember the song, but
and I mean No Place Child.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, I believe so.
That was 227 right? Yeah.
DC, stand up.
Yeah, we're just gonna get a rollout of just this horrible redone show they turned into
Seth
cartoons.
MacFarlane starting his own channel, TV1 with Seth MacFarlane.
Steph Curry
TV1 Plus with Seth MacFarlane.
He goes on Instagram. Which show should I do next? Webster?
Oh,
different strokes. What do you guys want from me next?
They do a reboot of Benson, but Benson is like the new Jeffrey. He's like a low-key gangster. We don't really know what his life is.
Oh no, man! Get Seth MacFarlane out of here, bro. You gotta go.
Talk about TV1. These all gonna be on BET Plus.
Yeah, we're gonna get Webster with Travis Kelce playing the football player, and
what's the other one? Different strokes.
Oh man.
Peyton Manning adopts like a little black.
Peyton Manning adopts like 2 of Antonio Brown's children or something, and
and Antonio Cromartie comes over to give him advice on how to take care of
starring Josh Jacobs.
The kids just wear random football jerseys. It's like, why does he have that jersey on?
We get our jokes off and we laugh. This is how shows get made.
No, this is a great idea.
People in positions of power get into these conversations that we're at, and someone's like, green light it.
That's a great idea. Let's do different strokes after this one.
That's how
What's happening? What's happening now?
That's how Vince McMahon can happen to his characters. Like, ha ha ha! Wouldn't it be cool if we had a gangbanger who was a wrestler? There we go.
I'll call him Crime Time.
They put up a disclaimer when they debuted Crime Time that said the act Crime Time is going to debut tonight. It's meant to depict like over the top stereotypes. It's all for your entertainment.
Terrible it was. They knew.
They knew.
They already knew.
Yeah, they knew. And those, credit to those dudes, man, because they got over.
Yeah,
they got over.
They worked the hell out of that.
They did like a 6-man tag or something with Shaq one night, or I don't remember. Shaq was involved with Crime Time somehow.
They had Cena with them eventually. Yeah, they made the most of it. But yeah, like I said, we're laughing, but there's probably someone going, "How can we redo different strokes? How can we do it now? How where can they live?"
We can put it on the app.
Yep.
On Paramount Plus.
Oh, I'm crying.
Oh man. And I hated the
Antonio Cromartie's kids or Antonio Brown's kids is wild.
Well, as long as someone takes Antonio Brown's phone from him, my God, he's
that dude, man.
Well, all right. Jeez. We ain't even gotten to Paul Pierce yet. Where's Paul Pierce?
Oh God. Buddy.
Paul Pierce.
He's not from Long Beach.
Paul Pierce, we could give the new version of the Magic Hour to him. I can't lie. I think I saw every single episode of the Magic Hour. It wasn't a lot of them.
I know I did.
It wasn't a lot of them, but I saw them.
The best part of the Paul Pierce part was Skip Bayless looking like, I don't know what to do right now. He's like,
oh man.
Skip Bayless was sitting there like, did he just say it? He's probably thinking, how come he gets to say it?
I hang out with Lil Wayne.
And Keyshawn is like, we're not in the green room right now, right? You just but the best part about it was he was talking about Dante DiVincenzo.
Oh man.
That's the best part about it.
That's the best.
Oh, Pierce, man.
White this Dante dude, getting an ultimate cookout invite on Fox Sports.
Dante get that all the time, though. I'm positive.
He got the ultimate cosign. Like, he in the locker room. Hey, man. The truth called me that.
Is that word transferable from the truth to me?
He said it on TV about me, guys. What do I do with that?
I wonder how many times Dante got that clip forwarded to him. Yesterday.
His phone was probably going crazy. His phone was probably going crazy.
Look at this key.
I can't believe they keep putting Paul Pierce on television.
I don't. He ought to just go ahead and hang out with Cameron and Mace, and it'll be all right.
Do you know who composed the Sanford and Son theme?
I know.
No.
I'm learning this right now live on the radio. The iconic theme song. Quincy Jones.
I was going to say,
wow.
Quincy, just because everything
Quincy, yeah. Quincy
Versatility.
was the composer of that record.
Oh, man. And look, I know you probably know this, but it just came across my Twitter timeline the other day. Did you hear the story about how on Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, how Michael wanted the beginning taken out? And Mike,
I heard that.
Yeah, so Quincy's telling the story. He's like, Mike wanted the, he said, can you take those violins or whatever they are? He's like, can you take those out? And he goes, no, I'm the producer. You're the singer.
this is what fits for the song. Michael's like, it's distracting. I don't like it. I don't like it. And it's like probably the most iconic part of that song.
You talking about the spoken word part at the beginning where it's like, I was thinking the force, it's got a lot of power.
No, the literal music. Yeah.
Okay.
And Mike wanted it out. Mike was trying to get it out. And Quincy was like, no.
Quincy must have like a million just stories like that. He'd be like, say, man, and then he was just
Well, I love the way Will Smith tells the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air story. That he got invited to the birthday party at Quincy Jones's house.
Yeah.
And Quincy decided, see, we all laugh because this is what happened. Quincy said he wanted to pitch a show right there in front of everybody and had Will do an audition.
That's crazy.
He was like, no, let's create it right now. And they signed the memo. They signed the deal memo to do the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air at his birthday. Everybody's drunk and God knows what else. But he got a deal memo from NBC because they were there to do the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air that night.
Wow.
You never know. See, can you tell my lady that if I'm out like at 2 a.m. at Summer League, that's how deals are made? So maybe
that's what you gotta do.
Do what you gotta do.
I gotta be out.
Yeah. You gotta be outside. And anyone tuning in right now is going, what in the hell is going on?
It'd be like it's a regular day on D-Lo.
Pretty much.
The King season is over. It's a regular day. This is what
the Golden State WNBA team is offending people in Sacramento. I saw that on I'm like, is that a beam?
What do you think? Well, that's the next thing. What do you think about the name?
I first thought about the women's wrestler Taya Valkyrie.
Oh, I didn't even connect that. Yeah.
And I was like, what? I was like, is this her new logo of Golden State? I'm like, what is and then when I saw the logo, I was like, it didn't click until I saw Casey's tweet. I'm like, it is kind of beam-like. It's like purple and it's kind of, I'm like, well, that's the bridge. I'm like, then I wonder, what's the mascot of a Valkyrie? Like,
I don't know.
I
think the Monarchs had Monty, and it was like a elephant or something. It wasn't a monarch.
Yes, I don't know.
You lean into something. I make it I don't know. I was gonna say a fox, but don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
I don't know what a Valkyrie. I don't know what represents a Valkyrie because the logo is actually the bridge that connects Oakland to San Francisco, which I thought was kind of cute. Given that everyone's there, are you going to play in Oakland, or are you just going to let them know that they can come to San Francisco?
They're practicing in Oakland.
It's like, it's like WNBA teams. They're starting to get chartered flights, but you guys can still practice in the Marriott in Oakland. Why not?
Yeah. I think it's obviously I think it's great, man. I think they will succeed in the Bay Area. I hope they succeed in the Bay Area. But yeah, I ain't no Valkyrie fan. Like I said,
I'm no fan of the Valkyries.
No, it's Team Aces over here, man. Aces till I die, like I said earlier, man.
Bro, that's so weird. The team's been around for like 4 years, and you're talking about Aces till I die. That's so weird.
Team Aces, you like the new colors for the Aces?
You know what? I've never. I'm not a hater like most Raider fans. I've never had a problem with silver and black. I always like silver and black as a color scheme. It's cool.
Oh wow, okay, yeah.
It's not better than
the Knicks had black jerseys and it looked terrible. Remember that phase?
When?
Remember they had the black jerseys?
Who? The Niners? Oh, man, those were fire too. By the way, those were
really,
fire.
really.
I had a Charles Woodson jersey in one time because that was my boy Charles Woodson with the Raiders. See, like I said, Raider fans, they're haters. I'm not a hater. Like, I don't have no problem with the Raiders.
Get it. Woodson jersey, LeBron jersey, Otani jersey.
I had a LeBron Cavs jersey. Don't do that.
No, we know who you're. We know what you really have now, though. You got that purple LeBron jersey. You got that. You got that Otani.
Come on, man. Don't do
that.
Yeah,
we know you're LAKC all day. LAKC all day.
I'd wear one of these. Wear one of these Kelsey Plum.
Nah, the Aces jerseys. I need an Ace Booster joint. I want a black one though.
The only thing that bothers me is the giant AT&T logo on the back.
That's professional basketball nowadays. Yeah, I got to give me an Asia joint though. And I'm getting them A1s when they come out too next year.
Y'all better get them the way people was raised in hell. I better see everybody wearing them.
Facts.
I
Give me
mean,
some A1s and the
So
Sabrina
the
twos.
weird thing about the Asia thing is like this has been a done deal for like a year.
Yeah, but nobody knew. You can't fault them for not knowing that.
No. I mean, it's like no. What's weird is that they took so long to
Oh, I
announce
got
it.
you. I got you. Yeah.
Like, I mean, maybe they were waiting because they wanted the Caitlyn thing to be
Yeah,
big,
and that makes sense too.
but I felt like this. I first heard about this and the signature shoe at least a year ago, at the very least a year ago.
And that's
and
also
sometimes
probably why.
it takes a year for. I don't know why. Sometimes it'll take a year for the shoe to actually. We may not see a Caitlin Clark shoe till her second year. I mean, she
Right.
may be wearing Sabrina's or Kobe's. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I mean, it was just amazing. I mean, I found that I had a lot of friends who cared about the WNBA that I never knew cared before. And I don't know if they truly care or they care about the debate about Caitlin Clark and everything. I'm like, do you even know who Asia Wilson is? Like, they're doing her wrong. I'm like, do you even know who she plays for?
So Jay's referring to the debate about Caitlin Clark's popularity being in part because she's white. Unfortunately, there's some semblance of truth to that. And like we pointed it out before it got like they love Sabrina. They loved Becky Hammond. They really love white guards. Like they just do. Like they threw this machine behind Sabrina too. But Sabrina and Sabrina had the Kobe card and everything. Like, but Caitlin is a different level player than Sabrina was.
Yeah.
And there's a certain semblance of truth to that concern. But like, I don't want to like Caitlin is a extraordinary player who's doing things that that you're accustomed to seeing Steph Curry do.
Yeah, she's damn good. What's crazy is like seeing some of the media folks I know, like whenever there's a post, like if like the Fever posts Caitlin's picture, she didn't lead the team in scoring tonight. I'm like, are we going to do this every game? Are we going to complain every time her face shows up? Well, Leah Boston's on the team. I'm like, are we going to do this every time? I mean, this is coming from somebody who covered Jimmer Fredette. And I think in terms of level of player, she's way above where Jimmer was. Yeah. I remember when I made the Jimmer mob mad at me a couple of times, and it wasn't even on purpose. Some of it I was being a jerk. Yeah, because they would mess with me. Whenever they would play the Warriors, I would like tweet something like, "Remember, never forget the Kings could have took Clay, but they took Jimmer."
Oh, well.
And I would say stuff like that just because sometimes I would be bored at a game. It was when the Kings released him, like my Twitter followers dropped by like 2,000.
Damn.
I got all these messages. It's nice knowing you, Jason, but you don't cover Jimmer anymore. I was like, okay, like, bye.
It was nice knowing you.
I mean, I just got flooded with these. Yeah, so I can only imagine what's going on in Indiana. The way how their whole media thing is going to be, as long as they keep the old boy away from her.
Wow. Well, that was crazy too.
Yeah, it was a little excessive.
It was. In hindsight, it was a little excessive.
They like that man can't cover the Fever in person.
Yeah,
like
that was
that's crazy.
That was now.
Hey, come on, man.
Now, look, he's still living in COVID. He's got to watch the game on TV.
No, it's like I told KC that has strong like you're not allowed near an elementary school vibes, and I feel like that's a little unfair.
It is a little unfair, but I will say this: like, let it be known, none of that will be tolerated. Like, they almost got to make an example of him to be like,
that's not the least.
And his rate, they're going to make it.
Paper's gonna be like, Caitlin gonna be here for a long time. Let's be perfectly clear.
Yeah,
we're not doing that.
Yeah, the Fever reached out to Kendrick Lamar. The Fever are like, Kendrick, we need a song about this writer, dude. He's not like us.
Kendrick will deliver. I know that much. He'll definitely deliver.
Like, some of the stuff I've been, then our good friend Rudy Gobert getting cooked again in the postseason.
Ooh.
Gosh, poor
Rudy.
Rudy.
Oh yeah, you think it's an accident that your boy is on TNT on a night that Rudy Gobert plays the Denver Nuggets?
He's on again tonight? Oh, boy.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
You think that's an accident?
Oh, boy.
Ain't no chance that's an
That's
accident.
beautiful. I mean, it was funny because I was out on Sunday and I just checked my phone. I'm like, oh my God, they're cooking Rudy. He must be getting worked over tonight. It's just like somebody said they should let him go be a father to the next round.
Oh,
like,
and that was
Lord.
uncalled for. Jeez.
I was like, man.
They was talking. Draymond was taking shots at Nurkic last night.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that's personal. Yeah, I think he's going. Yeah, I mean, I predict Draymond's first tech of the season is going to be against Nurk.
Draymond mad at Nurkic because he punched him.
Then Nurkic trolled him with "That's all, folks." And when they got swept, he hit him back with the "That's all, folks." Yeah, this is some.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but that series to me turned when Jamal Murray did not get suspended for throwing items on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that turned that they got 3 days off and he got to throw things at people with what a fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to ask Adam Silver why.
Yeah, we'd probably be pretty outraged if it was a Kings Nuggets series and that happened and he was able to stay on the court. I mean,
again, Steph threw a mouthpiece and it went out.
Yeah.
I get like we talked about. I guess there's no precedent for throwing stuff onto the court. It just felt like he was throwing stuff at Mark Davis,
which a lot of people in the league would like to do.
Right, but you can't.
You can't.
You're not allowed to throw things at officials.
Yeah, and
even
it's like
more than throwing on the court. That's where I feel like Adam missed. Even more than throwing stuff at the court on the court, it appears you threw something at an official on two separate occasions.
Yeah.
And Adam Silver, in my opinion, did not protect his officials.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't know how you can let him play the next game. I mean, I don't know. I would love to hear what the conversation was between Adam and Jamal and Joe Dumars and all. I just would love to hear how he said, you know what? You threw something on the court that's dangerous, blah, 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 blah. Okay, here's a fine. See you game 3. I wonder if the series was 1-1 if he would have been suspended.
Oh, and also go out to your press conference and act like a jackass. Act like the media doesn't have a right to ask you about what just went on. Oh, that was a couple of days ago. Yeah, bro, you skipped out on the post media session. So this is our first game. I
love it when they do that. They're like, well, because I left the other day, I'm on to something new. Like, no, you don't get to do that. And there's been some, I can't call it.
Aside from, because I don't think we'll talk to you probably before any of this ends, aside from Boston, Cleveland, which we know is a wrap, how do you think the rest of the series, which are all 2-2, end up?
I kind of lean toward Denver at this point. I think if Denver gets to game 5, it's a wrap. They're not going to lose 2 in a row again. And this other series is, I don't know. I mean, Shea is a problem.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, Shea went crazy.
Shea is a problem. And I mean, and it's like, yeah, that one to me is a toss-up. I mean, that really might be the whole statistical one, whoever wins game 5. I mean, I think it's going to win the series because if OKC wins, they get 2 shots and one of them being at home. And I just think a loss like that, it has to kill Dallas. I mean, that's brutal. They controlled that entire game until for like 40 plus minutes.
Yeah.
And then I just who's in
the Knicks? The Knicks out of gas.
The Knicks have enough players left now. Because I mean, even the first 2 games they won, one of them, especially game 2, Indiana should have won. Indiana really blew that game, and I don't think I think not having Anunoby to defend Tyrese and in Siakam spots that's a problem for them. I don't think the Knicks have enough players, but that means Brunson will go for like 50 and prove me wrong. But yeah, I still think Boston comes out the East. And then out the West, I think it's going to be the winner of the Denver Minnesota series.
All right. Jay, we appreciate you. This is fun as always.
Yeah, shout out to LeBron for messing with every Lakers head, letting Jeannie know I'll go to Cleveland when I feel like it. On the day that all the news about his son in the draft is out, I'm gonna go check out a Cleveland game and sit at courtside and get cheered so that they know they better hire JJ Redick.
Oh, okay, okay,
yeah,
okay. In all seriousness, that's a tough look for everyone involved if they hire JJ, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a really bad look.
LeBron,
To me, before I even thought, to me, the guy is Sam Cassell.
Okay, so Sam,
I liked Sam for the Kings job a couple of years ago.
He deserves an opportunity.
To me, that's the guy. But what do I know?
Who's the other one? James
Borrego.
Yeah,
then that's the other guy they mentioned. Then they mentioned Micah Nori, former Kings assistant. David Adelman. But to me, I think it's they need someone who's going to tell those guys to shut up and hold them accountable and be honest with them. And I don't think Sam Cassell knows how to lie to them. So that's why I thought he would have been good in Sacramento too, though. So
we appreciate you as always, my man. Thank you so much.
Catch you next time.
Yes, sir. That's our man, Jayson Jones, the culture writer over at The Athletic. Soon to write an article on the 60s baddies.
Oh, man. Can't wait for that one.
Man, these games are about to start.
Yeah, man. It's Wilbon would say a ball night, man. We got playoff basketball. We got the start of the WNBA season. It's lit.
I hope YouTube does this right and we can watch a couple of these games at the same time.
They should. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah, that's my hope. Come on, YouTube. I mean, they've been packaging playoff hockey with playoff basketball. Because God forbid you're actually able to select what you watch on.
I thought they had changed that, but I guess not.
No. So what they do is they do, but they don't. So, for example, if you have League Pass and there's 6 games on, you can pick the 6 games within League Pass that you want to watch. But if there's like 3 games on in a football game, unless they specifically allow it, you can't pick 3 games in the football game.
You can't go outside of League Pass.
Basically.
You can't combine League Pass with regular TV.
Right. And so their 2 playoff things they're just the 2 different channels that you go to. They haven't perfected it yet, and they give you some stupid explanation as to why not.
Did you say they were you can link your WNBA League Pass to YouTube TV?
Yes. You can order it through YouTube.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah, and that's the way to go. So that way when you sign in, like if you're on your computer, you sign in, you go to WNBA.com, sign into League Pass, but you do it with your YouTube account.
Got you.
Then that way it just pops up on your screen. You don't have to watch through a separate app or iPad. Appreciate you so much for being with us. We're going to head over to 102.5. We will see you guys here tomorrow on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Knicks, vamos Aces.
That's good stuff, pal. All right. We got to go, and I got to go find Complex. We will see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Man, thanks for letting us have fun today and every day. Hit the thumbs up before you go. See y'all.
Take care.